High five. High five. High five. High five. High five. High five. Good boy, high five. Reluctant, high five. He's like, I'm done. This is ridiculous. How many?
さっさとランクを上げるべくゴブリン討伐の依頼を受けた俺たち。これ討伐証明の。そりゃこうなるわな。大ごとにならないといいんだけど。
向田様、ギルドマスターがお呼びです。ジューマもご一緒に。
ですよね。
お連れしました。
お主が向田だな。ギルドマスターのビレムだ。大量のゴブリンを討伐してきたそうだが。
ええ、ゴブリンの集落があったので。
やはりそうか。最近やけに目撃情報が多かったのだ。集落討伐の報酬も出さねばならんな。
いいんですか？
もちろんだ。それにしてもフェンリルの戦闘力とはすごいものだな。
やっぱりバレてましたか。
スイだっていっぱい倒したんだから。
スライムか。
そうです。スイは特殊個体のようですごく強いんです。私なんかよりも。
お主たちなかなか面白いな。それでだ。わざわざここに来てもらった要件だが、王宮から至急の伝達があったのだ。
王宮？
簡単に言うとだな。国内では自由に過ごして構わない。我が国の貴族たちにも通達済みである。ただし有事の際には力添えを願う。だとよ。
ってことは国も貴族も手出ししてこないってことですか？
ああ、伝説の魔獣がこの国にいるってだけで他国には脅威だからな。や
ったー！これで自由が保証された。
そこ魔獣がこの国にいるってだけで他国には脅威だからな。
やったー！これで自由が保証された。
そこで相談なんだが、お主は G ランクから上がりたいんだな。
あ、そうです。長旅の保険に F ランクになっておきたくて。
それならギルドマスターの権限で C ランクまで上げてやる。
いきなり C なんて。
フェンリルを従えた者が G ランクでいることの方が問題だろう。ただしその代わりいくつか受けてほしい依頼があるのだ。
ギルドマスター直々に依頼？いえ、私本格的な冒険者業はするつもりがなくて。そういう話でしたらお断りを。
いや、頼みたい依頼は S や A の高ランクなもの。どちらかというと10枚への依頼になるな。
あ、なるほど。フェル、ご指名みたいだけど。
我にできぬことなどあるわけがなかろう。
おお、助かる。高ランクの依頼はどこも滞りがちでな。
確かに受けられる冒険者も少ないだろうしな。
依頼は至急絞り込む。それとお主たちに変なチャチャを入れぬよう他の冒険者たちに通達しておこ
う。ありがとうございます。いろいろ事情も組んでくれるし、この人だったら。実は追加で買い取りをお願いしたいものがあるんですけど。
キマイラとオルトロスなんて初めて見たぞ。
ヨハン、ここで見たことは他言無用だ。
騒ぎになるかなと思って今まで出さなかったんですけど、お二人なら大丈夫かなと。
ちょっとの騒ぎどころではないな。
さすがにキマイラとオルトロスは引き取れんぞ。それだけの資金がこのギルドにはないし、そもそも値がつくかどうか怖くて引き取れんわい。
ダメか。どうすんだこれ。本当に永久封印か？
まさかブルーオーガをこの手で解体できるとはな。
やっぱりそれだけ貴重なんでしょうか？
当然だ。ブルーオーガってのはオーガの特殊個体で S ランクの魔物だ。このオークキングは A ランクだが、周りに常に数百のオークを従えてるんで限りなく S に近い。
S ランク級がゴロゴロと。 こんなのをしれっと買ってくるなんてな。お、どうしたスイ？
スイもフェルおじちゃんみたくもっとビュビュして敵倒したい。
ほどほどでいいよ。
いやー、職人魂に火がつきますよ。
また明日来てくれ。C ランクのギルドカードも用意しておこう。
よろしくお願いします。さて今日は何にするかな。
肉
油っぽいもの続いてたからな。
肉がいい。肉
します。さて今日は何にするかな。
肉
油っぽいもの続いてたからな。
肉がいい。
スイも。
そうだな。うん、さっぱりしたのがいいかな。よし、ロックバードの胸肉を酒と塩を入れたお湯で茹でる。茹でた肉を冷ます間にキュウリは千切り、トマトは輪切りにする。冷ましたロックバードの胸肉を手で裂く。
スイもやる。
おお、ありがとうな。そうだね。野菜と肉を盛ったら最後はごまドレッシングをかけて出来上がり。ロックバードのバンバンジー。それともう一品、鶏肉とピーマンの炒め物も作ろう。ロックバードの肉を一口大に切って酒と醤油で下味をつけておいた。ピーマンとパプリカの種を取って切ったら肉の両面をこんがり焼いて野菜を投入。仕上げに出来合いの調味料で味付け、少し炒めれば完成だ。おい、できたぞ。
肉だけじゃないのか。
自由な生活に乾杯。ああ、最高。ごまだれがさっぱりしていいわ。
ハルジ、この茶色いのも甘くて美味しいね。
日本の食品会社に感謝だな。こっちのもパッと入れただけのオイスター醤油味だぞ。うまいぞ。
そうなの？
野菜のシャキシャキした食感もいいよな。そういや米炊いてなかった。今日はパンを使うか。うまい。
スイも食べる。
はいはい。
おかわりだ。
はいはい。スイ、ピーマン嫌い？あの緑の。
ちょっと苦かった。
そうか。でも食べてたもんな。えらいえらい。
わーい。
お？狭そうだな。
人の町は窮屈でかなわん。
今までは空の下で気兼ねなく寝てたからな。
ビュービューする？
溶かしちゃダメだよ。布団敷くか？少しは寝心地良くなるかもよ。
そうしてくれ。
どう？いい感じ？まったく猫なんだか犬なんだか。
おやすみ、フェルおじちゃん。
まずは C ランクのギルドカードだ。
おお、銀色のカードだ。
C ランクの依頼受注期限は半年。これで早々登録は抹消されんだろう。
ありがとうございます。
それと昨日までの買い取り分だ。まず最初に持ち込んだ分の内訳だが、一番の高値はレッドサーペントで金貨201枚、もろもろ合わせて合計金貨461枚だ。肉は倉庫に保管してあるから帰りに寄ってくれ。
前回の買い取りより全然多いな。
で追加分の買い取りだがな、こっちはなかなかにすごいぞ。オーガ4体で金貨160枚、上位のブルーオーガに至っては金貨432枚だ。
400。
もろもろ合わせて追加分が金貨1415枚。それからゴブリン集落の討伐報酬、最初に持ち込んだ買取分も足すと締めて金貨1946枚だ。このギルド始まって以来の高額買取だな。
まだまだ手持ちもあるんだけどな。今回の収入を合わせると金貨2000枚超えるんじゃないか。格好のカモ、人には言わないでおこう。
それで依頼の方なんだが2つほど頼みたい。メタルリザードの討伐とブラッディ・ホーンブルの群れの討伐だ。先に向かってほしいのはメタルリザードだ。ここから馬車で2日ほど行った先のパスクワル山の麓に住み着いてしまってな。奴らの餌になる鉱物があることは確実なんだが、調査にも入れず困っている。鋼鉄の川に物理攻撃はほぼ効かなくてな。それでなかなか受注されないまま残ってたわけだ。
前にフェルが取ってきたけど、そんなヤバいやつだったんだな。
もう一つのブラッディ・ホーンブルは西の草原に群れで住み着いてしまっている。そこは初級冒険者の狩り場なのだが、街道があるわけじゃなしで後回しになってたんだ。気性が荒いのと群れで行動するため危険なのだ。
奴らの肉はなかなかにうまいぞ。
さすがはフェンリル殿、お目が高い。人にとっても人気のある高級肉だ。
ブルってことは牛肉か。フェル、その肉をあれで食ってみたくないか。
あれとは
あれか。買取価格も上乗せするから肉の半分はギルドにも回してどうした。
肉も補充できたし一安心だな。明日の早朝に出発しよう。
すぐにでも良いのだぞ。
いくらフェルが早いって言っても今から行ったら帰りは真夜中だぞ。
しかし早くステーキ肉に折りつける。
メタルリザードの討伐が先だろう。それよりこれから買いたいものがあるんだ。
いらっしゃい。おお、向田さん。
どうもランベルトさん。
よく来てくださいました。
立派なお店ですね。フェルもいるんですけど大丈夫ですか。
ええ、もちろん。
実はカバンを新調したくて。
どんなものをお求めで。
これと同じようなものを。
なるほど。それではこちらなんてどうでしょう。これはレッドボアの皮を使っております。普段使いにおすすめです。こちらはブラッディ・ホンブルの皮。柔らかく使いやすいですよ。そしてこちらがジャイアントディアの皮。使い込むほどに味が出て長く愛用できます。そしてこちらがサンドスネーク。高価ですがこの鱗模様が綺麗だと人気があるんです。どれもうちの職人が丹精込めて作った自慢の品です。
自分で使うならジャイアントディアなんだけどな。ランベルトさん、ちょっと水を出してもいいですか。
もう構いませんが。ああ、10枚用でしたか。それでしたら柔らかい皮の方が良いかもしれませんね。
ですよね。あとは本人に選んでもらおうかと。水入るならどっちがいい。水
こっちがいい。
すみません。
いやいや、構いませんよ。
これいいですね。ナイフを腰から下げられるベルトが欲しかったんです。
バックルの細工も細かくてですね。こちらは金貨6枚です。
6。これもいいな。小物だとより鱗が際立って。
その財布に使ってるのは鱗模様が綺麗に出ている特に良い革ですね。小物なので金貨1枚ほどですよ。
買います。
ありがとうございます。
靴も取り扱ってるんですね。
ええ、革製品ですからね。
ずっと履いてる安物の革靴、だいぶくたびれてきちゃったな。ネットスーパーで買うのもありだけど、こっちの世界で浮くのは避けたいし。これもお願いします。
カバン 財布、ブーツ、鞘付きベルト、合わせて金貨11枚になりますが、ただでいいですよ。
え？
向田さんは命の恩人ですから。それにラーシュさんから聞きました。いただいたお食事が高級肉だったと。本当に申し訳ない。
いえいえ、そんな。それよりこんな素晴らしい品がタダなんて。
命の恩人から代金はいただけないですよ。もちろん次は支払っていただきますけどね。
ランベルトさん、ありがとうございます。
ところで向田さんに少しご相談があるのですが。
はい。
ブラックサーペントの肉をお持ちだったということは、ブラックサーペントを買ったということですよね。
ええ、フェルが。
もしや皮もお持ちなのでは。
ああ、それはもう冒険者ギルドに。
そうですか、残念です。もしお持ちでしたら、
冒険
もしということですよね。
ええ、フェルが。
もしや皮もお持ちなのでは。
ああ、それはもう冒険者ギルドに。
そうですか、残念です。もしお持ちでしたらぜひ買い取らせていただきたかったのですが、どこの店も不足していまして。
そうなんですか？
ええ、高値ですが人気も高く、売れ筋でもあるのです。冒険者ギルドでは上位種であるレッドサーペントを最近入手したらしいのです。あれは艶といい、色合いといい、ため息が出るほど見事な皮なんですよ。しかしさすがに私では手が出ませんからな。今回の皮も公爵家が相当な高値で買い取ったとか。羨ましいですな。
すんません、それ買い取りに出したの多分俺です。
魔物の素材を冒険者から直接買うことは本来ギルドから目をつけられる行為なのですが、多少であれば大丈夫なので、もしまたブラックサーペントが枯れた時にはぜひうちに下ろしてください。
わかりました。カバンやベルトもいただいちゃいましたし、その時は必ず。
随分と長かったな。
まあそう言うなって。いい買い物ができたんだから。スイ、カバンの居心地はどうだ？
前のよりいいよ。
それはよかった。
お主らが蛇の話をしておったからな。今晩はそれが食いたいぞ。
唐揚げにしたらうまかったよな。
ああ、
唐揚げするの？スイ大好き。
よーし、決まり。明日はメタルリザード討伐に行くからな。奮発するぞ。よーしよし、下味はバッチリだ。味付けは前と同じく醤油ベースと塩ベース。今回は肉もたっぷりあるからな。2人を満足させて、もう食べられませんと言わせてやる。より美味しくなるように2度揚げをしよう。まずはメインのレッドサーペントから。最初は低温の油で揚げて中に火を通す。その後高温の油でカラッと揚げる。きつね色でいい感じだ。なんだこれ。外はサクッと、中はジューシー。
あるしずるい。スイも。
我にも食わせろ。
分かったからちょっと待ってって。
そこにあるではないか。早く出せ。
ここからなんだな。もっと美味しくなるんだよ。お待ちどうさま。
あるし、これ前のより美味しい。
だろ。今日は2度揚げしたからな。肉もまだまだあるし。
おかわ
いつにも増して早いな。よっしゃ、どんどん揚げてくぞ。
スイもうお腹いっぱい。
り。我もだ。
しゃ、勝った。とにかく大量の肉を仕込んだ甲斐はあった。
我はもう食えんぞ。
これは俺の分と保存しておく分だよ。揚げて保存しておけば食いたい時に食えるだろ。
おお、お主気が利くな。
フェルのためじゃないっつーの。ああ、そうだ、とんかつとチキンカツもあげておこう。油もあるし。やっと俺も心置きなく唐揚げを食べられるぞ。ほっ、唐揚げとビール合うね。とんかつもうまい。さすが航空ジェネラルなあフェルスイ。そういえば一人飯なんて久々だったな。うまい飯を食いながら月見酒とはなかなか贅沢だな。どんなハプニングだって Make more happy days lucky days そんなの簡単です Hungry now 何今明日のラスクラブビートに乗せて今回は和菓子にしてみました。
おお、また新たなる甘味ではないか。どれどれ。はお。なんてこの食感は。シャリシャリと崩れてほどけてゆく。団子とやらこのプニプニと甘辛のタレが絡んでたまらんのじゃ。この透き通ったものは何じゃ。あんこの味がするではないか。あんこは何にでもなれるのだな。
そんなに食ってると太りませんか。
なんだと。わらわのような髪が太るわけなかろう。
何慌ててるんですか。
まったく。
今回は和菓子にしてみました。
おお、また新たなる甘味ではないか。どれどれ。はお。なんてこの食感は。シャリシャリと崩れてほどけてゆく。団子とやらこのプニプニと甘辛のタレが絡んでたまらんのじゃ。この透き通ったものは何じゃ。あんこの味がするではないか。あんこは何にでもなれるのだな。
そんなに食ってると太りませんか。
なんだと。わらわのような髪が太るわけなかろう。
何慌ててるん
なんだと。
そんなに食ってると太りませんか。
なんだと。わらわのような髪が太るわけなかろう。
何慌ててるんですか。
まったく水臭いんだから。
ずるい。
なるほどね。
向田です。料理のレパートリーを増やすべく日々これ修行あるのみ。異世界は案外食材豊富だからね。2匹のジューマはチートが過ぎる。
Or on the side, like right next to the throne room, where you can go up to like at the top tower, and Maria's up there, and you can talk to her and get some additional dialogue where she kind of is upset that these people are holding her back from going and saving her father from Solaris. She's like resentful of Queen Zephyr and others. Like, I have Seebson, like why won't they let me go? Why will they not let me save my father? And this music plays again there. And then I think it plays even a third time as she's watching. I love how Queen Zephyr's room is actually just a huge, like, it's a bunch of screens.
Yeah.
Like it's a bunch of displays that show what's happening outside.
Yeah, that's
and
crazy.
so when they see that it's her father and she's like all, oh no, right? There's another moment there, I think, where that music plays as she's, anytime she reminisces or is concerned about her father's well-being, this theme plays. And then when Choo Choo fights Oxen, you have a leitmotif of that theme in a more upbeat battle version of it, which is called Flight. The track is called Flight.
Okay.
And it uses that musical theme for Choo Choo fighting against Oxen. And I find this to be...
Is that a travesty?
It's terribly misused.
Is this worse?
Terribly
Is
misused.
this worse than when Peter Jackson used the Dark Riders theme for when Azog was going to kill the dwarves at the end of the first
that's pretty
Hobbit?
bad too.
That was horrific. That he defiled his own work by doing that.
That was pretty bad too.
Yeah. That's interesting. So he kind of elevates Choo Choo to this level that Choo Choo has no business being elevated to.
The theme was
this important-
cemented as Maria's relationship with her father. Now we're using this for this really
For just
silly
trivial-
moment
Yeah.
where Choo Choo grows, and depending on how much talking you've done to anybody, it's like Choo Choo can like grow into gear. Like, what the fetch? I remember the first time I played it, I was just like, what is happening, dude? Like,
I know.
what is this? This feels so out of place.
It feels wrong. It feels horrible.
And
wrong.
I think part of what was cementing that for me was this use of this music
Oh yeah.
to like have Choo Choo fight against Oxen. And I remember that and there's another place later in the game where I feel that theme is also again misused. And this was one of the things I criticized about the game in my actual retrospective review that I did back in 2017 or whatever. And it was the thing that people fought back at me the hardest on was, no, the music is not misused, and particularly Flight is not misused. And I remember writing in response to somebody, maybe I can go find the comment, if Yasunori Mitsuda, if we could ask him right now, I guarantee he would not have wanted that music used in that situation. And lo and behold, we have an interview with Yasunori Mitsuda now, where he talks about Flight being misused by Masato Kato, who was one of the event planners, not event planners, scripters.
Coordinators?
The one person putting the cutscenes together.
Yeah.
Right? You could call him maybe an assistant director or something in that sense, in the film sense, right? And not only Yasunori Mitsuda, not only Mitsuda, but a lot of other team members, he says, were like, wrong song, don't use that
song.
one there.
Yeah.
With Choo Choo in particular, don't use that.
Now,
and I'm going to find the quote. I'll put it on the screen too.
I feel like if we had been more privy to Choo Choo's character, if there was more development, because this is clearly a big moment in Choo Choo's story. We know nothing about Choo Choo's story.
Yeah.
It's not, and we know nothing about Choo Choo, oh gosh, because Choo Choo would have come from Shabbat at some point in Nissan, wherever she was discovered by Bart's sister, who's also Maria, isn't she? What's Bart's sister's name?
Bart's sister, it's not his sister, he has a cousin named Margie.
Margie. Yeah. Ah, that's close to Marie. wherever Choo Choo came from, I don't know, but Choo Choo clearly can pull at Maria's heartstrings. So they might have had a connection at some point. I don't know.
Yeah. Okay, here it is. So the interviewer asks, were there any tracks that you thought you used that here? And Mitsuda says, flight, flight. He's like exclamation mark. He's shouting it. Flight. The music for flight. Masato Kato, ... He just had to use it there. He used it in the scene where Choo Choo becomes gigantic, but that important track was not meant to be played there. For me, that scene should have used a different track. If he would have just told me, I would have remixed the Choo Choo theme, right? The theme of Choo Choo would have been used where Choo Choo is fighting Oxen.
That would make so much more sense, yeah.
Not Maria's theme, right? With her father.
Now, one of the issues is that
he says he used it behind my back.
I didn't even...
He says that it was the only appropriate track, but everyone else working on event planning was also saying, Katsuo-san, not this. Everyone was holding in their temptation to use the track until the very end, and that special track was used on Choo Choo just like that, and now that track is most remembered for that scene too. If we're ever going to do a remake, I hope I can write a remix of Choo Choo's theme and not use Flight.
Wow.
So I feel extremely vindicated by that.
Good work.
It just feels so wrong. It feels so wrong to use that music there. And it contributes to the whole scene's out of placeness.
Yeah.
And having played the game before, I'm obviously not shocked by this happening. And reading more dialogue and understanding what limiters are and the Choo Choo people, and that's okay, they can grow bigger. But I didn't know that. The first time I played it, I was like, what the freak is happening right now? And they're using this music, and it's like, this feels so awkward and weird and bad. And so I very much dislike the scene. And I agree with you. I think it would have been better had Choo Choo been used as the catalyst to talk sense into Maria.
Yeah.
And I get that that was the purpose of it. It was like Maria wasn't going to fight her father, so Choo Choo felt, I have to do something.
Yeah.
I get it.
But that something could have been
the
a different thing.
The execution sucks.
Yeah.
The execution of the scene sucks. It's really bad. And it really just this extreme swing of tone to like this total opposite extreme over here, where it's like, you're right, it's been a long time since we've had someone break some tension. This is not the way to do it. Breaking tension is not, oh, we're in this place where there's a lot of tension. Let's just shatter it and make it the freaking weirdest, silliest thing in the world.
I think we're learning a little bit about, and this would probably, well, we're learning a bit more about the director of this game and how I think a first-time director maybe has a very difficult time with pacing of these types of elements, the comedic elements. When do you put in comedy and when don't you? Well, we have disagreed on the uses of comedy probably 50% of the time that this director has chosen to insert them in this game. That's pretty high. That's a pretty high incidence of embarrassment where it was supposed to be funny. I don't feel like it's normally that high for games like this.
But the other part to consider is that Mitsuda points to Masato Kato here, not to Tetsuya Takahashi.
Yeah.
There's part of me, and I don't know this is complete speculation here. There is part of me that thinks that similar to a film set, where you have the assistant director go film these scenes on another location, a second unit or a third unit.
Yeah.
And you, as the director, are with this unit filming these scenes. Sometimes those dailies are going to come back and you're going to go, I would have rather done that differently, but we are on a tight schedule. We can't refilm
That's why you would do a second unit anyways. The director can't do everything. Yeah.
So
that's true.
I know that Xenogears was on a super tight schedule, and there could have been something, not exactly the same, but similar to that, where Masato Kato is handling a bunch of the event scenes, and Takahashi is handling a bunch of other event scenes, and their tones don't necessarily align perfectly when they come together in the whole. And maybe Takahashi would have said, let's not do it that way. Let's not use that music. Let's not, do it exactly like that. Let's write the dialogue a little bit more seriously here. Because he and Sorya Saga are not they're very serious people.
They seem to be. They do seem to be.
They're very, very serious people.
Yeah.
Like, humor is not their strong suit.
Right.
That's what I think Kato was trying to bring.
Well, and that's more or less my point. That,
Yeah.
they have a hard time with that. And I guess Kato maybe took it upon himself to put that in there.
Right.
And maybe even Sorya Saga and what's the guy's name?
Tetsuya Takahashi.
Tetsuya Takahashi. They wouldn't have agreed, but they would have agreed that we need humor. It's not that they
Yes.
agreed that this was the right humor, but they would have agreed that they need something and you take care of it.
Yes.
Because I'm not good at that.
Yes.
Yeah, that's probably what happened.
Yeah. And, you know,
Case closed.
anyways, I don't like this scene.
Yeah, it's a horrible scene.
Okay, I'll amend that. I don't like this specific part of it. I love everything else about it.
You mean the scene with Maria and the whole thing as a whole?
Yeah,
yeah,
Maria
that's quite well
and
done.
her father and like the whole B plot
Yeah,
sort of
'cause
resolving
you're saying
the way it
was
does.
really tense and then the comedic thing swung way too far. Well, it goes right back even
goes
more
right
intense.
back the other way.
The next part when
Like
that
that.
happens. Yeah, very quickly.
Yeah.
So typically if you're going to use comedy, you have your intense scene and it swings back here. Like here's the thing. When Aragorn in The Return of the King is looking towards the paths of the dead and it's calling to him and it's a very dramatic shot and you get the camera pushing in towards the chasm and he's just like, this is like, what do I do? Like, it seems
Yeah.
like we're gonna have to confront whatever evil lies here. And then Gimli just like runs into him and he's like, Aragorn, let's find some food. And then they leave to go eat food. And then Aragorn takes one more look back at the chasm, at the
Yeah.
canyon, and then leaves, right?
Yeah.
But the tensity of the situation does not, again, approach the drama, the suspense that you felt that first time when he was staring into the
Yeah,
abyss.
it's more like a
so to speak.
lingering
It's more just like, hey, there's something there, but we're going to leave it for now because, like, one of the things that comedy does is what I just did here. It'll pay attention when people talk in all sorts of situations. If you're ever at a seminar or a lecture or anything like that, as soon as the person says something to break the tensity of the room, everybody will at the same time readjust in their seats as they
Yes.
smile or something like that. It's almost as if the comedy gives you permission to move. You didn't have permission to move or to adjust or to move a finger or to make a sound while the tensity was building up. But as soon as it releases, you're like, oh, good, I can move. I can reshift in my seat and I can, okay, we're good. And
Yeah.
everyone does it when that happens.
Yeah.
That's what it happens. But if you use this to relieve the tension, everyone shifts and then immediately, oh my gosh, and then you're right back again immediately. Like it's
Yeah,
too
not like
quick.
yeah.
It's too quick. So, anyways, if you're going to do that, if you're gonna lighten the situation, you need to take it into a lighter situation. You can't
Yeah.
then take it back into that same
Well, right
situation
in the-
that people were freaking
right
out
in a
intensely.
climactic moment. Like even that example you
Yes.
shared with Aragorn was not a climactic moment of the movie. It was more like an introduction to a new building of tension towards a climactic moment where he's going to actually confront the
Exactly. It allowed
the army of the dead.
a
right?
relax before it continued. Yes,
It's like it's and we did a whole podcast on this, like the pacing of like tension or conflict, right? Like you start here and you want to do these kind of like arcs where you're up
Yes.
and down, but the general direction leads up.
yes, like
It
a
never-
stock, like the stock market.
It never goes back down to the same
that we started
levity
at.
or lightheartedness or
Yes.
easiness at the beginning.
Right.
But you do release, and then
It
you
releases.
build again, you release, and you build again, you release,
So-
and it slowly goes up to the climax of the story.
Yeah, technically, so it's like a fractal. If you think of the idea of a fractal, you've got your move. You got this. You got this
Yes.
happening in a fractal. But the fractal, you zoom in on the rising action, and you have another one of these.
Yes.
And then you zoom in on that, and you have another one again.
Yeah.
And it's like everything is doing the same thing over and over. There's a repetition happening. But the whole of it makes that general shape. But as you zoom in, you see that shape. Like every scene, if you're writing a book, making a movie, making a game, whatever, every scene should have something like this happening in the scene.
Yes.
Right?
Every
you should
scene,
have the
yeah.
beginning of the scene, this is normal, something happens, and then you resolve from the whatever happened. Now you go to the next scene, make that
Yeah.
same thing happen again.
And
every
you're doing
scene.
this
Yes.
action building
all
upwards.
the way up.
What this felt like is we've had this, we had this doot, 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 and then we came up to we came up to like the peak or near the peak of the scene, and all of a
Yeah.
sudden there's just this gigantic woof, woof, back up
And
to
then
where
right
it was.
back up,
It's
yeah.
just like, whoa!
It's
What was that?
yes.
It's so off-putting and weird.
It's very strange, and it puts you out of the mood to jump back in, because then the funny thing with Maria, so as we continue the scene, Midori shows up as well, and
and it's like,
what's up
no
with her?
one's watching this girl.
I know.
She just walks up there.
And also, Oxen doesn't seem to be. He could obliterate them all. He's just kind of chilling. He's kind of letting things happen after he beats Chu.
That's a very.
But then Maria's
Dragon Ball
like,
element.
I'm going to do this, right? So she runs down, and we watch her. I feel like this was maybe not done so well, but we watch her go the whole way.
Running down.
Take the elevator, go all the way to your gear, get in the gear, drop out the bottom. Then she shows up, and Oxen's just kind of not moving the whole time, just kind of waiting, right? Waiting for Maria to show up. That's a little bit weird. But once we get there, the situation then becomes very tense. If that was supposed to be funny, that would be the kind of humor, watching Maria go down. It wasn't supposed to be. But that would have been better, just that scene alone, than having the thing with Chu happening there. But then when Maria comes back, you're right back where you started. And I think comedies will do this. A comedy will take an intense situation and then make something really funny happen, and then put you right back in.
Because that's the irony that
Tropic
makes
Thunder
it funny.
was nothing but that.
Yeah.
It was just boom, ha ha, oh my gosh, right back to the intensity, and then it's funny. But
in a drama, it doesn't work like that.
It shouldn't work like that, and it should not do things like that. And if it does, you need to really release the tension and not just jump right back into it. So those, we've laid out a good enough case to say that this was likely not intended, and should not have happened the way that it happened, right?
Well, I don't want to use the word should, but I will say I believe it would have been more effective to not do it like this.
To not do it like that.
To not use Choo-Choo in this way. This is part of the reason that Choo-Choo is such a divisive character. There are people who really hate this character, and others are like, they just actively defend Choo-Choo. No, Choo-Choo did nothing wrong. Like, blah, blah. The reason that there is this kind of disconnect, I don't think it's just because people are being overly harsh or whatever.
Yeah.
It's because it is a really, really wide swing in tone. That it feels wrong or out of place to a lot of people. Anyways, the rest of the scene I like, where she actually faces her father, and Nikolai's consciousness is sort of activated and tells her and explains, like, I'll always be with you, kind of a thing.
Yeah, this shouldn't have happened, but like. And
then the Seepson acts on its own. She can't stop it.
So he pre-programmed it to do that.
And that's a very traumatic thing. Yeah. I can't do anything to save my father's life as it's obliterated. The Seepson destroys the Oxen, saves the day, saves Shavat from invasion, but Nikolai is killed along with the gear.
Yes, which is sad. One of the things that Maria says when she gets into the Seepson, she says Sally Forth. I think she says this multiple times.
Oh, I don't remember that.
She goes, Sally Forth is her like, let's go kind of saying. It's very strange. It's very weird. What is said in Japanese is hashin, which means launch or takeoff.
Oh.
I would disagree with translating hashin as Sally Forth. In any situation that I find it, but I just wanted to throw that out there.
All right, but then we get some really good dialogue right after this. This is where they come back in, and Queen Zephyr and is like, okay, we really need to do something about Solaris. Big deal. they come back in, and Queen Zephyr and is like, okay, we really need to do something about Solaris. Big deal. That scene passes, and you have a scene with Gaspar, Wiseman, and Queen Zephyr. And I wrote down the dialogue here because this is good stuff. So Gaspar says, I came here to watch over them so that they don't make the same foolish mistakes again.
Yeah, that's...
What do I say about this? The last time very foolish mistakes were made that we have reference to in all of Shavat is the 500-year-ago war. So Gaspar is concerned about not repeating those same mistakes.
But he says them and he and her
Yes.
multiple times. In fact, they even call Ellie out by name. They clue us in very much so in just this one scene as to like exactly what, not exactly, but close to what has been going on. I have one big question though.
Okay.
When does this scene take place?
I think it's after, it happens after your meeting with Queen Zephyr, after defending Shavat.
Okay, we're in Shavat. Ellie's with us, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they mention her directly.
Yes, but I'm confused. Shavat's in the air, right?
Yes.
Okay. So this Joker comes in, this guard guy, he shows up, and he says, "Whoa, Queen, the gear moved, the Omni gear moved, the Omni gear underground."
because they say underground. I see what you're saying.
When Ellie came near it, as if this was a thing that was just now happening right now. I have to tell you.
Do they say underground in Japanese? Do you know if that's the word they use? Because
No.
I could see this. I could see this being
my gosh, I just looked at
buried in Shavat somehow or something like that. Right?
It just says nearby.
Yes.
Yeah, Chikaku.
Now, okay. There's a
Niyaru.
couple of things here. I don't know if Shavat is currently. No, it is. It's in the sky right now. Because when you go and get on the Yggdrasil,
You're up.
Yeah, they've modified it so it can fly now, which is very awesome.
Which is pretty.
So
sweet.
they are
You
up
can
in
go
the air.
anywhere.
So they use the word nearby, not underground.
Yes, in the Japanese it's just Chikakunu, which means
So
nearby.
don't put too much stock into the word underground.
Okay. I did it first, and then I missed it when I looked into the Japanese here. But yeah, specifically, Ellie went near a gear, and did the gears react?
The Omni
gears
gear.
moving. The
Omni gear in particular moved
Yes.
when she went by.
When she goes by, right? Yeah. So, right, that's interesting. And then I came to monitor them to keep them from making the same mistakes.
Foolish mistakes.
Right?
That's what Gaspar says. Yeah.
Yes.
Gaspar.
So this is the first time we've seen Gaspar, right?
Yes.
He's been monitoring us?
Apparently, yes.
That's interesting to know.
Or at least he came here from wherever he was before. I came here to watch over them.
Either way, he's been around, and we haven't seen him, but he's seen us. And he's purposely watching us, right?
I think so.
I have been doing that.
Either he's doing that now. He's come here now to do that.
Okay, fair
or
enough.
he has been doing it the whole time,
Fair
and we
enough.
just haven't seen him.
Well, I'm more concerned about Wiseman, what he says. So we'll keep going. Oh no, the gear started, and then Zephyr says, yeah,
Just
buddy,
as I thought.
mentioned. Yes, it is as I suspected.
With Ellie. As I suspected with Ellie and the Omni gear being somehow connected. Yeah.
So then Wiseman says, naturally, it did not disappear with the daughter, or with the woman. Sorry, I have the Japanese thing pulled up. I don't have the English. You read it in English.
Actually, I was wondering about this because it says it's a matter of course.
Yes. Well,
I don't know if he's saying it's a matter of importance, of course, or if he's saying it's a matter of course.
Meaning, well, I took that to mean that it's a natural thing. Whatever's happening here, it's only natural.
It's a matter of course, but the girl doesn't intend to write it, just like her.
Yes.
She knows it she knows it unconsciously, the existence within her.
Yes. So he says like her. So like her. Okay, whatever. So Sophia is in Ellie somehow. Right?
Yes.
That's what I've gathered.
Yes.
Sophia resonates with Ellie in some weird way, and Faye resonates with Sophia for some weird reason, and Faye resonates with Ellie for probably the same reason, and then Ellie has a past and Faye has a past, and whatever. This is the first time that I've come to a different conclusion about things than I had previously. But, so Sophia did not also want to ride in the gears, it seems, right? So Ellie, like Sophia, doesn't want to ride in the gears, but
Doesn't intend to, yeah.
doesn't intend to ride in the gears. Same thing with Faye. But she knows that Ellie knows subconsciously that Sophia is there somehow inside of herself, but not really. It's not to the forefront, but it's probably in a similar way that Faye knows that something weird is happening in his underground.
Whenever we try to get into the weeds on particulars of what these sentences are saying, I always become hesitant because
I know.
I almost want to know what it says in Japanese first because it could be mistranslated.
Now, this thing in Japanese, naturally, the daughter does not try to get rid of it. Her, just like her, the other her.
Yeah.
She knows it. She knows it unconsciously what the existence is inherent in herself.
What the existence is inherent in herself?
Yes.
See, that's very different.
She subconsciously knows the existence that exists within herself.
That's different.
That gives me
That gives me a different impression than this. It's a matter of course, but the girl doesn't intend to write it, just like her. She knows it unconsciously, the existence within her. I could see that being, she knows...
There's two separate sentences.
She knows about something about that gear.
About
that
writing
makes her
the gear.
not want to intend on writing in it.
This is more direct with Sophia.
She knows it unconsciously, the existence within her. If that had been combined into one sentence, we would have known that what she knows unconsciously is this existence within her, which is what that appears to be
This is talking about the existence, not just the...
Something about the gear that I know unconsciously I should be wary about.
I don't want to ride the gear, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So I don't think it's that she knows unconsciously. She has some unconscious feeling or intuition or knowledge about some other existence in her.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Okay.
So then Zephyr says, Ellie, just like her, right?
Yeah.
Sophia was the same, question mark.
Yeah,
right?
she was the same as Sophia, question mark. And then Wiseman says nothing in response.
Wiseman won't talk and Zephyr apologizes.
Yeah.
What Wiseman says is different though. Read the English real quick.
No, I don't mind. I'm not him.
Okay. So she apologizes and he says, no, it's okay in the English. But in the Japanese, he apologizes back to her. Because I think she's the queen,
she's
right?
like a queen.
So she says, I'm sorry, which was just sumimasen, which means excuse me. It's not really apologizing,
That's
it's
one
just
thing
a light.
I've been saying I've been reading Shogun, right? I'm getting to the end of it.
Yeah.
That they do all the time. Please excuse me.
Yes.
It almost feels like a formality
Yes.
in this excessive politeness that they have in their language, right?
It's
so
not,
if someone
it's not
says sorry,
sincere,
no, please excuse me.
Yes,
I'm the one who's at fault.
Yeah.
Is like the polite, formal way of talking to each other or whatever.
So he says, yeah, kamaimasen, which is like, no, I'm sorry, in a more actually sorry sense, not just the excuse me kind of thing. But he says, I am not he himself. I am not the person themselves, right?
Yeah.
This is the one line that I was really kind of struggling with because I'm like,
I don't blame you, man.
Because it's like, sorry, no, don't apologize. I'm the one who should be sorry. Is it I'm sorry because I'm not him, or I am sorry that you can't talk about this in front of him, or I'm sorry.
Okay.
I understand that, but also I'm sorry for telling you to not say this stuff. Were I him, then I'd be upset at you, right?
Okay.
There's like
I'll
three separate scenarios.
I'll put it this way. Zephyr here is being conscious and careful about how she refers to her in front of Wiseman.
And she said
and
a word.
Wiseman is saying, you don't need to be that careful about it. I'm not him.
Sure. Fair enough. That makes sense. So
would
that
have
makes more
been
sense. That makes it perfect.
Upset.
Yes.
By mentioning her. But I'm not him, so don't worry about it. But the fact that she is not quite sure about who him, whether if he's him or not. Yeah.
Well, and this is one of the weird things. So she's been on for 522 years.
This game is so confusing.
She should know certain things that she appears to not know. She was literally the same alive, sentient, conscious person during that time. And she does not recognize people.
There is a good reason for why she might be confused on this point.
Okay, fair enough.
That hopefully we will understand by the end of the game.
Hopefully.
If I've been good enough about building the context in the discussion. But her not being so sure about Wiseman's relationship to him makes sense when you know who Wiseman is.
Okay, fair enough.
When the mask is unveiled later, right?
Okay.
Because we've only seen Wiseman with a mask on so far.
Yes.
Right? Oh gosh. So it'll make sense later.
Okay, fair enough. Then we have...
And then Gasper says, I'm going to go take a look at their limiters, right?
Yes.
And so he removes the limiters from the party, and this allows you to unlock the last of your death blows, which is pretty cool.
Oh, yeah. What did you think about the way that was done? From the end of that cutscene until the start of the next cutscene.
Oh, because they have just the text on the black, right?
Is this disc 2 stuff?
Yeah,
Is this disc 2? Like, does it start now?
I don't know if this was a result of we're low on time and we can't make those scenes, or if this was how they handled a passage of time before, and he was like, we'll just do that on disc 2. Like, I don't know, chicken or egg scenario.
So which
here.
one? Yeah, which one?
I could see it being that it was like, this stuff that they're explaining with the text is not necessary for us to play.
No.
So let's just do a little couple paragraphs that explain this passage of time, and now we're on our way. And then when the disc 2 fiasco happened, he was like, I just have to do that
over and over
for the whole rest of the game.
For the whole game.
But yes,
felt kind of funny.
That's kind of where it's going.
Now, throughout disc 2, does Choo Choo continue to bogart the story like this and kind of take over and start to tell her own story?
No, I don't think Choo Choo does.
I was hoping this wouldn't be a thing that would just keep happening.
I don't think Choo Choo does any of the talking or narrating of disc 2, if I remember correctly. It's mostly Faye and Ellie and Seitan, and I don't think it's Choo Choo.
A waste of time.
At least I don't remember that. If there could be a good reason. Maybe I purged it from my memory, but I don't believe so.
Because they're like, okay, and then thus Faye got his limiters removed.
It does feel
and
funny.
Behold,
like
the time hath passed. And then Choo's like, and there was much dancing and partying, and what? This is an important part of the story.
Yeah, she's like their dangerous night. The Choo Choo's like dangerous night or something like that. Yeah, it was kind of funny.
Yeah, that was pretty funny. But then they say, oh, but I digress. This story's not about Choo Choo's, it's about the hero. Okay, back to that.
And then that's when you go get into my favorite part of almost any JRPG, when you get your airship for the first time.
Yes, it's always so cool.
Because
you immediately start going back to all the places you've been to before.
It's like, oh yeah, let's fly over there.
It opens the whole map up. Yeah,
I love the music.
Although the controls were different, though.
Yeah, you have to hold
it took me a minute. I was like,
triangle to move forward
I
or
was
something.
like, what the heck? How do I move this thing?
Yeah,
it was
you have
funny.
to hold triangle, and then I think it's
it goes
the
pretty
D-pad
fast.
up and down. Yeah.
Yeah, you start going, and it's like.
And they really do capture the sense of weight of the Yggdrasil. It's not like
it's
Final
like a boat
Fantasy
kind of.
airships, which can
Just
really
on a dime.
turn very quickly. And
Yeah.
and it's kind of like, ooh, there's like a heavy weight to it, so it takes a minute to like reorient when you're turning and
Yeah, it
up
felt
and down.
pretty cool.
It gives they do a good job of giving the Yggdrasil a real heavy sense of weight while you're flying it. And I just love that moment. I love that moment of, I have the airship now, I can go anywhere. Let me fly around and look at all the old places. Let me see if there's anywhere I haven't found yet, like if there's any locations that I couldn't have gotten to before. A real sense of adventure and freedom, and the world's opening up to you. I always love that moment. And I miss it. I really miss it in a lot of modern RPGs that don't have world maps constructed like this and don't have the ability to fly literally anywhere in the world. I wish it would come back more.
Me too, me too.
But in any case,
the mini people on a big map.
That's that's where we stopped for this
Well,
week.
I have some things though, because I did want to run this by you real quick about the limiters specifically. These are some of my notes that I put on, and you don't even have to answer the question. These are just the questions I have as I play the game. So, when I first heard the word limiter, I was like, oh my gosh. So I started typing some notes. Limiters, like an artificial thing that limits the potential of something. Chew had a limiter removed. Do the lambs have limiters? Is that why the Solarians think that they're better than the lambs? Is because while they may look the same, the lambs have an artificial genetic limiter put on them. And wise men, plural, were the ones who removed limiters. They're the ones who go up and remove limiters from people. And then at the very bottom, I put down, was this limiter innate within the human peoples, or is it specifically inserted into some of the people on purpose?
That one I'll wait to answer.
Okay, well,
but yes, the lambs have limiters.
I have a whole question. Okay, that makes sense. I think if Wiseman can insert or can take out limiters, he can also insert limiters. Wiseman being the person who brought us to Lehan in the first place.
Yes.
So that's where this next note comes from. I think Wiseman inserted a limiter into Faye on purpose. He then removes a part of the genetic limiter that he inserted himself during this part we're talking about. That's why Faye can't remember his past, because the limiter, Wiseman mentions only removing a portion of the limiter, not all of it. All of it would allow Faye to access his memories. That's what I think is happening. Maybe what keeps Faye and Ellie's memories from being remembered is a limiter that's put there. And then this is my last line. I'm not even going to look at you while I say this.
Okay.
I'm just going to not want to know, but this is what I'm thinking. Maybe Faye and Ellie are also 500 years old, like Zephyr. Maybe. Okay. Not looking at Mike.
So we'll learn the answers to all that last one later. Like, I don't want to say anything about any of that stuff at the end. That last note you did. That's all stuff we'll get later.
Not looking at you.
Well, good, because we're done anyways. So thanks, everybody, for watching this podcast. We appreciate you. And we'll be back again next week. It's been really hard to determine where we should play up to next time. So once again, I'll put it in the pinned comment. I want to try to get a little further. I'd like to try to get to more of that like 75% range. Like we're about 75%, 3/4 of the way through the game.
Nice, that feels
but
good.
that might be too much to cover in one episode. But I'll see. I will let you know in the comment. Pinned comment. Check the pinned comment. You'll know where to play to next time. Till then, peace out. Have a great week. See you next time. Welcome back to the State of the Arc podcast. My name is Mike.
My name's Kason.
All right, we're here to talk about Xenogears again for the 14th time, I think.
Is it 14?
Something like that.
Wow, we're getting along.
We pretty much covered today everything after leaving Shavat, all the way up until arriving at Solaris. The place I said to save this time was the first opportunity you get once reaching Solaris to save. So that's what we covered for today. So after leaving Shavat, you're basically headed straight to Nisan. And you discover upon arriving that Ave soldiers have overrun the place. All the people are gone.
Yeah, everybody's completely missing, yeah.
And so you have Bart and Faye and
Sigurd's there.
Sigurd comes up and kind of reports about what's going on. It seems that Shakan has come and invaded, has annexed Nisan.
Yeah.
And we're not sure where the people have gone.
And they kidnapped Margie too, right? Is that what happened
well,
here? She was there?
She was on the ship, but she got worried and she kind of left.
She left.
The Yggdrasil, but she hasn't been caught yet by the Ave soldiers. And so you go through and you kind of just like take out like all the soldiers that are kind of there guarding the place. You just like fight them all off, and basically make it safe in the city itself. And that's where
we kill all the soldiers.
kill them all.
Everybody.
Pretty much everybody.
Yeah.
And then, Sister Agnes meets up with you and kind of explains the situation.
Yeah, because we go to the cathedral, right? And there's like nobody there. Nobody's in the
Yeah.
whole town. Everybody's completely missing.
And so there was I made a note about this. There was a second sort of like narrated transition. The first one that we saw was in Shavat.
Yes, with the wise men removing the limiters.
Yes.
And
right.
so the wise men thence removed
Yes.
the limiters.
Yeah, that kind of thing, right? There was another one.
Yes.
Right after taking out all of the soldiers in Ave.
Yes, exactly, exactly. So we're starting to get him.
There's one note about this that I wanted to make here, and that is that there has been a little more clarification, or there was some clarification made back in like 2005 by Sorya Saga on who wrote like which parts of the Xenogears script. And all of a sudden this started to make a little more sense to me. It's not so much because you asked, is this the start of them like running out of time and not being able to finish the game on time or whatever?
Kind of feels like it. Feels like they're rushing through some things.
I feel like these examples are not necessarily that, but they are a stylistic choice of a different writer from the one who had written previous parts we've played. So we have like this guy in charge of these sections and this guy in charge of these sections, and we're seeing just somebody having a different kind of way of stylizing how they present the scenes, right? So the question came to Sorya Saga, who did actually write the script of Xenogears? And she said, Gears, mainly Tetsuya Takahashi did. I wrote the part of the script about Bart and his family, Billy and his family, and the former elements. Mr. Kato, so Masato Kato, wrote the part of Maria, Choo Choo, so the Shavat section, and Lahan Village.
And is this the Kato we mentioned last time?
Yeah, he was a writer on Chrono Trigger and a big story planner, story writer for Chrono Cross in particular. So Lahan Village, Shavat were two big ones for him. And then Maria's sortie scene was very impressive. She was talking about the parts that she liked about what he wrote. And then Mr. Tanagashima wrote the part of Emeralda, the Yggdrasil's crews, and the Element Girls. So considering that the first time we saw this sort of narrated transition in the game was in Shavat, I'm going to guess that this is kind of a Masato Kato thing who kind of carried over into this scene in Nisan as well. So I think that those sections are Masato Kato inspired, the narrating stuff that we've seen so far. And that then became a template to use to hurry through parts they couldn't.
They were like, hey,
later.
let's do it the way that director had done it. Okay, cool.
Because it just was the only way they can get through everything.
It's weird when you have not that for the whole game, and then that starts
All of a
happening.
sudden it starts happening.
I guess to some extent at the very beginning, after we see the intro, like anime movie, and then there's just some text explaining the world and the ethos and who's at war and who's not.
Yeah, I guess that was right at the very beginning.
That was at the beginning. We just haven't seen that for a while, and it just feels like we don't want to show this, so we're just going to tell you.
Yeah, it does kind of
like.
feel abrupt.
Yeah,
but I think it's a Masato Katoism more than it is a running out of time in these instances. That's my speculation on that.
Yeah, that's what I wrote. Now in Nissan, we're getting more of the same.
Yeah. So then you meet up with Sister Agnes in like the town hall building, and she starts to explain, kind of what's going on here. She sort of gives a reason for why Shakan was bold enough to do this. I think what she says is earlier, after everyone came out, over half the residents have fled from Nisan. After that, Shakan's position in the country was compromised, so he didn't care about reputations anymore and attacked this land.
Right,
And,
Shakan's got like an end game strategy kind of thing going on here. He's kind of putting all his eggs into this one basket because he's been subtly subverting Gebler in different ways throughout. And one of them that we saw early on is that he's looking for The jewel, whatever you call it.
The Jasper.
The Jasper. He's looking for the Jasper, and he has some info on what it is and where it is. And so he's like going all out here now. If this fails, then he's done. Gebler's going to kill him. Nobody is going to allow him to return. But he thinks that if he can get the Fatima Jasper, then he can like challenge Gebler and what?
With the Fatima Royal treasure, which is an omni.
The treasure. Yeah, the key to which is the Jasper, exactly.
And this was mentioned earlier during like the Ethos headquarters scene, but is again mentioned by Shakan when we meet him here in a little bit. He was a member of the Ethos himself. So, but he was of the...
Yeah, he was a priest.
He was of the hierarchy that was trying to subtly break away from Solaris.
And he mentions this, there are different, factions that want different things. But yeah, he was part of that group who had just been completely wiped out.
Yes. So at the Ethos headquarters.
His time was coming.
The, what do they call him? The Pontiff, I think?
Oh, yes.
The leader of Ethos was like assassinated, and a bunch of the priests and stuff who were part of this coup, not coup, but this group who were looking to break away from Solaris and actually end up like taking over. So he was a member of that group, and they all got killed. So now, this is kind of his last ditch effort at this point.
To survive.
He needs to get the Omni gear real bad.
Yeah.
So that's what he's doing here, and he's trying to get the Jasper so he can get down into the mausoleum where the Fatima royals are like buried. It's like their burial grounds, kind of.
Yes. So this is interesting too. So they mention, nobody's in town, everyone's in the mausoleum.
Yeah.
Right? I'm like, okay, that's interesting, fine. But then Bart says, well, the treasure is actually in the mausoleum, along with Father's will. I didn't tell anyone though. ... Almost as if it's just being brought up now out of convenience. But clearly this was planned ahead of time. It just wasn't. It's almost as if we'd forgotten all about the Jaspers and the Fatima treasure and everything. And then all of a sudden it's like, oh yeah, it's just been here the whole... it wasn't a grand reveal the way I thought it would be. It would just be Bart just said, oh yeah, I guess I never told anyone.
Yeah.
But it's here, so let's go get it.
Yeah.
Also, what's revealed through this conversation is that the Fatima Jasper is the former mother's retinas.
Well, yeah, that just the whole family line. They have these topaz blue eyes.
Yes.
That can be read by like a retinal scanner.
Now, I don't recall knowing about that earlier, but
no.
Yeah,
this
but
is where it's revealed
here
for the first time.
So instead of a stone, it's like an eyeball, basically. Like the eye is the stone. And this is where my thoughts first started going, of the fact that Bart lost an eye, right? Where I'm like, okay. Then I thought, who he lost the eye with.
Yes.
And this is wrong, but I wanted to throw it out here anyways. My initial thought was, oh my gosh, Sigurd is a bad guy, and Sigurd lost his eye but stole Bart's eye, and under Sigurd's eye patch is Bart's other eye. I was like, oh my gosh, he has the other... I was like half right that there's something to do with Sigurd, you know?
Sure.
But I thought that Sigurd was just gonna... I'm not trusting anyone anymore. I can tell. That's where I realized, once I realized I was wrong about this, I was like, oh man, I don't trust anyone in this game anymore. I have no idea who to trust or what's going on now. But I really thought like Sigurd is totally a bad guy. He's playing it. And he has Bart's other eye because he stole it because he knows the value and all that stuff.
Yeah.
So.
Not quite,
but it's a one-winged angel kind of thing.
Yes.
Which is really cool. We're going to hit that up in a bit, but it is...
So yeah,
it's very cool.
I took a couple of notes on this. So first I thought it was really clever that they hid what the Fatima Jasper is by giving Margie like a necklace pendant.
Yes.
That
where it was
all
like,
the enemies
the
like,
other
that
half.
must be it.
Yes.
Where's the other one?
That's
right?
very clever.
It kept
That's
them
very
all
clever.
like misdirected. The enemies were totally misdirected.
Yep.
And by calling it a Jasper, that gives the image of some kind of jewel or something.
Exactly.
And it's like, no, it's actually just the retinal pattern of this family line.
Right. And I mean, lucky them that retinal pattern was not a recessive trait.
Right.
It is manifest in the phenotypes of all descendants, apparently. So that's great. That's lucky for them,
good
I
for
suppose.
them.
Although there may be another explanation for it. But.
But yes, getting on to what you were talking about. The animus angel symbol with man and woman meeting each other.
Which is all over the
symbol.
mausoleum. Once you get in there, you start seeing those statues kind of appearing all over the place.
I took several notes on this. First of all, that Bart, it's clear that Bart needs to develop his anima more. When they were kind of deciding on who's going to go where, right? Obviously, he's going down in the mausoleum. Faye, you're coming with me. You pick whoever else. Everyone else go with Sigurd to retake Bledavik. Now that Shakan's in kind of disarray and he's all desperate and he's got a lot of his forces here.
Now's the chance.
Let's go take that back and we'll go here. Margie is like, wait, I'm going too. I'm going with you, obviously, to her. And he's like, huh? You don't have to. And he's like, oh, yeah. Because he realizes, like, he can't get in without her.
He can't do it.
Because he only has one eye.
Yes.
So she has the same retinal pattern, and so he has to rely on her, the two of them, man and woman together, to have both of their eyes scanned to complete the Jasper, which will allow them to get in.
My initial thought was, well, Margie could just do it.
She could just do it. That's true.
But something happens to her later, which is where it is cool how it ends up working out. I do appreciate it.
It all kind of comes together in this way to where it just pitches that symbol again, the need of man and woman, animus and anima, coming together. But at the same time, he just...
Oh, and aren't they going to get married?
Well, they're supposed to. I don't think they like talking about it.
I know, but
I don't think they like to think about that quite
yet. Yes, but that is the idea.
But that is the idea.
Okay.
I don't like the way he talks to her. Throughout the game, he's kind of been, he's been kind of condescending or demeaning in the way he calls her stupid and dumb.
Yes, dumb idiot.
And she kind of responds, well, oh, you're being so mean. Stop being a meanie.
Yes, but it's very playful. The Japanese is quite playful, actually.
That is a perspective that I understand, and it maybe reading it in Japanese gives it a different flavor.
It's still bad, but it is that type of condescension between what are almost siblings.
It's more
is actually more endearing than Americans would realize.
That's what it feels like a little bit. Is like the 8 and 10-year-old sibling arguing with each other all the time. Kind of a thing.
Yeah, you dumb idiot. But there's a lot less emotion to it. It's a lot more. Well, I don't really know how to explain it, but it's maybe. Well, Secret Garden, you have Kim Ju-won and Oscar, right?
Yes.
It's kind of on that level, the way Kim Ju-won really talks down to Oscar, but they are really close in a certain way, and they protect each other.
Yeah.
But just so condescending,
Right.
But it's a brotherly thing. It's just a little bit different when you think of it in terms of that, and when you understand the culture just a little bit more.
Right. And so
I keep using Korean examples for what I say Japanese, and I know that, but they're similar.
Their cultures are similar.
Yeah.
But it did strike me as just something that's in my mind because of all the Jungian influences that someone who's on the Eve level of their anima development will not necessarily treat.
That's true.
Women that well, or that they don't know how to communicate with them very well.
Sure,
right?
of course.
They kind of talk down to them and things like that.
Yeah,
that's what
treat
Bart
as less useful.
Strikes me as this 19, 18-year-old guy.
Sure,
who's not great at this yet.
Not great at seeing the value in others.
It really comes up later when Margie tries to pilot the Omni herself to help.
Oh yeah, and he's standing behind her calling her stupid.
Yeah, it's like she's like hurt, right? I think she gets shot in the leg or something.
Yes, she does.
And he says, "Stupid! Why did you put yourself in danger like that?" And she's like, "Oh, I thought this was the least I could do to help you." And he's like, "Dumb, stupid! You're the biggest fool."
Yes.
Really harsh.
It is very harsh.
When she's like,
it is so harsh.
Fatally wounded.
Yes, but Golly, man. You know this, but just to explain this to everybody else,
Yeah.
that it is, in Japan, the harder you are on somebody after they almost die, the more it means you love them. Right, yeah. And that's more or less true in English as well. But it actually, it's more endearing. It would be less endearing if he didn't do that in Japan. You know, when somebody almost dies and then...
Certainly the parents of a child who's in serious danger will be almost like angry
what were you thinking?
or like how, what are you doing? Don't you ever do that again? Type of like disciplinary
something like
down.
that. Maybe a little Mufasa to young Simba kind of thing.
Yeah.
The difference being after Mufasa's like,
Comes
you
out on
disobeyed me, I'm mad at you, get
Then
away,
he
and turns his back on him.
shows how much you love
Then he offers an outpouring of love, which Bart never does. Bart never does this, and it's a fair point to bring up. It is, it really is.
And I'm not
and
saying
it was kind of weird for me to read too. But as soon as I thought of it in the Japanese culture, I was like, this isn't. It's bad, but it's just not like as horrible.
I'm not even really bringing this up as a criticism of the writing. I think it's actually good because it ties into the Jungian anima development stuff
of his character
that I think could have been purposeful.
Yeah.
And you know, I don't like the way he's talking to her, but it doesn't mean that
like
I don't
on a personal level.
I don't think it's bad for the story or something.
This is funny.
To her this way.
This is a similar criticism I had for Squall, where I was like, I don't like him, and you were explaining, you know, the character, and I was like, yeah, but it's him. Anyways, it's a funny.
I think it's a good choice for that character, and I think that character works within the way that they do the enneagram types and the way that the Jungian philosophy or psychology works into this. It's just that it's tough to read because I feel for her.
Yes.
Because I know how she feels about him, and the way he's talking to her, I could see that being very difficult or almost traumatic to hear.
Yeah.
She takes it in stride, and she seems to understand.
That's part of what helps it to kind of land better, is that he's calling her stupid, and she's just like, yeah, well, you know, and not like really hurt by it, you know?
So, anyways, just something that I took a note on.
Yeah, that's good.
It's not like, you know, the super most important thing, but I thought it was interesting. So they go down into this mausoleum, and they have to both scan their eyes to get in.
Yep.
It's all powered down when you first enter.
Yeah,
There's
everything's
no
really
lights.
dark.
It's dark. You're kind of going through. There's no random battles. I really liked that. Where you could go through and learn the layout of this dungeon map.
Yeah, running in the circle.
Before being interrupted by
enemies,
battles and enemies and stuff.
Yeah, I really like that.
So this was the first time yet in the game where I could get a really good sense of direction for the map.
Okay.
Without the interruptions, without getting lost and being like, oh, where am I? Where have I gone? I got a really good feel for how this place was. I ran around all the places, went in all the rooms, no interruptions. Okay, I know where I'm at. No matter where I am, I know how to get back to the elevator. I know where this is at. I know where the control room is. I know. I got a really good sense for my surroundings in this place. So I kind of liked that. Any other people designing JRPGs out there, you know, maybe keep this in mind as a flavor, a different flavor for a dungeon, to have it be seemingly peaceful.
Let people run around.
Let them run around and explore.
Maybe there's a few doors that you can't open because of the power down.
And then power comes back up,
Open it all up.
The torches get lit or something, and then the enemies come out, and then you can kind of go through and have the.
That's true. I basically never see that. That's very.
Yeah, I like it. But what's really cool, and because after you get the power restored, right, you go back into the command room.
Oh, with all the
center
buttons.
or whatever.
Yeah.
And the actual structure itself, the mausoleum, surfaces above the ground and is sort of floating there. And I wanted to ask you, did you notice anything about?
Yes, I did. It looks like a thing that we saw at the very beginning of the game. But it looks specifically like the command place where the dude was, the captain, right?
So I'm gonna put this on screen. And then they get shot down by...
Oh, no way. No, I did not. I thought it was because I saw the command center and it looked similar to this.
Yeah. It's the actual cannons, the guns of the Eldridge.
So it's the defense system of the Eldridge.
Yeah.
Is what the mausoleum is.
Now, there's one other thing I wanted to look at here. Is does it show them like actually coming up out of? Yeah, like out of these little holes here. See how it kind of comes up like that?
Whoop. Yeah.
Yeah, and they sort of fire.
Choo.
This is the mausoleum.
Wow.
One of these things is the mausoleum. That's the structure.
So I thought it was the command deck because they kept calling it the bridge, and it looked similar to where the captain was.
Yeah.
But it's this. It's one of these.
One
That's
of these
super
gun
cool.
things. One of these cannons that shot down all of those ships.
I should watch the intro again soon.
So there you go. That is actually what this structure is that was underground that they were using as a burial ground mausoleum for their Fatima royal family.
And apparently there's a multiple of those probably.
Yeah. So this came obviously detached from the hull of the Eldridge when it crashed and got like buried underground or whatever, right? And it was discovered by people at some point. So anyways, really interesting. But I also took note of the use of the track Flight. Remember we talked about this last week. It uses the leitmotif of
the song, yeah.
That it was tied to Maria and her father. They used that music again as this thing is coming out of the ground. And it's just like, Masato Kato, what are you doing?
Yeah,
Anyways,
what does it mean? Interesting.
I feel like this track is the most misused song in the whole game. Just over and over again. Because, and I want to make this clear too, like, it doesn't matter if you have 100-track soundtrack like Suikoden or something like that, Suikoden 2 or whatever it was. Even where you have like hundreds of tracks, over 100 tracks to use, you're going to reuse some of them at some point.
Yeah.
I just prefer that be your stock danger music or stock escape music or stock sound
not
music.
the character themes.
Yeah, not the character theme
or the moment themes. Yeah,
misusing some of the plays.
Yeah,
that's really all it is for me. Okay, so then you meet up with Shakan at that point.
Yeah, I also took my notes. Now, when you first played this game, how surprised were you that Shakan had been using you the whole time? Because for me, it was this much.
Not surprised.
I was not surprised. I took a note as I was playing this game. I said, as we go through this, I can't help but think Shakan is using us to get at whatever the treasure is.
Yep.
And then, oh, wow, Shakan, such a surprise at that time.
Yep. I wanted to ask you about some of the Japanese in their conversation.
Ooh.
Because when you meet up with them, you're like surrounded by soldiers, and this is where Margie kind of like slips through and runs away to the gear.
Yes.
And it's like, Shakan's going to go after her while he leads you to the soldiers. But while you're talking to him, he's explaining his plan and his part in the ethos and the fact that there are, just because the ethos headquarters got taken out doesn't mean like, his plans are necessarily ruined or whatever. He's explaining all this, monologuing as villains tend to do. But Bart says something to him about killing himself honorably, that he should kill himself honorably, and what a fitting death for a clergyman. And I couldn't help but think that this would feel more correct in Japanese, where like seppuku was a concept in their culture.
While you're still honorable?
Because like honorable suicide is really a very samurai Japanese thing, but it can feel a little out of left field in English. And so I was just wondering how he says that in Japanese, because it just came across as a little odd to me in English.
It says, well, why don't you just die? I mean, that's what this is telling me here. So instead of specifically seppuku, it just says here, this is shi, this means to die. So, shindemo shitara douda. So why don't you just die? Shindemo shitara douda.
Does he say that that's fitting for a clergyman or anything like that?
Yes, and then the next line here, yes, that is a more suitable end for the end of the priesthood, but specifically...
For the end of the priesthood?
Yeah, it's a more suitable death for a priest. It's a death more befitting of a priest. Yeah, seishokusha no saigo ni fuzawashize. So...
I'm just trying to think in what context that makes sense.
So why don't you just die then? It's a more fitting end for a priest.
Is that... How
well, actually, good question.
How is that true, what he's saying? In what culture is, like, suicide, like, appropriate for a priest?
You're right. So a priest...
I'm not saying that doesn't exist, I'm saying I don't know it.
rather than be revealed for how crooked you are, or rather than go back and be imprisoned in Ave because you're a failure, why don't you just kill yourself? That does seem like it's following that logic of the dishonor. Like the only way you can regain your honor is to kill yourself.
I'm feeling like I'm missing a piece of context about Japanese history or some other culture maybe where priests commit some kind of ritual suicide as a form of honorable death.
I don't believe so, but it does follow just anyone in Japan. It's not just the samurai or anybody like that. It's anybody. If you do something wrong, now I always have Korean examples for this stuff just because I've been studying Korean lately and not the Japanese. But when the Sewol ferry sunk, you remember that? There was a ferry going from southern Korea to Jeju Island, I think, and there were a bunch of students on it, and about 300 people died because they overloaded it with stuff. That happened about four years ago, maybe. And it kind of listed, and it started to take on water, and the whole thing just sunk and killed like high school students, like tons of young people. Crazy. And the person who was in charge of the operation that decided that they were going to overload these too much with, they had like crates, like extra cargo was on it. He killed himself like the next day because it was not going to be good for him. And like, he's just a business guy. He cut a corner. He knew he cut a corner. Everyone now knew he cut a corner. The only way for him to redeem himself and die an honorable death was to end his own life right then and there. And that's ingrained in the culture. So it's not, but I would say this didn't apply often to priests, but really anybody, just like me or you. Okay. If we did something that brought our family shame, the only thing to do is to restore the honor, is to end our lives and start again through the reincarnation or something.
Yeah, I mean, that was obviously very strongly believed and adhered to during the peak of the samurai and stuff.
Yes, very much so. But it's still, in general, East Asia has some of the highest suicide rates in the world, and this is at least in part the reason why. Like it's
some
really
kind of remnant of that.
Yeah, remnant of that. Yeah, because they don't really believe a lot of this stuff anymore. But yeah, there's a remnant left over, and priests are not exempt from the culture.
Okay.
Anyways, that's all I got, because it's not like a priest thing. I don't think you're missing much.
I was curious because it sounded weird in English.
Yeah.
Okay, so at that point, Margie had split to go pilot the Omnigear, and there's another retinal scanner that Bart needs to activate.
Ah, yes.
But he doesn't have Margie, so he's like, oh, I've only got one eye, what am I going to do? I can't do this.
And Margie kind of just took off running to go make sure the treasure was safe,
And so Sigurd steps up, and he's like, I can do it. And he's like, what? Like, how is this
possible? On one
possible?
condition, don't ask me any questions.
and so his good eye,
but see,
Sigurd's good eye,
I was
Bart's
like, oh,
eye.
he's going to flip up the thing and show that he has Bart's other eye. I so thought that was going to happen. But it was just his natural eye.
His good eye.
Sigurd genetically has the Fatima Jasper.
The Jasper. He's got the retinal pattern, naturally. And so Bart's like, wait a minute, how's that possible, right? And he's like, we don't have time for this right now.
No time.
So you go over and or Bart runs into the Omni gear, and this is kind of that scene where I talked about where he's talking down to Margie. But he's trying to figure out how to pilot it. And he's like, there's no controls. Like, this is not like a normal gear. I don't know what to do. And this is where Seitan kind of puts it together that, remember how when Ellie passed nearby the Omni gear and Shavat and it like responded to her?
Yeah.
This is like some kind of mental thing. You just think what you want the Omni gear to do and it'll do it.
And it does.
And this is, we talked about in the other episode, I think a couple weeks ago, this is what Nikolai Balthazar was trying to
like replicate, right?
Yeah, was trying to like manufacture in Solaris, where they could just instead of like this natural mental connection with a gear, like this is kind of a trope of like mecha anime and stuff, that you have to like sync with the gear. It's like you are one with the machine.
Yeah,
kind
and
of
they
thing.
explain it a little here. Some technical things where it's like the thought between thinking you're going to shoot and then shooting, that's it. There's a latency there.
Yeah.
The signal needs to go to your arm, and then your arm needs to shoot.
Yeah.
Wouldn't it be great if the signal just went straight to the gear,
Yes.
and the gear just did it instead of putting a middleman, which is your
Yes.
physical body, in between?
Right.
And so they explain it like this is part of what makes these gears so powerful. They're so quick. You can react so fast because you just think and it happens.
And so that's what Nikolai Balthazar was trying to like manufacture for their soldiers. But this is a natural mental connection. So Bart is just able to think, and the gear just responds to what he thinks. And
which is great, because this is how Margie was able to use it, was that she was just sitting in the gear, and they started to attack her, and she was just like, no, don't do it. And just that reaction, like that powerful emotion of, I'm going to die, something save me, activated the gear to actually do it, right? And so it's like, you've got to be really intense. Same thing with Bart. He sits there, doesn't know what to do, but as soon as they attack him, he like is able to pull off something that he doesn't even know.
Defends himself against the beam from the E-tone enemy there. So you beat people up. You beat Shakan back, right? You don't kill him yet, but you beat him back. So it's a success. We obtained the Omni Gear, the treasure, royal treasure.
Yeah,
and
there is one other Japanese thing here that one of them at some point says "out of the frying pan and into the fire."
Yes.
I got very curious as to what the Japanese was there, and it's almost the same expression, but not quite.
Okay.
It's mizukara hi no naka ni, so from the water to the middle of the fire, which is from water to fire, but I believe it's referencing boiling water.
Like boiling,
yeah,
like a pot.
Because at first I was like, water to fire, okay, like you're drowning, and then you're not drowning, but now you're, but I believe it's probably more of a reference to you're boiling in the water and you fall in. So it's very close. But often these analogies are very different. So this one's actually pretty close.
That's when Shakan is commenting on the fact that Margie slips past. So Margie gets past, and he's like, "Whoa, where's she going? Out of the frying pan into the fire." Kind of
go get her. Yes, he's using a lot of those kinds of sayings.
So okay, so we get the Omni Gear, and we're meeting up to talk about what to do next. So Sigurd then informs the party that there is a Solaris gate generator nearby. They've gathered some intelligence, and there's this cave real close to
just
Nice
like right west of them.
And they're like, down in that cave is one of Solaris's gate generators. So we should go take that out, because if they're trying to find a way to get to Solaris now that they have taken back Bledavik, they've taken back Ave. Because that was the plan from the beginning, right?
It was. I had heard words, I can't remember which ones, but of there were keys. There were some certain keys, or maybe they said, was it keeper? I swear it was a key that they had referenced. But
at which part?
There's a word for it. It's not Solomon's key. Was it Solomon's key? It was a different.
Oh, Geisha key.
Geisha key.
Maybe the Gaza Ministry has said something about that.
Okay,
so far.
in which case, who freaking knows? But I thought we were going to unlock the gate, but it seems like we just destroyed the whole gate.
The gate generators. It's kind of the same thing that happened with Shavat, where, what's her name? Dominia had like diminished its potency. It went down to like 70%. And that allowed some of the enemy gears to kind of get through and target the gate generators on Solaris. And that's what we defended with our 4 gear guys.
Yeah.
We defended those gate generators.
Yes, that's right, that's right.
So that they wouldn't be able to get their whole force in.
So it's that same kind of technology.
It's the same concept where we're going to damage or destroy these gate generators. That will lessen the strength or potency of Solaris's gate. And with Siebson, it is powerful enough, its cannon to
just like blast through,
bust through it and get us in. That's kind of their plan here. So they head over there, go in, and it's pretty short. There's just a couple of rooms.
Yeah, super short.
And you fight Shakan in his gear in there. And, you know, he kind of goes on some diatribe here about how, like, Ethos was managing these gate generators, not really knowing what they were, but they found some other purpose for it. And he's, like, going to unveil that. to you now, and he like connects his gear to the gate generators to draw
get
power.
extra power, yeah.
But then like there's some kind of malfunction, or it's not working as it should.
Right.
And he's like, no, how could this happen? There should be no errors. And Bart's like, if my dad knew that this idiot was like,
who's the one who tricked us?
he would like turn in his grave or something like that. And then
That's so funny.
And then Graf shows up to do his "Do you want the power?" speech for like the third time in the game now, and so gives Shakan a boost, a needed boost to face us, which doesn't work. We fight him and kill him anyways.
Yeah, we fight him and kill him. He wasn't too hard, but I learned. I don't know if I should say this at this point, but I learned a thing that I
Okay.
believe to be the case.
Okay. Here's what I'm going to do about this, because there have been some people. I don't want to do this too much. Okay, this is a. Hold on to what you're saying. This is a total tangent for a second.
Okay.
I'm really trying my best not to say too much and to spoil or ruin future twists or something like that. There are some people who think I'm doing that despite the fact I've defended myself in a couple of episodes ago.
All right.
So I will try, and here's what it is. Here's what I realize we might have gone wrong.
Well, I get a kick out of guessing.
Yes.
What's going to
I want
happen?
you to still be able to voice and guess what you're thinking.
Because that is what the story has led me
And
to,
maybe
right?
at some point you'll guess things sooner than other people. So we will put,
yeah.
we'll try to put more spoiler warnings in places where you are going to guess at a thing.
Despite the fact that I may be
You
completely
may be wrong. But even because some people are just very sensitive to spoilers. And my default answer to that, is if you are that sensitive to spoilers to where you don't even want to hear someone who hasn't played the game before guess at the answer, and you want to know nothing, you probably shouldn't watch the podcast. You probably shouldn't watch any videos. You should play the game first and then come back. If you're kind of more like me and you don't want to know like the major twists ahead of time, but you do like to make sure that you're picking up the setups.
The breadcrumbs.
You want to make sure that you're
Yeah.
on the right track so that you'll understand the context when it comes up, then this podcast might be good for you. If you're not as sensitive to that stuff, like I'm not,
Right.
this is probably a good format. If you really don't want that, don't watch, but I will also try harder to put up more spoiler warnings for this kind of thing that you're about to do.
Okay.
So here it is, that's the warning.
Well, I could just say something along the lines of, I don't have to say what it is.
Yes.
What if I just say, I think I know who Graf is now?
Okay, you think you know who Graf
But I
is now.
don't have
is
to
the
say out loud.
non-spoiler is the non-spoiler version. Now look at the description for the time code so you can skip past the part where he actually makes the guess. Go ahead.
Well, but here's the thing though, because I don't want you to tell me.
I'm not going to tell you.
Okay.
I'm not even going to look at you.
Well, but then what's the point? See, now I'm starting
Because
to wonder.
it's
I'm starting
fun,
to wonder.
Because it's fun for people. Like
It's fun. I have a guess, but how about I just say that I'm pretty sure I know and just leave it at that?
Well, it's
But
up to
I'd
you.
like to explain how and why I know.
It's up to you. Because I know that you have a sensitivity to spoilers yourself.
I do,
So
I
it's
do.
up. So it's up to you. But I do think that it's fun for people watching, whose faces you can't see while you say this, to see people putting the pieces together and how they're going about it.
Okay.
So I think it's worth doing if you're willing to do it. If not, that's also fine.
Okay. I think Graf is Faye's dad.
Okay.
And I think that for several reasons, one of them being Wiseman and the limiters. So what I think Graf is doing when he shows up, giving people the power of the fist of the Garden of Eden, or the, whatever he does, it's the thing. He's got the whole spiel, right? The whole poetic thing he says.
Yeah.
He's removing the limiters from Shakan, as far as I can tell. He's like, oh, don't worry, I can give you real power that's already inside of you, the innate power you were born with. And I'm thinking the only people I've seen do that are the wise men. And the wise men, who we don't know of yet at the moment, I think, is Faye's father. And thinking back to the anime video shot movie with the colors, the red and the blue, I think I'm seeing some symbolism here in that Faye, his dad, and then Graf and Id are kind of all having a face-off. Faye's just kind of there, he's being passive, but Graf is there, and in between Graf is Faye's father, and Faye's saying, I won't let you have him. It's possible that Graf is Faye's father's Id, whereas Id is Faye's Id. Anyways, that's kind of where I'm going right now based on this, just based on this scene here. Once I see him giving someone the power again after knowing about limiters and about the wise men and knowing that wise man studied with Faye's dad, I'm sort of wondering if Faye's dad has kind of been taken over by his, alter ego. Okay, so that's where I'm at now, and you don't have to say anything.
So, one thing, a couple things I want to say regarding just Wiseman in general, right? When you brought up Wiseman's name and the fact that he could be part of the wise men of Xenogears, I was like, oh, fetch. That's so, that's so easy. How did I not see that? But there's something more to this. The three wise men of like the Christmas story, right? The three kings.
Yes.
Their
Bearing
names
gifts.
are Melchior, Gaspar, and Balthazar. And these names were used in Chrono Trigger as the three.
Actually.
The three figures from the time of antiquity that went to the super future or to the present or to, I can't remember the one. You went to some other time period, whatever. They went to all different time periods, and you meet one that's at the end of time. Yeah, who's standing underneath the lamp at the end of time. So Melchior, Jasper or Casper, and Balthazar. So we've met Balthazar down in Ave's desert.
And then Jasper.
And Jasper.
So then wise man would be Melchior.
Well, I don't know. I legitimately don't know. I don't remember this.
Okay.
But in any case, yeah, I never put it together that his name is Wise Man. I always thought it was a weird name, Wise Man.
Wiseman?
Because
Weissman?
he could be a member of these wise men. Who there may be more than three. I'm legitimately don't know at this point. I don't remember this. I don't remember
whatever Wiseman is.
When or
he
if
studied with Faye's father, and they have similar skills. Right?
I don't remember when or if we met. When or if we will meet Melchior in this game. I have no memory of that. So I'm as lost as you, or would be guessing to try to give an answer to that.
Okay.
But yeah, it has occurred to me that there may be more than the three wise men in this game.
Okay.
Or there may just be three. I just don't remember.
Because if Faye's father isn't a wise man, but he has the power of the wise man, then that's good enough for what for my theory, right?
Sure.
As long as he has the ability to remove limiters, which as of now, I believe only the wise men could do. But Faye's father and wise man were basically the same person, so.
Right.
In fact,
so, okay. End of spoilers, I guess, now, at that point.
Okay.
Cool. So, Fetch, where were we? We destroyed the gate, the gate generator, and we killed Shakan. Finally, Shakan's dead. Yay. All, what's that song? All something, the witch is dead.
Oh, what?
How does it go?
Ding dong.
Ding dong.
Ding dong, the witch is dead.
Ding dong, Shakan is dead.
Ding dong.
Finally.
Oh.
So then now you can go back to, now they go back to Bledovic and Bart gives a speech.
Bart has a speech, but before that, so when we're in the cave and Bart is talking about how, because I think we had a hard time getting in at first or something like that. I can't remember exactly what happened, but Bart says something about how, no, we've got to do this because it'll be an eternal embarrassment if we don't. Do you remember seeing those words, eternal embarrassment?
I think so.
As if like, hey dude, we don't have to chase down Shakan, like it's no big deal, like just let him go, he's screwed. Like he has nowhere to go, he lost, it's over. But Bart is like, no, it'll be an eternal embarrassment. What did he say? Eternal embarrassment if we let them get away. So he's like, we have to let them get away so that I'm not embarrassed, right? But that's not what he says in Japanese, because that just sounds a little funny. It's not that. In Japanese, the word he uses is matsudai, which is more like shame than embarrassment. So what he's really saying, it's not that sure that he'll be embarrassed. It's that he'll be shamed eternally. He's like, I'll suffer eternal shame if we do not, fix this. So I get that maybe why he didn't want to use the word shame. We don't really use that in English so much. But embarrassment doesn't give the right context, the right connotation to the word.
It's not strong enough.
It's shame. He'll be shamed, not embarrassed.
Yeah. Just bring
that's
shame
funny.
to the whole family.
Exactly.
Which is a very, again, samurai Japanese thing.
Exactly.
So I was a little bit confused by this. I still am. I still can't really. I have a guess, which I'll go through, as to what results from this speech. But I was very confused at first.
Me
so
too.
he's speaking to the people, and he's talking about how his father's final wish was to make it a republic.
But his father didn't make it a republic.
Right.
It was just his wish.
It was his dying wish that when they recapture it,
Yes.
that Ave be made into a republic
Yeah.
and no longer a monarchy, I think. Now that
sounds right.
So
from
okay,
what I got.
that's what good guys do in RPGs. They make things into a
Yes.
democracy or republic.
Yes,
or
they
whatever.
abdicate. Yes, exactly.
Fine. After he's done giving the speech, Sigurd and Mason are like shocked. Like, what are you
Yes.
doing? I think Sigurd uses the word unbelievable, which is really funny.
Unbelievable. Well, in part for Bart, he's like, you guys came all the way with me to help make me the king, and I just abdicated.
Abdicated his first chance again. Now, part of this is Bart has to come with the party. He can't be a king and stay here and rule. He's got to
Right.
come with us.
He's
the constraints
gotta-
of the RPG means he has to come.
Exactly,
But,
exactly.
But Sigurd says,
What, the
shoot, what
people
does he
love
say?
you, right? I think he's saying, what I think Sigurd is saying
says,
is,
"Can't-
yes, it's a republic, but they're going to elect you to be the president.
Can't you hear the crowd outside? They have chosen you as their king.
Exactly.
You're going to be very busy." And Bart says Sig with ... as if he's like giving into it or doesn't know how to respond or something like that. And then Sig says, "Won't you need some capable assistance?" And that scene ends, and I'm going, wait, is it a republic or is it a monarchy? Is he the king or not?
He
I don't
comes with
understand.
us. He comes with us. Like, he's not doing his kingly stuff.
So
I took that as it's no longer, it's a republic now, but Sigurd is telling him, yes, but in republics, they vote on who they want to lead, and it's you.
And this is where I did a little bit, like a very little bit of research on this, right?
Yeah.
So, like, modern republicanism is very anti-monarchy, which is why
Yes.
I was confused by this. Because, like, do you have a monarchy or do you have a republic? I don't understand. But in classical republicanism, it was more about limiting the power of monarchies, not necessarily abolishing them outright. So it's possible that, yes, he is still the king, and also it is a republic, because they elect their king, if that makes sense. Which was a concept that I had just never thought
It's
existed.
not a king if you elect him, but, you know.
You don't vote for kings?
You don't vote.
Is what I was thinking.
I didn't vote for you.
You don't vote for kings. But apparently you did vote for kings
Okay.
in some classical republics.
Republics.
In some classical republics, I guess it was about limiting monarchies. I mean, they have a monarchy in Great Britain,
England, yeah.
right? So
It's not so powerful.
it
but,
doesn't
yeah.
actually hold any like real power over the parliament.
No.
But that has diminished over time. I mean,
Yes.
like, they used to have more influence than they do today, and
Yeah, and that same thing with Japan. Japan has an emperor,
yeah.
but has basically no power. Basically just an ambassador now, a world
So-
ambassador.
So what I'm guessing here is that it is still a technical monarchy, and that he is still the king of it. But there is also that power is not so centralized anymore. It is divided among what I would guess are elected leaders, and the king is a part of that. Maybe another parallel within Xenogears can be made to this, with Emperor Kane's level of influence over the Gazelle Ministry or something. Like, obviously, he's
They're a
the
little
Emperor
more totalitarian
Kane,
up
but
there.
the Gazelle Ministry still have a lot of say. They can disagree. They can move on their own.
Yeah.
It's not like Emperor Kane is like the
absolute.
end stop for absolute ultimate power within Solaris's government. And maybe that's what they're referring to here, is you're still the king, but you're not the king.
Okay, but either way, he comes with us, so he's
yes.
not there.
And this they elaborate not really elaborate, but there another hint about how this potential government might work is that at night he's really now preoccupied, Bart is, with trying to figure out who Sigurd is. Because he could use his eye in the retinal scanner, right, with the Jasper. So he goes and asks Mason first, and Mason explains, well, your father, before you were born, he loved this girl.
There was this other girl. Yeah.
From the east of Ignis or whatever, or west, I can't remember which. Anyways, had a son.
Yeah.
So
and then Bart's like, so my dad left her? And it's like, no, it's the other way around.
She left him.
She left him.
Right. And so, anyways, Sigurd is like the firstborn bastard son of Edbart the Fourth, Bart's father.
Yeah.
And so he's like his half brother, right?
Yeah.
So he goes out and he talks to Sig, and he's basically explaining to him that father's wish, it was, well, obviously to make Ave into a republic.
Yeah, but his will, right?
The way that he puts that is that he was to split his inheritance with his brother and with the people.
Yeah.
So
and it never made sense to him because he didn't know he had a brother.
Yeah, he didn't know he had a brother.
Yeah.
So I'm guessing that the power structure of Ave now is going to be like Sigurd, Bart, and some elected group of
that represent the people.
Yes.
And they have equal power.
And they all have equal power. That's my best guess at what the fetch just happened in Ave, because I don't know.
Hey, that's a good political observation
I
of
don't
how
know.
it might work.
I have no idea, because it was way not clear in the speech and in the dialogue that followed.
So. No, it was clear to the people, though. They were stoked. They were like sick.
Yeah, they were very excited, and they voted for him to be king. So apparently he can vote for kings. So there you go. So, but now they have to decide how to destroy the other two gates. And what they do know is that the formation of where these gates are located is in a triangle.
It's a triangle, yeah.
Formation. So they destroyed the one up near Nisan, and they know that the next one is
under
underneath
Ethos.
the Ethos headquarters.
Yeah. And so based on that, they have a 50-50 on where the third one is.
There's two possible locations of the third.
Yeah.
But they want to go after the Ethos headquarters one first. And they're trying to decide how to destroy it. And they said, well, we have what's called Fort Jasper now, which is the cannon from the Eldridge, right? That we were talking about. That probably has the firepower, but it's not located in a place that where you can actually fire on it. We'd need to come from above. And this is where, I don't know, I think this is something you can miss on your first time going up through the Babel Tower, but there's like a little control center as you're climbing it. You have to get out of the gears and go in there on foot, and you can press some buttons.
I did the
flips
first,
like a mirror thing out.
Yeah.
So that's where Citan would have gone, aha, there are these like mirror structures on the Babel Tower. We can position these in such a way to where when we fire the cannon from Fort Jasper, it will reflect the beam down straight into the Ethos headquarters, and we can destroy it like that. They're like, cool, we'll split into two groups, and Bart and his team will go to Fort Jasper. Billy will be the one to fire it because he's the gun guy. And then Faye and Citan will go over this way and go, position this mirror. And so as they decide to do that and they're moving out, we get another scene with the Gazel Ministry. And
this one's interesting. They're just ripping on what's his name
Ramses.
on Ramses. Holy cow, dude!
So I want to bring up the enneagram again.
Ramses deals with it okay though, as far as I could tell. Didn't like he was best, but it didn't break his world at the time.
He's definitely not going to show it to them if what he's feeling. But I want to bring this up right here. So Ramses, in my estimation, is a type 3, which is actually a lot of the elements are type 3. It's almost like a lot of the villains in this game are type 3.
Is type 3 a villain personality?
Type 3 is a villain personality in Xenogears world.
Sorry to all you threes.
So type 3 is the achiever performer. Their ego fixation is vanity. Their holy idea is hope and law. Their basic fear is worthlessness. And their basic desire is to feel valuable. So this is what I feel. I mentioned earlier. I feel Hammer is this type.
Oh yeah.
I feel like a couple of the Elements members, at least, are this type. Dominia and Dominia in particular. But which is why I think that she is so loyal to Ramses, because Ramses is this type. They understand each other.
Yeah.
Right? The temptation, pushing self to always be the best. Right. This is something that Ramses has been kind of obsessing about regarding Faye since the first time he met him. If you remember in that episode where he sees Faye for the first time, he's like, whoa, wait a minute, he looks different now, what's going on? And like, it kind of cuts away, or there's text over the screen that says worthless or something like that. Like, he has this sort of like recollection of someone telling him, we can gather now from this scene, that he's worthless, and he's so traumatized by that, and he's going to do anything to prove he's not worthless. So his fixation on Faye and his like, because before he seemed to be a very grounded military commander, very in command of himself, and then as soon as anytime Faye is mentioned, he flies completely off the handle.
Yeah. And yeah, I guess I still don't know exactly why that is, other than I guess he's 100 years old also.
Oh, well.
Apparently a lot of people are 500 years old in this game.
What we do know from the information we do have, the information we can gather, he was there when
on that day,
when
500 years ago.
No,
the day the strength of men failed.
The demon of Elru. When his gears and his guys were all getting killed by Id, right?
Yes.
Id was flying around beating gears up, and he was trying to fight back, and his Graf was watching, silhouetted by the red moon. You know that scene?
Yes.
So he obviously has some kind of intense rivalry with Id, who we now know is Faye. And he feels worthless because of this person. Like, he feels, what do you call it? Insecure or like inferior in some way. And he's out to prove that he's the best.
Yeah.
That's his goal.
So he
and
just
every time
gets his
Faye comes around,
butt kicked by
I
Id.
have to prove I'm the best. And so every time he has encountered Faye in the game so far, he has lost miserably.
Yes.
And in particular, in Ave, right at the end, right before you get into Kislev,
yes,
when the red gear shows
he
up,
is just
he got his arms ripped off.
Absolutely annihilated. Yeah.
So he's fetching pissed about the fact that he cannot seem to overcome Faye, right? So the vice or passion is deceit, the virtue is truthfulness and authenticity. Stress, disintegration with 9, which is Faye's type.
Faye's, yeah. So when he gets stressed, he becomes more of a 9.
Yep, and the reverse is true too. Well, Faye goes more towards the 6, but the 6 and the 9 and the 3 are all connected.
Yeah, they're all connected.
The little triangle thing, right? Right here, this symbol, triangle.
Yep.
So anyways, with that being established, yeah, the Gazo Ministry are calling him trash and useless and all of these things that he's most afraid of being.
The word they use for trash in the Japanese is the word jim, which means dust or dirt.
Yeah.
It also means trash, but the connotation is dust, which has a biblical reference, unto dust thou art and unto dust shalt thou return, something along those lines.
Yeah.
Because he was a lamb, right?
Yeah.
Who kind of rose up into the ranks.
Yes.
And then they're just reminding him that he is just nobody. Isn't Ramses?
I can't remember if Ramses is pure Solarian or not. I think he might be. But he was lower. He was lower class in Solaris.
Ah, so it wasn't that he was a lamb, he was just low class.
He was low class in Solaris.
And he wanted to change.
Like Citan was. Citan and he were in the lower class of Solaris.
Okay.
And he wanted to turn it instead of this like this hierarchy of like a class structure, he wanted to turn it into more of this meritocracy.
I thought they were all from
Sigurd was from Earth because he was
Sigurd got kidnapped.
The firstborn son of the king of Ave, and he got kidnapped. But Citan and Ramses were born.
Okay.
Yeah.
So they're just reminding him of how low he is, I guess.
Yes.
In that sense.
And so he takes this very personally, but he can't really do anything because he's injured from the last encounter with Faye.
But he's still going to.
He wanted to.
Well, Miang kind of talks him out of it,
Yes.
but he's like ready to go.
Ready to go.
Yeah, and the Gazelle just don't care. They're like, whatever he does, we don't even care. Like, he can go do it, sure. They didn't like kill him right then.
Yeah.
But they're just like, we're done with him.
And this is where the elements kind of come up and like, please let us do this for you. They're very loyal to him and endeared to him. And so they're going
kind of makes you feel bad when, when everything doesn't work for him again.
Yep. And so the elements say, don't worry, like we'll go take care of this for you. We won't let them destroy the second gate. So they split up. And
so we destroy the second gate. And then what happens after that? I feel bad for Ramses, I really do.
Yeah.
He has like he's doing his best and he's apparently really good, but he's up against powers that he does not fully understand.
I think that you're meant to feel that way about
Ramses.
I think he's meant to be a sympathetic villain in a lot of ways.
Kind of pitiful.
And I mean, that kind of really ties into his enneagram too.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, Dominia and Kelvina go to the Babel Tower and forget the names of the other ones. Talon.
Oh, Talon and whatever.
Seraphita, I think.
Yes, yes.
They go to the Fort Jasper and you fight them off. They don't succeed. But it takes 2 shots. So Billy
the first one
fires
misses.
First, and it was so funny because if you actually look on the screen where Billy's sitting in the chair,
it's
you can see the reticle is way off. The reticle is like freaking like, I don't know, like 100 yards off.
What are you doing, dude?
You can't fire yet, man. Center that thing. So he misses.
Yes.
And
he's the hot shot. He knows what he's doing.
And
So
Satan's
funny.
like, okay, like, you know, no pressure here, but you only get one more shot. So try this.
Dominia,
Let's
like
get it this
they're
time.
breaking through. Yeah.
So the second shot, direct hit, it fires back into the, right next to the headquarters, deep underground, destroys the second gate, and the elements are forced to flee. So yay, we succeeded at destroying the second gate generator.
Yep. So then we decide which side of the line the third gate's going to be on.
Sense to go.
One
to
of them, I thought it would go up there because there's a nice land mass in the middle.
It's like the pole or ice cap kind of thing.
And I was like, hey, maybe something like that. But apparently it ends up being the one underwater.
The ocean. Yep.
And do you feel like these gates all came like pretty quickly?
Yeah, you go through it pretty quick.
Because when they mention, hey, we got 3 gates, we're going to find out where they are,
would
we're
think
going to have to
they're
destroy
3
them.
dungeons.
It would be like a long thing, but it was pretty dang fast.
Yeah, you go through it. You destroy these pretty quick. The one underwater in particular, it's like, I don't know, maybe 4 screens total.
Yeah, but that one going through the tunnels is pretty long. But
it's like,
like not time-wise, but distance-wise.
You travel far because
you
you're
travel
like
a great
jumping.
distance. Yes, and sometimes there's a current that like pushes.
Yeah, there's a current that pushes you back.
So I got the feeling going through that because they had mentioned, I think it was the captain of the Thames. He said,
oh, by the way, this is coming now several episodes after people pointed out.
Yeah.
So apparently it's named after the river Thames, which is it's pronounced Thames.
Well, that's how they say it in the Japanese, Thames, but that's because they don't have the TH sound.
Yeah, because that's I guess it's after the river, and the river is spelled Thames in England, but it's pronounced Thames.
Ah, there you go. I got you. So they actually did spell it right.
Thames.
Thames.
They spelled it correctly, but it's just pronounced Thames.
Thames, not Thames. Yeah. Okay, good to know.
So we know that now.
I'm not reading the comments. Okay, so Thames tells us that some people go down there and never come back, right? And that they swear that it's alive, right?
Yeah.
And the way that the current kind of shoots in and pulls out gives the impression that these are lungs that we're going into. We're going into a cradle of life. As you go down the first tube, then it branches, kind of like the bronchial tubes in the lungs.
Yes.
And then you keep going and it branches again.
Yeah.
And anyways, it does feel like it's alive in different ways. And the way the current's going, it seems like the thing's breathing.
Yeah.
I thought there was going to be something crazy down here, and there kind of wasn't. But it did. It did have that feeling. It kind of felt like lungs that were alive. You get that imagery going down in.
So before you get to this third dungeon with the last gate generator, there's another scene with Krellian in the Gazel Ministry this time.
Ah, yes.
A couple of really, really important things here. Again, a lot of this stuff will sound like nonsense, but I just want to point out a couple things that are important to keep in mind.
Yeah.
So Krellian says, he mentions what's called the sign of the mother, mother's in quotes. He says her persona only appears after she reaches a certain age. And there's also a high probability that she transmigrated into the antitype. So before that, actually, somebody mentioned how the mother probably exists among the lambs.
Yeah.
And then they talk about this sign of the mother. Her persona only appears when she reaches a certain age, and that she's transmigrated into what's called an antitype. So the Gazel says the antitype, that woman from Nisan, or from Nisan.
Yes, who looks like
Sophia, who looks like Ellie.
Who looks like Ellie? That's it. Yeah.
Right. So okay.
I mean, that's it, right?
I'm going to put a spoiler warning just because people have been hounding me on this. So very short spoiler warning. But it's just going to be me talking about things the way that I have previously. I don't think it's a spoiler. It's right here. Okay. We know that Sophia and Ellie are connected.
Yes.
Right? So the mother is this type, they're referring to Sophia as the mother, right?
Yeah.
That this persona of the mother only appears at a certain age.
Yeah.
Right? So, and they're they are speculating that the mother is with them right now.
Yeah.
With our group.
Yes.
It should not be like a freaking hard thing to put together. They're talking about Ellie here.
It's
right?
not if you played the game up to the point, but yes, I did through reading. That's what my notes were. So the mother goddess has something to do with the Nisan lady, and she has something to do with Ellie, and also the colony girl is relevant. ... But I still don't get how.
Okay.
That's my note right there. And it falls apart with the colony girl, but I can tell, given things, that Ellie has some subconscious connection, and they've mentioned it before too. That has she woken up, something along those lines?
Yes.
She in quotes. I'm like, okay, that's Ellie. And so that there's some godlike power dormant within her, just like there basically is within Faye.
Yes.
Yeah.
Something going on with Faye and Ellie, and these other time periods, and so what they're talking about is Ellie here. They're referring to her. Something about her. They're speculating about her, right?
So there's an Ellie-like person 4,000 years ago. And
Well, yeah, because
500 years ago.
Krellian then
and
talks
then today.
about. Krellian is talking about here using the nano machine colony.
Yes, which is how Emerald is relevant.
Emeralda against them in this next gate
reveal
place, and he says that artificial organism, the nanomachine colony Emeralda, was a creation between the contact and the antitype 4,000 years ago.
The contact?
Yeah. So the contact is a new term that we want to keep in mind. But
it's like 100 things I need to keep in mind.
I know. But
right.
the contact, but the antitype, they've already, at least here, connected to the mother.
Yeah.
The sign of the mother, her persona, only appears after she reaches a certain age. There is also a high probability that she transmigrated into the antitype. So the mother is the antitype. Okay.
So, the persona within Jungian psychology is like how you present yourself.
I wanted to talk about this.
The outer presentation shell.
Yes.
So your inner self is whatever it is. You don't even know. Nobody knows.
Kind of your true self, right?
Yeah, your true self, but you have to discover your true self. It's not that evident, right? But your persona is what you craft according to your culture to make sure that you're presenting. So what people see as you is your persona, not your actual self, because that's deeper.
Yes.
You know,
it's like the mask that you wear to present yourself in sort of like public.
In polite culture.
At the workplace or even with your family, maybe extended family.
Well, actually, interesting note here, the games, the Persona games, they're always wearing masks. Like Persona 5, he's got that mask on. The idea of a persona within that game also comes from Jungian psychology.
Right.
And that's the idea, right?
That's
it's the mask. It's your mask, right? And everyone's always wearing a mask. You may think you don't, but you do.
Yeah. I wrote down, I copied something here from Carl Jung's The Archetypes and the Collective Unconscious.
Archetypes of the collective unconscious.
So he writes, persona is the individual's system of adaptation to, or the manner he assumes in dealing with the world. Every calling of profession, for example, has its own characteristic persona. It is easy to study these things nowadays when the photographs of public personalities so frequently appear in the press. A certain kind of behavior is forced on them by the world, and professional people endeavor to come up to these expectations. Only, the danger is that they become identical with their personas, the professor with his textbook, the tenor with his voice. The damage is done. Henceforth, he lives exclusively against the background of his own biography. For by that time it is written, then he went to such and such a place and said this or that, etc. One could say, with a little exaggeration, that the persona is that which is in reality one. I butchered that a little bit. One could say, with a little exaggeration, that the persona is that which in reality one is not.
Yes.
But which oneself, as well as others, thinks one is.
Yes, and that's important. That's important, far-reaching for your entire life to understand.
Yeah.
Your persona may be who you think you are.
Yeah.
And you aren't.
Yes.
Yeah.
Another quote from Jung. A kind of mask designed on the one hand to make a definite impression upon others, and on the other to conceal the true nature of the individual. Now, that being said, I'm not sure I understand the use of persona here.
I think what they're just trying to say, I think they're just using these as proxies for conscious and subconscious, that her consciousness is Ellie, but her subconsciousness is the
mother
goddess.
antitype.
Yeah. And I think that's because otherwise it doesn't make sense what they're saying, because
I see that
she
now.
would know.
I see that now.
But what they're saying is that she doesn't know.
Because I guess the reason I was
That's the way I
confused
took it.
is because it says her persona only appears after she reaches a certain age, but
The goddess'
the persona,
Right.
but the goddess, we're talking about the goddess is the real individual, right?
Yes,
the persona
yes.
would be the
So
mask.
Ellie is the goddess, but we're only seeing the mask. The actual goddess will come when she's of age, I guess. The actual goddess will take over the persona and shine forth
Take
as a
over
goddess.
the persona.
As a goddess.
Not that the
once.
persona appears, but the persona will be replaced by.
Yeah, that's the way I read it. That's the way I read it. Does that sound right?
I mean, that's what I would think a proper use of persona would be.
If they.
But I think that the way it's written, it's confusing.
Yeah.
Because it's saying the persona only appears after she reaches a certain age, instead of the persona will be replaced by the antitype.
But you can
after
wear a
certain
mask on top of a mask.
age. I guess you could do that.
But why would that's a weird thing.
Anyways.
But I believe maybe Richard didn't read as much Jung as
I think the idea is here that
Yeah.
the real person will emerge at a
will
certain
manifest.
age.
Yes, at a certain age. Probably 18, because
Which
Ellie's
is
17.
what Ellie is right now. Right?
Okay, then 19.
Yeah.
18 and a half.
When they reach maturity, the real individual underneath the persona, emerges.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, how Emeralda is relevant to this, I don't know. I thought I was kind of connecting a piece, and then all of a sudden, it was turned around at the end of this playthrough to where who Emeralda was kind of.
So, I'm just going to
turned
read
on
this
its head.
one line again. I think it's Crowley that says it. That artificial organism was a creation between the contact and the antitype
Emeralda.
4,000 years ago. Yes.
Emeralda was a
creation between the contact
between the contact
and the antitype.
And the
4,000 years ago.
4,000 years ago?
4,000 years ago. The Zebawim era.
Yeah.
When we went down underneath the ocean where we got her from.
So is
That
Ellie the
civilization.
antitype and we're the contact?
Okay.
All right. I don't need to guess. Sorry. I'm just.
We can probably attain some kind of reaction, is what he's saying. So it's like he's going to use Emeralda in this battle to get some kind of reaction from Faye, right?
But not from Ellie. Then the antitype could be something else. Okay, cool.
So, anyways, these are new terms.
They're going to see how we react. This is kind of funny though, because the gazelle's like, are you sure this is safe? What if the whole system is completely implodes? And Krellian's like, either way, we'll learn what we need to know, and she's useless to us after that point.
Yeah.
And it made me wonder what the Gazelle's original purpose was for this nano colony. Because it seems like they wanted it for something. Krellian shows up and says, no, let's use it for something else, and if it doesn't work, whatever you were going to do wasn't going to work anyways, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
That's crazy. That's crazy. And the Gazelle are just like, all right. Sounds about right.
This is the win-win situation here.
Sure, I guess. But they went to such great lengths to get this nano machine, and they're just willing to let it go now. But Krellian has that kind of influence. He has that kind of sway. When he tells them what to do, they kind of just do it.
Yep. Okay, so end of spoilers on that. Then you reach the gate generator. Esmeralda is already waiting for you in what I think is one of the coolest gear designs in the game.
Yes.
With those huge like wing antler things coming out of the head.
Yeah, very, very cool.
Super sweet.
It made her look a lot older, actually. I was thinking that she had aged quite a bit, and I was like, wow, that's a rapid developing nano colony or whatever. But then we see the sprite version of her, and she's just a kid again.
Have you fought with her on foot yet in the game?
I don't think so.
So I did a little bit of death blow grinding before going to Solaris.
I should have. I don't know why I didn't.
So I kind of grinded for everybody's death blows to finish them all out.
My party's too big now, man. There's too many people.
So one thing that's really cool about her is because she's made of nanomachines.
Yeah.
When she fights, particularly her hair will like transfigure into a weapon and like
that's pretty cool.
slice or hammer people.
Nice.
So she like kind of like morphs her body into different like weapon shapes because she's made of nanomachines, right?
Okay, cool.
So it's kind of a cool thing that like her hair is a big part of that when she fights on the ground, but she's got this hair in the gear that's kind of like these little green antler wing things. Each of the gears are kind of they like relate to the person who pilots them in some way. Like we talked about, Bart uses like whips.
Yeah, the whips.
And
Billy
Billy uses guns, and Faye and Seitan do hand-to-hand combat, and they all. I think even Ellie has like a baton or something, which is like her weapon on foot as well. Anyways,
baton's the worst weapon.
it's like an electrified baton thing. But anyways.
Yeah, but then there's that weird dude. I can't remember his name, but there's that crazy guy who just looks completely screwed up.
Rattan?
Yeah, Rattan. He is another experiment to put a consciousness into, like Siebzen, to put a consciousness into a gear, like not Siebzen. What was the 18? What's 18? Oxen.
Because he says, I would show you my face.
But I'm just a consciousness embedded in a machine. Yeah, this is my face now.
Yeah.
But it's weird. And the way he moves, I don't know if it's because of the sprites, but he just looks like jittery and just like not right, like something's wrong with him. And he doesn't do a ton other than go and report.
He's there to observe and collect data for Krellian. That's it.
Because I was thinking, what happens when we fight this dude? But it's like, oh.
He's just there to, he literally shows up to be like, okay, so I'm the scientist here.
Yes.
I'm going to watch you fight.
You fight you. Okay, yeah. Oh, yes.
Boom,
leave.
Very interesting. I must report this. Goodbye.
Yes, bye.
But he does say a couple of important things here.
Yes, he does.
Particularly after the fight's over. So he's like making his observations after you fought with Esmeralda's gear. He says, you should view it as a release of memory. He's talking about what's happening with Esmeralda in particular. Because she starts saying like Kim or something like that.
And she starts twitching.
And he's saying, you should view it as a release of memory or maybe a recording. It turned out just as Krellian said. It is a manifestation of the imprinting. At any rate, it is proven. With that, excuse me, I must report the results. Oh yes, go ahead and take the girl. Use her anywhere you like. After all, she is your daughter.
In quotes.
And then he pieces up.
That's crazy. So my note that I took there was, Emerald is our daughter. Scientist Faye wouldn't let them have her 500 or wait, 4,000 years ago.
Yep.
I remember when Ellie was on the floor, the door was shut, we're behind it, there's the green-haired girl behind us.
Yep.
But he says something interesting here about the imprint, that there's an imprint happened, meaning that she was created and we were there. She may not be our like literal daughter, but we were there when she was created, and so she imprinted on us as her father.
Yes.
So that's what I kind of took it as opposed to like a literal daughter. But and then she like disappeared or just was sealed away for like thousands of years.
Long time.
But this is dating back to the 4,000 years ago Faye, which now we know his name is Kim.
Yes, because she keeps
is
calling
very
him Kim,
interesting.
Kim.
Yeah, and then when he
he's
says
like,
I'm Faye, she goes, okay, Faye Kim, or Faye's Kim, or
Yeah, something like
Faye
that.
no Kim, yeah. Faye no Kim.
So, they're trying to like work it out. I thought it was really heartless of Faye. He's like, what the hell is it saying?
Yes.
Because she keeps going, Kim. His response is,
so
what
funny.
the hell is it saying? I was like, oh, come on, Faye. Come on, man.
Well, and then Ellie gets upset too because she's trying to talk to Faye, and Ellie steps in and like, hey, we just kind of showed up, and she's like, shut up, woman. Who's this old lady?
Who's this old lady? Yeah, that's right. I'm talking to Kim right now.
Which is funny because the person outside of the door, laying on the ground in blood, 4,000 years ago, appeared to be Ellie. And this is part of where I would make the connection that, okay, it's not an actual daughter, because I would have assumed that Kim and that woman had something to do with each other, but then Kim protected this girl, but the girl has nothing to do with the girl who died, who looks like Ellie. Otherwise, she'd have said, oh, and you're the other girl that I know. She didn't say that. She just cares about Faye. Right. So, and she's just a colony. She's made from machines. So she is not his actual mother.
The imprinting onto Kim, or Faye in this case, right?
Yeah.
She thinks he's Kim. And I think Seitan says something really interesting here. He says, for her, Kim means more than just a name.
It's like a title.
It's like a title thing.
Yeah, it's not
it's
just
more
a
like
name.
father or something like that.
Yes.
So this girl, Emeralda, thinks that Faye is Kim.
Yep.
Who she views or has imprinted
And
as a
Faye
father.
just kind of is like, we'll just go along with it.
Okay.
I'm like, all right, you can
Sounds
follow me
good.
around. Like, let's do it. I'm
You
Kim.
can come with us. Yeah, exactly. He just accepts it.
What did you think about the music for the Emeralda fight?
Oh, it's
It
beautiful.
was very slow and,
Yep.
and classical.
This
It was
is
not what I thought it
like
was
a
going to be.
battle theme.
Yeah, it wasn't
Yeah.
a battle theme at all. And that was my first hint that this is like, it's so unsettling when you enter a battle and the battle music is not playing.
Yeah.
And it just makes you kind of second guess everything that's been happening. Is this really a bad guy? What's happening here? Who is this person? Why did the music stop? It's more ominous. Like, am I gonna die like right away? Like something weird and important is happening. And so you got the use of music, then the use of the absence of music, and then the specific track that they play here, which is like, I didn't recognize it.
So
Did you? Do you know where that's from?
The title of the piece is called June Mermaid, I think.
Is this the first time that we've heard it?
This is the first time we've heard that.
Okay,
thing.
because I thought so, but I couldn't tell if it was based on a different track. Yeah, it's a beautiful song.
Oh, let me turn this up.
Yeah, it's a music box.
Yeah, like a music box.
So we get a music box sound, which elicits the image of a child, right? Of a baby in its cradle, in its infancy. Yeah, this was very unsettling to fight somebody while a music box is playing in the background.
That was used in that boss fight against Emeralda.
Yes, very cool, very artistic. I thought it was a very effective choice.
Yeah, June Mermaid is one of my favorite tracks from the game. There's a really, really good version of it on the Myth, the Myth album, which was like an orchestral Xenogears.
Nice.
Like it has like 6 or 8 tracks on it or something like that are different orchestral arrangements of Xenogears tracks. But in any case, yeah, June Mermaid. It's really great.
Cool.
Let's see.
Oh yeah. So then what happens, if we're done talking about Emeralda?
Yes.
Okay, so what happens then, I wrote this down because this is so funny. So Satan goes, okay guys, what do we do now? Somehow we have to figure out how to get to Solaris. And then a dude walks up. Sir, we got a transmission from Shavat. They found out how to get into Solaris. And Satan's like, great, let's go. There are a few hints that they were running out of time to really make this game,
Kinda
and one of
speeding
them
through
is
some things.
how they transition from thing to thing.
Transition how to go from where to here to this scene.
Because they know where they need to go, but the transitions, and then they're like, let's just have them, a dude comes and then they just go, okay? They just go. We got to move on.
I've always wondered about this because at least at Squaresoft, right? Because I've done a lot of research on how these games during this time period were developed. And it was not uncommon after the NES era to have like or after the NES, moving into the Super NES era and beyond that, to have multiple writers on different scenes.
Yeah.
So it's like you go write scene A, B, and F, and you go write scene C, M, and Q, and you go write, and so they're all writing different scenes.
Yeah.
But my question while researching this was, how do they then connect the end of this guy's scene to the beginning of this guy's scene?
And make it flow,
I always wondered if they would go finish their event scenario, and then they would come together and watch it and go, okay, and they would like talk between
determine
each
how
other.
to juxtapose.
How do we transition between those things?
Yeah.
And it seems like, again, this is speculation, but it seems to me like as they were running out of time, these guys were coming together. How do we transition? And Masato Kato was like, do a narration. Or just have someone call them in and they just know where to go.
Just tell them to go.
Because,
that
it does
sounds
feel
right.
rushed.
I don't know, but that sounds like that's possible, or plausible.
Because, I mean, if anybody has insight onto this, it's just something I've always wanted to know.
Yeah.
How do, because, I mean,
multiple,
script writers in film, that can be done by, sometimes 2 writers or something.
Right.
But it's not common to have like 4 or 5 different people writing different scenes.
So, yeah.
And then, I mean, maybe I'm wrong about that. Maybe that is the way scripts, I just not heard of examples. Because like
I know of
on
one
Lord
example.
of the Rings, you had
Fran Walsh,
Philip
Boyens.
Yeah, and then Peter Jackson.
Peter.
But he was not doing as much of the writing as the other 2. He was just kind of, again, directing over
he was the
scene.
director, but he would probably do this. He'd say, okay, that seems great, but I don't like how we transition.
Yeah.
Change this part to make it more smooth or something like that, yeah.
But I don't know, it's just interesting. It's a different approach to like writing than I think you see in other industries or even just in the West. You typically don't have like a huge team of writers like that. It's one thing to have a team writing the same scene.
Yes.
And someone writes and then they go, oh, I'm going to go through what you wrote, and then I'm going to go through what you wrote, and we'll pull our notes together and like strengthen the scene. It's another thing, you go do 3 unconnected freaking scenes, and you go do like these unconnected scenes.
And then you just write this one character.
You write this character's backstory, and you write that character's backstory, and somehow we're going to make those all work together. It seems like there would be a long process after it's all written to make it work, to make it connect.
It's amazing that this game is as cohesive as it is, given what you just said.
Yeah.
Because although that's probably true of a lot of games, that's probably, it's amazing that any game works, having different writers focusing on different areas and then coming together later to make everything connect. It's amazing any game flows and works.
Like, for instance, I mean, this is why it's, this is how you find, like, if someone plagiarized some kind of ancient document or something, right?
Yeah.
There's patterns in the way each person writes.
Yes.
That when you study that, you run it through your algorithm long enough, you can pick up there's certain habits or just like style of a way one person writes, and you can say, this person wrote this. This is not written by a different author who lived, 1,000 years ago. This was plagiarized.
Right.
Right. This was written by this person because their styles match.
And so they call it a voice, or but the style.
So
more or less,
when you have this writer writing dialogue for this character in this scene, but this writer is writing dialogue for that same character in this scene.
In a different scene.
The danger is that the character is not going to sound consistent.
The same.
They won't sound like themselves between different scenes. So that's typically why you don't want to have multiple writers writing dialogue and stuff.
Yeah.
You want one person
maybe
to write,
different scenario,
and you want a good editor, and you want, you can have a team of people who give voice as to here's how we should structure the story, and maybe we need to tighten this up or whatever. But usually you don't want to have like lots of people actually doing the words to page writing. But they did that in a lot of their games during this time.
Yeah. Yeah, have you ever? Yeah, I think you did watch this with us actually. Cowboys and Aliens. Remember that movie?
I don't think I saw that.
You didn't watch it?
I don't think. Dang. I think I missed out on that one.
That movie's based on a script that was bought and sold and bought and sold.
Steve Odenkirk
wrote the very first.
Which it was like, what
he did, and he's credited in the movie, although it is not at all what
script.
he had originally written.
It was supposed to be a serious, like.
There are probably 6 different like writers. Well, I can't remember exactly how many. You guys would have to look it up. But there's a lot of writers credited on that
Movies,
movie.
yeah.
And that movie was as disjointed as any movie that you'll ever watch.
Yeah.
It was all right, but it wasn't a very good movie.
Yeah.
And that's possibly the reason why. There are too many hands. They say too many cooks in the kitchen, right? Each one has their own ideas of what to do, and then how do you get a cohesive whole out of that?
Yeah. So, anyways, that could be a result of that. How do we transition from this to this? I don't know, man.
I don't know.
He gets called in from Shavat. They figured out what to do.
Okay, now let's go. Because I already thought destroying the gates was quick enough. Now I'm like, okay, well, getting to Jebler, that's going to be the. Oh, okay, all right. We're there before we knew it. Like 10 minutes later, we were in Solaris. I couldn't believe it.
Yeah.
So that all happened kind of quick. But
you all go meet up in Shavat.
Shavat, yeah.
And they basically say, Maria, you're going to pilot. Here's one thing I noticed. I don't know if you picked this up. I was actually watching some old footage as I was editing. Maria is never actually inside of the Seebsen.
Yes, she stands on top of it.
She stands on top of it.
Yes.
Even from the first time you battle her.
I did figure that out.
She's always standing on top of its head.
And so she pilots it via her brainwaves outside of it.
I'm actually not sure if she's piloting the Seebsen. It has its own. Remember, because
but she tells it what to do, though.
I think so.
It will only work for her.
I don't know if it's. I don't know if she's brain
if
connected
it's that
to it,
kind of gear,
or
I see
if
what
it's
you mean.
like it just does what she says.
Yeah, I think you're right. Because it's
programmed
like
by her father
in some way.
And so but she's never inside of the gear. She's always standing on it, almost like it's her
flying
pet or something.
Like 1,000 miles an hour over the ocean, she's just standing on top of it.
Which is interesting.
But I think that's a good point, actually, because the mind connection was being researched. She would have had to put her mind into the thing in order to just control it by her mind. Because her dad didn't figure it out.
Nikolai put like his own mind into the Seebsen.
Yeah.
So anyways, it was just interesting. I hadn't
noticed
that.
And did Oxen. He kind of did both. He put a little here.
Is like his actual body is inside of that.
Is like merged.
So his current like brainwashed
so he like
Nikolai
hooked it all up.
Is wired into that one.
Okay, that makes sense.
But I think that he did some kind of like consciousness copy
it seems so.
Or something, or just some part of his personality or some recording of himself went into the Seebsen.
Yeah.
And that, anyways.
It only listened to her. That makes sense.
I expect that someone will probably correct us on this point in the comments.
Okay, we can.
Because I'm not 100% sure on this. But it's just, I found it interesting. I was like, oh my gosh, she's never actually inside of the thing.
I noticed this last time I noticed that she was on top of it. But.
And I mean, it's been that way. I mean, it's in battles, like when you're just fighting and you got her in the party, like she's her little sprite just like standing up there on top of the thing as it fights.
That's cool.
So, yeah, interesting stuff. But she's going to break through the gate. Because
she has her particle cannon.
The cannon that's going to actually be able to break through. So they all plan on that. They settle on that. But this is where they start to, this is pretty explicit, they start to really start casting some doubt on Seitan.
Yes, directly. And Billy does it. Seitan's going through his own internal thing. And then
Yui and
Yui, that's it. Yui's like, are you sure you can really
Jesse too.
Do the thing you need to do?
So I copied some of the dialogue here. So he's having a conversation with his wife, Yui.
Yes.
In Shabbat, up on the top tower thing. She says, "You're going, aren't you, to Solaris?" And he says, "Yes, I've chosen my own path. There's no turning back." And she says, "You will be hurt. They will also be hurt." And he says, "Indeed. But I could not find any other path to choose. If I happen to be overcome by the dark side, at that point, I've already..." And then he kind of trails off. She says, "Don't say anything more. I already know."
Right.
And then she gives him a sword.
Yes.
And it's like it's almost like ceremonial.
Yeah.
She gives him a sword and he takes it. And then the next scene is the really interesting one. He's like walking down the stairs from that tower where he was talking to his wife. He's like going down the stairs from there.
Billy's there.
And Jesse is
there.
Jesse.
I say Billy. I meant Jesse.
He's sitting there waiting for him. And he says, "Listen, Hugo, I'm going to Solaris too. Don't misunderstand me. It doesn't mean I'll help you. I don't know what you're thinking or trying to do, but if you take their side, I'll kill you without a doubt."
Yeah, I will shoot you in the back.
Even in the back.
Yes.
And
so that's his reason for going.
Yeah.
Is to kill Seitan.
He's keeping
Jesse
his
is
eyes
going
on Seitan.
to kill Seitan if Seitan does anything funny.
Takes their side.
Yeah.
And Seitan says, yes, I'll be counting on that.
So it almost sounds like Seitan has an id within himself that he can't control either. And that if something happens, he's like, do away with me. It's what Nikolai did. It's kind of a theme that seems to be happening here, where it's like there is something else that I'm working on, but if I can't do it, then you kill me, right? Kind of thing. So whatever happens, if Seitan turns or does something, it almost feels like it's not necessarily of his own conscious volition.
He's worried that
something else
might overcome him.
Is going to overcome him, yeah.
And there's a lot of mystery surrounding Solaris. I mean, he and Sigurd have explained a little bit about the things going on there, but now we're going there ourselves, and we're going to learn what's really going on inside of here. We're going to get more of the secrets of Solaris revealed, and that's for next week.
That's next time, people.
Again, I will pin as the top comment where to play up to next time. I would hope that we can get all the way through the Solaris section of the game.
Oh, sick.
To where, at least up to the point where we leave Solaris. But I will determine that for sure based on how much content there's going to be to break down, and there's going to be a lot. There's going to be a lot. So I'll let you know as the pinned comment. So anyways, thanks for watching, everybody. Appreciate you very much. And we'll see you next week. Hi, everyone. Unfortunately, we had another technical difficulty on this podcast. Kaysen's receiver on his lapel mic ran out of batteries about halfway through this. We split this episode into two again. It was a really long recording, about 4 hours. So the first part of this, about halfway through it, Kaysen's mic will go out and the audio quality will change. Up until this point, I've been able to get away without having to actively monitor our mics while recording the podcast. It can be a little bit distracting. This is why it's nice to have somebody behind the camera monitoring stuff, but we're not there yet. In any case, I always replace the receiver on my mic and his mic at the same time, so I don't know why his went out so much earlier than mine did. But in any case, it happened. From now on, I'll be wearing headphones while we're recording, and I'll be monitoring our mics live while we record the podcast. So it won't happen again. And apologize for that dip in quality about halfway through this episode, but the following episode will not have that problem. So thanks for your patience, everyone. Hope you enjoy the podcast. Hi, everyone. Welcome back to the State of the Arc podcast. My name is Mike.
My name's Kaysen.
We're here to talk about Xenogears. But before we do that, Kaysen had a birthday.
I did.
Yesterday.
Just
correct?
one day ago.
How was it? Was it good?
It was a decent birthday. Had better.
Is it? You've had more beastly birthdays than
Had
this?
more beastly. No, my granddad came up from Mississippi. And that was fun. He and I shared the same birthday, actually.
Oh, you have the same one?
Yeah, me and my granddad.
Because my brother has the same one, too.
Yes, and I actually know a ton of people who have
with October 6th?
Specifically that birthday, yeah. The guy I just hired at where I work at, he's October 11th.
Nice.
Pretty close.
Nice.
And then, crazy thing, my grandfather's grandfather was also born on October 6th. So there's a weird kind of
we need to do an investigation.
Synchronicity. We also all have the same middle name.
How many people who watch this podcast are born on October 6th?
Please, yes, raise your hand. Type 6 in the comments if you were born on October 6th.
just the number 6.
Just the number 6.
If you were born on October 6th.
We'll see how many. I appreciate it.
Yep. Everybody, wish Kaysen a happy birthday.
Yeah.
Also, a reminder, I don't bring this up a lot. I don't like to do it, but it is the truth. This podcast is financed on Patreon and Subscribestar.
Of course.
We are on a weekly schedule because we went past a goal that we had set up. Each month, this is it's something you expect. Each month, it'll drop off a little bit.
Yeah.
So if you'd like to continue having the show be a weekly show, and you appreciate what we're doing, and you like it, and you're a fan, and you watch every week, hit us up, please take a look at our Patreon and subscribe to our pages. We appreciate the support. All right, now it's time to jump in.
Okay.
So we left off right after getting into Solaris.
Yeah.
Like the first save point, which is where Faye gets into like a little
The honeybee
pod on
or
accident.
honeybee. What do you call that?
It's like a
beehive.
It's like a comb, a honeycomb.
Yeah, it's like a
shaped
six
thing.
hexagon.
He got inside of it because he wasn't being careful, and it took off
Yes.
inside, and he got separated from Seitan and Ellie. And he was like, "Oh no, I don't know where I am." And that save point that was right inside of that little pod is where we saved and left off. So it's right as we enter Solaris.
Right in Solaris.
And we ended this play session at the end of Disc 1.
Yep.
So it covers kind of a lot. This will very likely be split into 2 episodes again, because while like what occurs as far as like playing the game probably could have been covered in 1 episode. There's like almost an hour-long cutscene of dialogue and talking about all kinds of stuff
at the very end,
that we're going to have to really focus on understanding, and that might have to be its own episode. So we'll see how it goes. But the first note that I took today was that the introduction to Solaris I thought was really excellent. Like you come into like the 3rd class, what they call F block, and this is where like the 3rd class citizens, which are the worker bees, they've used that terminology before. These people are the ones, they're the workforce of Solaris. They basically do all of the grunt labor.
They do everything.
And they're basically like slave labor.
Yeah.
Right? And so you come in, and the first thing you see is a guy who's had it, being like, I'm done, I'm not doing this anymore.
Yes.
Come on, like band together, we're sick of this. And the guy just gets picked up and like dropped out the bottom of like what looks like a bottomless pit, but would just, I guess, drop him down to the surface, which would be, I mean, quite a fall. I mean, you're not surviving that.
Although based on what we learned a little bit later, it's surprising that they didn't take him to a different place.
Yeah.
But either way, this was more powerful, because if they just took someone away, it's like, well, who knows where they put him? Who knows what they did? Oh, he needs to be re-educated, and then he'll come back after he's been more brainwashed or something.
It's like, nope, this dude's...
Instead, it's like, no, these people are a dime a dozen. They have no value, and we can kill them immediately. And I didn't even think about the later stuff until you brought that up, where I'm like, oh, they shouldn't have, technically they shouldn't have done that. They should have put him somewhere else.
Yeah.
But it was effective for the intro for the show.
Yeah, for just like first coming in and being like, okay, this is what we're dealing with here. But then there is a guy who gets what they call rearranged, right? You go into his pod, and he's like all worried about it. He's like, oh man, like what's going to happen? I hope they don't rearrange me, or I think I'm going to get rearranged or something like that. And as soon as you come out of the pod, you see it just gets taken out and just like taken somewhere else.
Yeah.
And so it's like, oh my gosh, like what are they doing to these people? And then you meet up with a guy named Samson, who Faye is shocked because he looks just like his old pal Timothy.
Timothy, from, that's my first one here.
Yeah. He's like, Timothy? He's like, I'm not Timothy.
What are you talking about? I'm not Timothy. No, I don't know if it is Timothy, but he's been brainwashed, or...
No, I think Timothy is dead for sure. I think
really
he has
is a different person.
It's a different person, but I think that he has a similar face and like hairstyle, but the color of his hair is a little different. And anyways, so there's some subtle differences, but he just looks like him.
Brother who was kidnapped previously.
Who knows? But what I really like about it is he sets up like, all right, I've been like planning this escape from the 3rd class level for a while. Here's what I'm going to do. If
you're just the guy. Yeah, we just showed up, and he's like, boom.
I've got like the fake IDs. I'm like all set to go.
He's set. He's not as set as he thought he was, but he's pretty set.
And that's what I really liked about it was he speaks so confidently about it. He's like, all right, if you're in, like come follow me. Yeah. And you go talk to Ellie first, which I'll talk about in a second. But then you go with Samson, and he tries to cross the little, I don't know what they call it. It's like a terminal that checks your IDs.
Yeah, it would be the equivalent of a metal detector, but instead of just beeping,
it does like a genetic scan.
Yeah.
Or something like that.
But there's a huge flaw in it, in that if there are 2 people, it doesn't notice.
Yeah. which was funny.
Very big. I wonder what's the limit to that defect? It could be that one, as long as one of them's a Solarian, you could have like 12 people
It's a
cross
pretty,
over?
it's a pretty ridiculous and silly defect and convenience to let them get in. But I like
it's
that,
showing the separation. It's genetic. Like there's
Yeah.
nothing you can do. Your genes aren't good enough.
Yeah.
And some people get promoted, that's fine. But for the most part, it's like you are here, you're not allowed here, and it has nothing to do with your work. It's all because you have DNA that says a thing, and we don't like that thing, so you can't come over.
Yeah. And
Very
then he
racially
steps on it,
segregated.
and he's just like, it's just like really intense.
Yes.
And a really good way of setting up.
Well, I didn't
like,
expect that.
The cruelty, the brutality,
Yes,
the
absolutely.
oppression.
I figured he
Solaris.
kind of was competent and knew what he was doing. And
Yeah.
at the same time, these worker bee people, they don't have much to lose, I guess, which is why that other guy was like, hey, let's fight back. Like, what do we got to lose? And he gets killed, but it's like, whatever. That's about as good as what he was doing anyways. But what I found just amazing was after watching that, Ellie's like, well, let's go on too.
Yep.
And Faye's like, wait, why would we do this? And she's like, I don't know. If it doesn't work, we'll think of something. And I think Faye's response was, that's something Bart would say.
Yeah.
and Ellie's like, yeah, I guess so. And she just walks right on it. And I was kind of amazed at that.
Yeah, she was being almost self-sacrificing again, which is part of her
Yes.
enneagram. Like, I'll try it because I'm the only
Sure.
one who would be. If I'm still
Possibly.
in the system, which I doubt because I'm a traitor at this point, I'd be really surprised if
Yeah.
I was still allowed to do this. But if anyone can get through, it's going to be me. And so she steps on, and it recognizes her as a first-class citizen. So it's like, go ahead. But she's like, oh, she expresses like, that is weird. Like, how do
Yeah.
they still have me in here? Like, what's going on with that? And Faye tries to suggest, oh, I guess like Gebler didn't report it or something like that.
Oh, because they didn't want to look bad. Ramses that looks horrible already. He doesn't want to look worse by
Yeah.
saying, oh,
But
this
like,
Ellie, who you gave me, she turned on me and all this
I'm
stuff.
trying to remember how aware he would be. I guess he would because he fought us and Ellie was on our side.
Yeah, well, he may not be, but Dominia certainly was. And Dominia's
Yeah.
right there with.
But Miang was trying to hide it from Ramses
oh,
earlier.
you're right. I wonder how successful she
But
was.
I don't think so because there was a point after that, I believe, where Ellie came back, right, and she like sabotaged the Yggdrasil's engine,
Yeah.
and then after that scene, we fought Ramses and Ellie was with us at
Yeah,
that point.
for
So
sure.
Ramses should know
For sure.
by then. However, I think you're right that he doesn't want to look worse than he already looks.
Right, and Miang, so you have the two people who lead Gebler. It's Ramses, but also, Miang's like part of it too. And neither of them would have, they're both incentivized to not tell anyone.
Yeah.
Miang has her own reasons for
Yeah.
wanting to do whatever she's doing with Ellie, and then Ramses just really doesn't want to look bad.
Yeah.
So that's a plausible enough explanation, but playing the game, like that's not the real explanation.
Yeah.
Like it's good enough for them to say, let's just keep going, it's probably fine. But as a player, it's a good hint that something's wrong.
Something more is going on.
Yeah, because it's one thing when something's too easy. It's like, oh, that was too easy. But it's a game and whatever.
Yeah.
It's another thing when it's too easy and then the character calls out, hey, that was too easy. Now that like your red lights in your brain should flash and go, yeah, it was too easy. And also they said it's too easy, so that's important, right?
Right.
It becomes very important later.
But yeah, like you were saying, the fact that the fault or the weakness of this system is that someone who is not a citizen can just step on with someone who is. I guess you could explain that away by saying like a first-class citizen might have the right to bring somebody from third class with them. So it's like you can go with someone if they bring you in, but there's not enough really explanation as to how this security system works.
Yeah. no,
But it did feel a little silly that just, oh, you can just step on with me and then it won't scan you and it'll be fine.
Oh, okay.
But all right.
Yeah, that was fun.
So you make your way from there up to the top level, the higher, I think it's like more like the second class area, I would assume,
Yeah.
into Entrenunk, which is the
Entrenunk, yeah.
capital of Solaris, the capital city.
My first note here is Solaris music sounds like a clown show.
Yeah, it's carnival music.
But there's a festival, not festival, there's a meeting. What would you call it? There's a conference. There's a thing happening.
There's like
event.
an announcement.
Yeah.
Like like the emperor is going to speak to the people kind of a
Right.
thing. You
But-
need like tickets to get in to like.
What
be
this did for me specifically was just really highlight and enunciate, specifically point out the difference between where the third class people are allowed to go and then the first class. Like third class, they're working their butts off, they're being killed, they're just like, it's a mess, it sucks. You just step over one little green square barrier and it's literally a clown party where everyone's just like having a blast and everything's fine.
Yeah.
That's crazy. And the music helps to highlight that difference. I didn't love the music, I really didn't. But
It's pretty grating after a while.
No, yeah. But as a narrative tool,
Yeah.
it's good. It highlights the difference and it
Yeah.
shows that like, yeah, something's weird. These people are literally partying all the time.
Yeah.
It's weird.
Well, and there's something kind of unnerving in it too, in the sense, and maybe even something that highlights sort of the blind, like willful blindness and naivety of the people living there,
Yeah.
as to how their system is supported and
Ellie
exactly
says
what's
that
going
she didn't
on.
know and she didn't want to know.
Yeah, that
How-
yes.
Yeah. And there's willful blindness, willful ignorance, and hey, things are good. Don't
And
push
I
the
do
system.
think
Don't
I do
question.
think the carnival music, in sort of this eerie way, kind of emphasizes
so.
that attitude.
Yeah, I think
of
so.
just like living like that, and it makes you into a clown too.
I know. You're a clown going about as if everything's normal. Like, are you kidding me?
Yeah.
But
So I do think it works.
yeah, thematically. it's good.
Now, there's one thing I wanted to bring up. I think I ended up saying this earlier in the playthrough. I was asking about Entranank, which is when Citan and Sigurd were first telling us about Solaris. They mentioned the capital city, Entranank, and I was like, that's got to be a reference to something that sounds like it
Well,
is.
I hear Ankh. The Ankh, that's Egyptian, right? So I'm thinking like that sounds Egyptian to me.
Yeah, and so what people commented about was that it was an incorrect transliteration back into English from Japanese, which from Japanese they were trying to say.
You know what's dumb,
Which
though?
happens a lot in this.
The Japanese got it right, though.
Yes.
Because a lot of times I forgive it when it's like, oh, the Japanese, and trying to figure out what it is in English is difficult,
Yeah.
right, based on how they're pronouncing it. If you Romanize the Japanese, you get the exact spelling of this word in English.
It
And
should
so he
be-
changed it to something completely
Yeah,
different.
it should be Etemenanki,
Etemenanki.
right?
Yeah.
Instead of Entranank. So that's what it's referencing.
Yeah.
But this is a ziggurat dedicated to Mordok in the ancient city of Babylon.
Yeah, Marduk. And Marduk was
Marduk.
the top god of the pantheon of Babylonian gods.
Yeah, so this is again another reference to Tower of Babel kind
Yeah.
of stuff.
That seems so. This is like another Tower of Babel. So
Yes.
Their last one broke, but they made a new one.
Well, you have
they
like,
just keep doing this over and over.
because you saw that in the opening movie with the Eldridge ship, right? The ship itself was dabbling in things in
Yes.
terms of its technology, where it was trying to challenge God in a
Yes.
way, right? Which is a
Working that which
an archetype of the Tower of Babel.
Yes,
And it's
exactly,
like
exactly.
then it gets destroyed.
and it gets
By God because it challenged God. And Solaris in many ways is doing the same thing. The way
Yes.
that they are playing God in this world. And so Etemenanki or Entranuk, the capital city, is a reference to Tower of Babel again, where they are trying to dabble in things that they should not. Right?
And great is the fall thereof, once again. Once again. Also, I didn't realize this at the time, but after playing more of this game, I'm realizing that initial scene, that cutscene that plays at the very beginning of the game, the animated one, has parallels with, there's a reason I didn't make this parallel, but it seems to be a lot more similar to Noah's Ark.
Yeah.
And that ends up being a Tower of Babel, but began as an ark kind of thing. Because they talk about building an ark and stuff, the Gazelle do.
Yes.
And so I had missed that earlier, but that's because the whole thing breaks, and Noah's Ark didn't break. So, but that kind of, it seems to me that that's what that may have been, and that's what they're trying to do again. They're trying to build an ark so that they can, and there's some good imagery there.
Yeah, there's
but
a whole
your
lot.
ark can very easily turn into a Tower of Babel, depending on what you're doing. Are you hearkening to God, or are you like challenging God? Yeah,
exactly.
then your ark may come crashing down.
Yeah, so anyways, all the stuff that we learn about what Solaris is doing in this section of the game really harken to that archetype of Tower of Babel. They in some ways, they've convinced themselves, or they believe that they are trying to be one with God, or that they're in league with God.
Yeah.
But what they're doing to people, like the experimentation, the levels of which they're doing that with the lambs, is certainly kind of flips the table on that. They're trying to play God in many ways.
Yeah.
So good stuff.
Well, and Emperor Cain, Cain being the first of, well, I guess Adam and Eve would have been the first to challenge God, but between Cain and Abel, Cain was the one who was in opposition to God, and he's the leader of Etemenanki. Anyways, it's pretty great.
So you have to get some tickets in order to get in to see this how do you call it, this speech that Cain is going to give, because the people are really unsettled right now.
Well, they know the gates were
destroyed. They know
destroyed.
the gate was
and
damaged.
I don't know how they know that, if they're living in this blissful ignorance that's controlled media and all that stuff, but somehow the word gets out, and so they're all nervous.
So somebody else brought this up to me. When it first shows Solaris, there's like one of those FMV sequences where it's kind of like unfolding or whatever.
Like a flower?
And
I saw that earlier.
My assumption was that was sort of like a normal, I don't know, like thing that Solaris does. This is sort of like opening up or unfolding or something like that. But he was under the assumption that happened because the gate. And so like people would be aware. Like the gate is,
so there was
if Solaris is doing this, that means, our gate is jeopardized or something.
Okay, interesting.
So I don't know which the answer is.
Interesting.
But in either case, the people are aware
the people know
that the gate has been jeopardized and that someone tried to get in, right? So they're all worried. And so this is what the announcement is going to be about, is to try to like keep people calm, like, not allow people to start panicking or whatever, and just sort of keep things under control. But you can either watch this from, I forget what the term they use is, like home vision or something. It's not home, but it's some kind of something
like home vision. It was like that. Yeah.
But anyways, their TV's at home.
Yeah.
Or you can get some tickets to actually be present.
To actually be there
at the speech. And so the guard tells you got to get tickets, and so you can kind of go around and explore. There's a woman who's had an injury or something.
Yeah, she's like, I can't go anymore.
Here you can have these tickets. Young kids like you should go see that. I'll just watch from home. But while I was, exploring around, and there's a couple things you can find. One, there's a Tifa poster on the wall. I don't know if you saw this.
No,
really? Tifa Lockhart, Final Fantasy VII character.
No way.
There's a poster of her like on the wall of somebody's little room as you're going around in there.
That's so funny. I totally missed that.
And I don't know if you knew this either. We talked about this, I think, on the week that you weren't here when your baby
early
was
on.
born.
Okay.
We talked about how in Final Fantasy VII there's a reference to Xenogears in that. So they're kind of having cross-referential little things in them, right? So that's kind of cool. But also, Big Joe is there. He's just kind of dancing around, spinning in circles or whatever. He's in some kind of dance course or something.
So funny.
He was kind of showing up, and it really makes you wonder, like, how on earth did you get here? How are you able to get to all these places?
All these places that we're having a hard time.
It's just a funny little reference thing, but
it is. There's also, you go to the stores and there's these kids that are trying to buy this certain kind of shoe, this like special model shoe. I can't remember what they called it, and they're sold out, and the kids are all upset about it. It's pretty funny. But
like the pogo shoes.
Yeah, the pogo shoes.
Mm-hmm. And then there's an NPC who talks about how memory cubes, the save points, right? How they send data to central control. So they're aware in Solaris that when they use that, like, they're being surveilled.
Yeah, but they can't not use it, I guess.
Yeah.
There's some 1984 kind of stuff going on here. I also noticed some Fahrenheit 451. If you guys have read that book, that's the book burning thing, right, from however long ago. The idea of homovision, which is from Fahrenheit 451, where their entire wall was a TV.
Yep.
And then you get 2, 3, 4 walls, and there's this one woman in Fahrenheit 451 where she has 3 wall TVs, and she's so excited to get her 4th, because then it'll be complete immersion, it'll be like a perfect experience. But they're talking about homovision. It gave me that kind of idea. Also just the general surveillance of everything, you're always being watched, and also the separation between the crappy life of the people doing the work and then everybody else. Yeah, so there's a lot of 1984 and Fahrenheit 451. I didn't get much Brave New World from this, although that would be another big dystopian book back in the day. I didn't get as much of that, because that's more centered around like drugs and everyone's being happy. It could still be there, Oh yeah, and then Soylent Green, of course.
Yes.
It's like I feel like they read all 4 of those books, and they were like, okay, let's make a thing that's like all of that, like explicitly, like very clearly all of that.
Yeah. Yeah, the Soylent Green reference is very on the nose, but we'll get to that in a second. So anyways, you end up getting the tickets, and you get in during the Emperor's speech.
Yeah.
And it was kind of cool how they have Ellie more or less like translating for Faye.
Yes, and as soon as she's gone, we're like, we have no idea
talk
what
to
anyone's
people
saying.
anymore, right?
Yeah, that's
so
pretty cool.
they're speaking Solarian here.
Yeah.
And I don't know how much in the weeds I want to get into this. It was just a thought that I had because I've been saying this for many, many podcasts now, but I'm almost done with it. I've been reading the book of Shogun.
Oh, of course.
In Shogun, they do something really clever with making everything be in English, right? But like differentiating between different languages.
Okay. Yeah.
So like Blackthorn, the main character, he can speak Portuguese and Latin and all these different languages, right? Or English, and he's learning Japanese as he's there. So when he's talking to other people in Portuguese, it's pretty like standard English. But when he starts speaking in Latin, to those who understand Latin, when he doesn't want someone who might know Portuguese to know what he's saying, it goes into the kind of that early modern English mode, the these and the thous.
Yeah,
and
the ancient Latin.
And so like he'll just like seamlessly, the author will just seamlessly go from thee, thou, thine into like regular English again, and oh, he's switching to Portuguese or he's switching to Latin now, right? And it's pretty like clever.
That's cool.
I felt way of doing that. And it would be nice if maybe there was some way that they could do something kind of like that, where like you could differentiate or know, like, okay, they're speaking Solarian here, but like we need to understand what they're saying.
Yeah,
but
because I
anyways,
didn't get that for a while.
it wasn't until Ellie, I think she does mention, do you
She
want me to
says,
translate
"I'll translate for you," yeah.
Right.
But then you just...
It isn't until Faye is alone that you like, oh, okay, like,
yeah,
they're speaking Solarian.
That you
here.
realize that you don't know what anyone's saying, and that's interesting.
Yeah, but it's
Samson,
like as
Samson
you're,
definitely spoke our language.
Yeah, as you're going around, that's true actually, because those are lambs, I would guess, who have been abducted, and Faye would be able to talk to them. But I don't know. It would have been nice to like have like a stronger moment of like, oh, Faye can't understand. It's okay. Like, don't talk.
Yeah.
I'll make sure.
That way he needs to rely on her because you don't get that. Yeah, that's true.
I mean, like,
You're right.
they're trying to hide the fact that he's a lamb, so he wouldn't be talking, and she wouldn't be like translating so that people would know how to translate. It's just that she's with us and she understands what people are saying. He would not.
Yeah.
And it isn't until they get to this speech where she like says, "Okay, I'll translate." Like,
that should have come
live
right earlier.
for you.
Yeah.
Right. Anyways, but it's still pretty cool that detail is there, because earlier in the game, it wasn't since like way back in the forest that we've really had characters speaking in this
Where's
language.
Satan? Oh, you're right, because she said like stop or something with the gun.
Yeah.
But other than that, she started speaking.
I would assume that characters like Ramses and Niang, when they're speaking to each other, would be using Solarian.
Yeah.
Or when Graf is talking to, or like the Gazel Ministry is talking to Krellian, they're probably doing that. But it's been so long since we've had like a person speaking Solarian directly that it kind of just melds together. And so as I was reading Shogun, I was like, it'd be interesting if they had some way to, just a different way of writing the English so that it delineated between, okay, they're speaking Solarian here and they're speaking Lamb here, right? But whatever. It's not that big of a deal. Just something I thought about. But the speech itself is really interesting.
Oh, yeah.
So it starts off with Emperor Cain. Now, I can't remember when this came up. I'll probably have to make an addendum to this or go back and show the footage from earlier in the game, where the Gazel Ministry mentions something about using a double for Cain, right? So when Cain appears in front of people, that's not the real Emperor Cain. They have like a body double person who they use to project their message, the Gazel's message to the people. And I assume that that's what's happening here. So when Cain comes up and he gives his speech and, you know, like saying all these things, you know, kind of the propaganda-like speech that he gives there, That's not the legitimate Emperor Cain, who we know is having at least a little bit of resistance to the Gazelle. They have some rifts between them.
And who Satan can talk to.
Yeah.
Maybe telepathically, just at certain times.
So this person talking in the costume of the Emperor is not the actual Emperor. And it's nice that the Emperor always comes with the mask on, because now they can hide that fact, right? But in any case, he's just a puppet. The caricature of Emperor Cain in Solaris is just something that the Gazelle uses to, like, spread their propaganda message. But it's Krellian who ends up coming up kind of in the middle of it, who like gets to like the important
and
stuff.
he gives the actual
the real speech, right?
Yeah.
And it's really cool scene here, where Faye has a flashback. He like recognizes Krellian when he sees him almost.
Yeah, and this isn't the first time we've seen him though, right?
It was the first time that
is the first time
Faye has seen him.
Oh, because Faye's sometimes passed out, and Ellie and others. Okay.
And like he's been in his little fishbowl ship flying around doing stuff,
out.
But he hasn't like confronted us yet. This is the first time our party in the game would have. Now Ellie would recognize who Krellian is because she lives there, but Faye is seeing him for what he supposes is the first time, but he feels like he knows him, like he's familiar. And they flash back to Nisan. And
this was the biggest, most in-depth like memory of Faye's that we've seen so far. Usually it's just images and little snippets here and there. This was like almost a full narrative.
Yeah, so like Krellian at that time has like blue hair, and he's got, so his hair is grayed in the modern age, I think is what that's supposed to be signifying. He's lived a long time.
Yeah.
Not aged, 500 years, but aged somewhat, right? And so like he had blue hair at that time, and a character who looks exactly like Faye, is dressed exactly like Faye, but is named Lacan.
Lacan, yeah.
Comes walking in. Now the other time that we've heard that name was all the way back the first time we visited Nisan.
Yeah.
And he has the flashback of painting Sophia, and Sophia called him Lacan in that flashback.
Yes.
So this character is Lacan in the time of Sophia 500 years ago, when, as we learned in Shavat, Krellian was allied with Nisan and with Ave against Solaris and Shavat. So Krellian comes to Nisan in the scene, and Lacan is there with him. And there's, you can kind of see that they are friends. They know each other, and they're talking to each other. Sets up a really good mystery here, as to like, how did Krellian go from a surface dweller in Nisan who opposes Solaris to being effectively the leader of Solaris now? Like, what happened there? Right.
Yeah, I don't know that we get that answer in this play session, but yeah, that is like the biggest question.
But it's like, holy crap, what happened to Krellian? And then they had a few breadcrumbs of that in Shavat earlier, but this is the first time where, if you're not talking to optional characters and NPCs and things like that, that really lays it on you. But one other thing I want to mention, and this is not something we're going to have time to get into today at all, but Lacan, the name Lacan,
Jacques Lacan,
is a reference to the French psychoanalyst Jacques Lacan,
who I mentioned a couple episodes ago. He's the one who came up with the mirror stage of film watching.
And he just like Carl Jung and Freud and other psychoanalysts that they've referenced in the game, like what the things he talked about in his lectures and things like that. Some of those things are going to be very important to understanding a particular part of the plot of Xenogears. That being said, that particular part I'm talking about, where you need to know Jacques Lacan in order to understand what happened here, is not happening today.
Okay.
So they're saving that for later, because that's going to be a whole big thing. But just be aware that it's not like necessarily a bad idea to familiarize yourself a little bit with what Lacan taught, what he thought, it will help you
Yeah.
to sort of like understand what's going on in a specific part that's coming up.
Well, he was a smart guy, but I do have to say I'm not a huge fan of in this game when certain names are used that are references to older figures but are not relevant to the older figure, but like
Yes.
sometimes they
They
are.
are.
like 3 times they are, but all the other times they're not.
They're just
Well,
references, but they're not like actually integral to anything.
exactly. So now I'm thinking, okay, Cain might actually parallel Cain from the Bible now. Okay, interesting stuff. But they also put up this Mahanan in his speech when
Yeah.
Cain is talking. He talks about Mahanan, which is God or paradise or something. I don't know exactly what he's referring to when he says Mahanan.
We'll get
But-
into that because, yeah.
Well, but I do know that Cain is dubbed the Master Mahan in Genesis. They call him Master Mahan. And Mahan means, it's an Egyptian word, ancient Egyptian, but it means snake, or it means coil. But Mahan was the snake god, right, of ancient Egypt. And referencing, well, pairing Cain with the idea of a snake is where the word Mahan comes from. But anyways, that's another biblical thing. So I'm pretty sure that Cain is going to follow some biblical things, but I'm going to have to wait and find out. But it's
Wait and find
interesting.
out.
It's good to know when they do actually parallel things. So,
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah.
Lacan
So
or
Lacan
who
is
else?
actually going to be an important reference, and we'll
Okay.
get to that later. But anyways.
Lacan and Erich Fromm were actually similar in some other ideas.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, and Erich Fromm, by the way.
E-R-I-C-H.
Yeah, that's Ellie's father's name is Eric.
Yes, Eric. And
Which is
there's 2 Erics with that CH. One of them is Erich Neumann, who wrote The Origins of Consciousness and or Origins and History of Consciousness, which was great. He's Jungian.
Yeah.
But Erich Fromm was similar to Lacan, was a little more Hegelian, a little more Freudian. So
yeah. So could be either one of them. But
could be either one.
anyways, the important thing that we learned from the speech from Krellian is that they have captured the other party members. So they have Bart and they have Maria and they have Billy and all of them, right? They have them captured. And so Faye starts freaking out. And he's like, oh, he's not being aware of himself. He's not.
Yes, but previously he had looked at Ellie and said, hey, Ellie, are you okay? And she's like, oh, yeah, I'm fine, nothing. Like, we're good. But that's weird because she was supposed to be translating.
Yeah.
I don't know, whatever. And then we start freaking out. That makes me think she was having her own flashback for a moment there.
Maybe.
And maybe that's the reason we even noticed was she stopped translating. We're like, what's your deal?
Yeah.
So then we start having a flashback. And I think there's probably a connection between us and Ellie there.
Yeah. But he starts to forget himself. He starts shouting a little bit. Obviously, he would not be shouting in Solarian.
Oh.
He'd be shouting in lamb language.
Oh my gosh.
It's so-
As if the fact that Ellie's sitting there translating to him in the back of everybody who should understand this isn't enough of a giveaway that
Yeah.
he starts shouting. There's one other thing, though. There's a person within Krellian's past and phase, well, Lacan's past. Lacan's present, well, at the time. Anyways, is named Melchior, right?
Yes, that's right. That's right.
And that Melchior was Krellian's like
Mentor or
mentor,
Yeah.
yeah. And Melchior is
The third
Hebrew.
wise man.
It's a comment, yes, but it's a combination of Melech means king and means light. So Melchior is Melchior, the king of light. And that they purposely don't show his face, but he's got those powers, that mystique kind of thing. But
Yeah. Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up because I was wondering, I think in one of the other episodes, I was like, I don't remember because we were trying to account for all the wise men in the game, Melchior, Gaspar, and
Melchior,
Balthazar.
Gaspar, and Balthazar, yeah.
And we were like, is Wiseman a wise man? It's like the name would suggest that, and are there more than 3 wise men? And I was like, I could not remember where Melchior appears in the game, but here it is.
There it is.
Melchior was
The teacher of
Krellian's, like mentor, teacher.
So presumably
sensei.
taught Krellian a lot of things, possibly including
Some of the
what
stuff.
Krellian starts doing later on.
Yes. So there you go. Then Faye forgets himself, like I was saying. He starts shouting. He's drawing attention to himself. Now,
Yeah.
I'm gonna say this. My first.
Dude, I'm
Did
sorry.
you have something else?
I got more notes,
Okay.
man. I got more notes before we leave on because this dream, I put a lot there. He at the very last words of the dream, as he's talking to Melchior, and Lacan is present, he says, "So even Mother Sophia could ... And it's something about this new technology that's going to help people, and it's the thing that Emeralda was made in.
Yes,
right?
the nanotechnology.
Krellian made that, it seems, and that this was going to help people. It could even help Sophia, is what he says. This could even Sophia ... And I looked up the Japanese, same kind of thing. It's just as for Sophia ... And that's it. But my note here is that Mother Sophia could theoretically live on forever. Is I believe what the implication of that was, because they're talking about how the machine can help people.
Okay, so really good catch.
All that kind of stuff.
What I'm about to say is not a spoiler because we encounter this later in this exact play session.
Okay.
Where it's just we're getting a little ahead of ourselves. So I'm just going to say this now and then we'll maybe elaborate on it in a minute. Krellian is like a molecular biologist. Well, nanotechnology is his.
Is that biology or is that? Yeah.
It's
that's funny.
Anyways, he genetic engineering might not be his focus. That's what's happening in Solaris, but he is specifically into nanotechnology. Is what he does.
The nanomachines. Yeah.
So this would have been true of him 500 years ago as well. Mm-hmm. So that's what's being referenced in the scene, like you're saying, yes.
Yeah.
But as he elaborates on in the scene with Ellie later on here, he hadn't figured out how to get nanomachines
to
complex
be at the atomic
and
level.
small enough to actually carry out what he wants to do.
Right.
That's why he had to go to the Zeboim era's nanotechnology to fill in the gaps of his own knowledge. So whatever he was working on there at the 500 years ago relating to Sophia, he obviously wasn't successful at. He could not figure out how to get the right nanomachine technology.
So the one he made is not the one that we see in Zeboim later on. That makes sense.
He says straight up, it wasn't until I got Emeralda that I was able to actually
figure that out.
Get this to work correctly.
Okay, that makes sense.
So he was working on something 500 years ago.
And he could see the potential of it.
Yeah, but couldn't complete it.
But wasn't able to do it.
It wasn't until the Zeboim era technology filled in the gaps that he could actually get where he wants to get with it.
Can you imagine working on the same thing for 500 years?
And not
and failing
finishing
and
it
failing and failing
and
failing.
not being able to figure it out.
Jeez.
It's basically what happened with Krellian. Okay, we good?
Yeah.
Okay, so Faye forgets himself. He draws attention to him, and she's like, "What are you doing?" And so what I was going to say.
There's a good Japanese part here because he's getting upset. Well, you say your thing first because that might be before.
So Faye, I guess what I was going to say is at the beginning of the podcast, episode 1 and 2, I talked about how my impression of Faye was that he was exceptionally stupid. And, maybe that interpretation is not quite right because a lot of that I was reading into the Aizuchi, asking questions and not being able to understand anyone. Another part of it...
Speaking thoughts out loud or something.
Another part of it was clarified to me in a lot of Saiten's dialogue here right at the end of the disc. And it's not like I hadn't picked up on the fact that I don't want to get so far ahead of ourselves, but Faye's personality that we know as Faye in this part, the whole time the game so far, basically advented or emerged 3 years ago.
He's a 3-year-old.
So everything that Faye, this personality of Faye, knows or understands about social interaction or anything basically came from his time in Lahan Village. So he's not very adept socially in a lot of ways. And so that could explain some of his outbursts and just not being aware, this is not how you should behave in this moment.
Right.
And Saiten really hits it home with some dialogue I copied down that we'll get to later.
Well, good.
But this was one of the examples in my first playthrough. I was just like, Faye is so dumb.
Yes.
I cannot understand why.
And
you
I
do
think
this.
I know where you're going, where that's going to go. And I think that's correct. You're kind of supposed to think that he's pretty stupid.
Yes.
Because they have a good reason for why he acts that way.
He brings the centuries, the like the robots that sort
Yes.
of go around, surveilling the place, and some other military guys.
He
brings them
catches their
over to him.
attention.
They have to run.
Yeah.
And they go through some tunnels under the surface where they're at, and they kind of come up next to Ellie's house.
I've got things about that argument though,
Go
because
ahead.
it's a weird argument. It's very strange because he's just shouting. It does remind me, like I have a kid who's 2, and it's like if you run in the street, a car will kill you.
Yes.
And he can't help it. He can't not
doesn't
run in the street.
Understand.
He will run in the street. And I'm not like Faye isn't really a 3-year-old. He's obviously a mature,
Yeah, he's a teenager.
person,
18-year-old or something.
with a brain that's anatomically correct, maybe not functionally perfect, but it's designed biologically to be a brain, and but still having only 3 years of his conscious kind of learning things. You
Yes.
know? And you still have to go through certain stages, even if you're older. If you, like people who wake up from seizures or something, like they are not just seizures. What's the word?
Comas.
A coma. People who wake up from a coma will often have to relearn basic stuff, and they will act younger. They will act immature and things. You know, until they get things figured out. So I see a lot of that going on here. But he says something in Japanese, which is, "You're being a snot." To her.
Yep.
Or that's because she's like, "Why are you yelling?" He's like, "It's because you're being a snot." Or no, because she asks her, "What's the plan?" And she's like, "Well, I don't know." He's like, "You don't have a plan? Like you're being a snot." I don't know.
Something like that. Yeah,
I don't even remember it because it didn't make sense in my mind. So my mind can't make those connections. They don't work in English. So in Japanese, he does not call her a snot. I just wanted to throw this out there. He doesn't say that. He says something more along the lines of, "This is why I'm being loud. It's because you don't have a plan and our friends are going to die and this is a horrible situation.
Yeah.
That's why I'm yelling." That's what he's saying.
doesn't
This
say
is why I'm
anything about
making
being
such
a
a big
snot.
deal about it. But in English, it was chosen to translate the line of, "This is why my voice is being so big." They translated it as, you're such a snot, Ellie."
Yeah, it's weird.
I don't know why.
And it makes him sound, it's these
makes
kind
him
of
sound
combination
dumb.
of things that make him sound really stupid. But of course, he's just very concerned about Bart and the others.
Yes.
It's like they're gonna
He
die.
doesn't
Who
know how
knows
to
when this is gonna
express it.
happen? They said it's gonna be tomorrow or something, but like, how do we know that?
Yeah, it could be like right now.
What are we gonna do?
Yeah.
Like, tell me what we're gonna do. You're
And
the
she's
one
like, I
leading
don't
here.
know.
I don't know. He's like, what do you mean you don't know? He's just really scared.
Yes.
And so when he gets into really emotionally compromised places, that's when he doesn't know how to handle himself.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's the point Seitan makes later. And he asks Ellie about this.
Yeah,
like,
have you noticed? Ellie's like,
yeah,
I've
yeah, I
noticed.
have noticed that he has these outbursts
Of rage,
So and this is true of children, right?
Yep.
They don't know how to handle their emotions. They outburst. This I feel
tantrum,
frustrated.
shouting,
and they haven't learned how to deal with that. And so
They haven't integrated their complete self yet.
Faye, like you said, anatomically has the brain of an 18-year-old.
Yeah.
But he has the experience, maybe, of a 3-year-old in terms of dealing with strong emotion.
Emotion specifically, yeah.
And this causes him to outburst because he can't control it, not necessarily because he is stupid, but because he doesn't have the experience to know how to handle really high emotions. And on top of that, when he gets mentally exhausted, id takes over. And so he has another personality
coping
fighting for control.
Yeah.
And especially anything that induces rage or anger is going to really be like a fight there.
Right.
And so there's all this stuff going on inside that makes it hard for him to control his emotions.
Right, because he can just, as they say later, he can just disassociate and not deal with the emotions properly.
Yes.
And that's when it shows up.
Exactly. So they run away because he draws all that attention to them, and they emerge up right next to Ellie's house.
Yeah.
And he's like, "Oh my gosh, this is your house? Like, holy crap." So they go inside. And this is again where I get a little, I wish there was a way to delineate between when they're speaking Solarian and when they're not.
With the family?
Because it's just hard because, okay, Ellie's mother, Medina, I think is her name, right?
Yeah, Medina, yeah.
She comes and greets you. And Ellie is obviously trying to hide the fact that this is a lamb walking around with me, right? She tries to make up a story about who he is. But she would not be, again, like translating in real time what her mother's saying, because that would give away the fact that this is a lamb. So
How do we know anything they're saying? Yeah.
right.
Okay, so one thing I'm noticing now while editing the footage here in post is that the story that Ellie makes up is that Faye is being promoted from third-class citizen. Like, this is a recent thing that had happened. So there is some plausibility here that Medina, upon realizing that, right, would understand he was a lamb in the third-class block down below who's being, elevated up now and maybe has not learned to speak Solarian yet, and maybe switches her speech into lamb mid-discussion. But we will continue to sort of go back and forth on, does Medina speak lamb regularly or not in the home? We'll get into that more, but I just noticed as I was editing the footage in that Ellie does mention that he was a third-class citizen. He's being promoted. And so maybe then Medina would recognize that and switch into Solarian, and then, Faye would be able to understand what she's saying. Anyways, just something I wanted to add into this.
So Medina asks Faye a question directly, and I forgot to copy down what it is. But he doesn't know how to respond.
He actually says no. She asks to confirm what Ellie's doing,
and
he
says no.
No.
And this is why I'm a little confused, because it's like he wouldn't even understand the question if it was Solarian.
Yeah.
At all. If Medina is not speaking Solarian, she's speaking Lamb, I also question why.
Mm-hmm.
It does. That just seems weird to me. I don't know why. Now,
yeah.
We do know that Ellie's father takes pity on lambs and took in some kind of housekeeper or maid or something who was a lamb. We learn all about that in a minute. So obviously, the people in the household would be able to speak lamb. My question is, would they primarily do that in their own household unless they're talking to the maid? So I guess Medina would have to be speaking lamb.
She would have to. But in an intimate conversation between her and her daughter, where somebody else is listening, who she would assume is a soldier with Solaris.
Ellie is telling that, right? Ellie's telling them this person is part of the special forces. And I've brought him over to our house. It's weird to me that Medina would speak lamb to that person instead of Solarian. Or that when someone they don't know enters the house, who they assume is part of the Solarian society, would not be speaking Solarian to them. So anyways, this is a nitpicky thing, I admit. It's not that big of a deal. But it just kind of adds to my confusion about when or not they're speaking Solarian.
Right.
And
well, that creates a dissonance in your mind that makes it difficult to immerse in the story.
Sure.
And
But the important part of this is that...
I will say I actually did not pick up on that.
I was, again, feeling like, Faye, why are you so dumb? She's creating an explanation for you.
All you have to do is say yes.
He denies it. What are you doing?
Yeah, that's pretty funny.
She creates the perfect explanation for why he's here and who he is. And when Medina says, "Is that right?" He goes, "No."
And then they leave, and she doesn't question him any further.
What are you, man?
Yeah, it's pretty weird,
right?
I wonder if there's a reason for that. If there's a superego reason, don't tell a lie kind of thing.
Yeah,
it's you're not allowed to do this.
So then they go into her room, which has a shower in the middle of it. It's actually kind of funny. The technology of it I actually find pretty cool. That'd be dope to have a shower like that with almost display walls or whatever.
Yes,
going around
but I thought when she gets in there, it all turns white, right?
Yeah, it's a steam.
I thought it was that there was a technology that made it white so nobody could see, because there is such a thing nowadays where you can make glass that will become opaque in a moment. But I guess it was just steam. That's literally just a glass thingy.
Yeah.
And
so she's just in there.
And she don't make a big deal about it. Well, that could be a connection with whatever you call it, Brave New World, where that's just not a big deal in the post-morality future where everything is just okay, and that she's whatevs, and And then when Faye takes a shower, he's just like, "Don't look at me!" He's like covering, facing away, and
stressed out about it.
She thinks it's so cute.
But this was
that's
another
funny.
thing that contributed to my feelings about Faye. And this could be interpreted as he's just feeling awkward and embarrassed because she's showering right next to him. Because he turns away and he's like, "Oh, so was that your mom?"
Yeah, she's pretty. Yeah, that was
It's
funny.
just like, of course. That's now again. I don't. I don't know whether or not he understood what she was saying, because if she's speaking Solarian, then maybe he could be confused about who that was.
His answer would make sense when he goes, no, that his answer makes sense if he didn't understand the question.
Yeah.
Which may be that. That wasn't obvious.
If he didn't understand the conversation happening between Ellie and her mother, that would be, oh, who was that person? Was that your mom? But if he does understand it, and they're all speaking Lamb, he looks really dumb. Having just talked with her mother, she addressed her as, "Hi, Mother," the first thing she says when she walks in.
That makes me think that he didn't understand it. So he didn't know what she was saying. But they didn't do a great job of that within that scene immediately. But I guess they're trying to make up for it afterwards. Like, he didn't know what they were saying. And they are trying to hammer home the idea that Ellie considers this to be her mother, despite the knowledge,
the rumor
that the rumor, that is not technically her real mother.
Yeah.
But she won't. If you ask her, she'll say, "Yeah, that's my mom." And I have
a lot of questions on this too, because
I know, me too. Is it the maid? Is it the maid? Is that it?
Well,
because that wouldn't fly in my house. My wife, I'd be like, "Oh, let's bring her into our house now," knowing the whole story.
We gotta into this, but. Anyways, she makes him shower too. They're gross. Whatever. They've been fighting and running and sweating and like who knows how long it's been.
And he makes the comment that he hasn't taken a bath since freaking Satan's bathtub.
Which seems weird.
I know, that's kind of awkward.
Well, I don't know if he says it's
how
been
long ago?
Since then, or if it was like, oh, this is just so much better than what I'm accustomed to, which is Doc's like bathtub or whatever.
I guess he goes to take a bath at
but
Doc's house a lot.
I would have to assume while they're in Shavat that
they got
bathed.
cleaned up. Where's your proof?
Or something like that.
Show me some proof.
When you rest at inns or whatever, I would assume.
I would assume that too. It's so funny when they do, and they do another thing later on where they eat food in this playthrough, where it's like, oh, time to eat. We better go eat real quick. And it's like, I'm assuming you guys have been eating but I guess you haven't been?
Well, at least since they got to Solaris, but who... Again, the time passage abstract is kind of hard to follow.
Yeah, it's pretty difficult
sometimes in this game. But anyways, the important thing is she wants to log onto her father's computer to try to find out if they where and when the prisoners are supposed to be executed, so that they can actually construct a plan to save them.
Right.
So she's like, I can log on to that computer. Last time I did it, I got in a lot of trouble, but he's not here right now.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll try to log in there, see if we can figure something out.
Yeah.
So you go in there, and she's like, again, it's just the password. Right?
Oh, the password. Maybe it's my name.
It's got to be something related to me. It's my name backwards. Oh, well, there it is.
But I did notice a thing. Her name sounds interesting backwards.
Oh, yes. Nice catch.
Mia.
Nice catch.
Because my thought was Mia. Well, just understanding languages. Actually, there's a specific thing in Korean when being translated over to Japanese. The NG sound often becomes an L sound.
Yes.
In the Japanese. Anyways, but I was like, miali, whatever.
That is
something like that.
That is an astonishing good catch on your part.
But it sounds a little bit like Miang's name. And so, anyways, I just kind of thought of that. I was like, oh, whoa, what the fetch? And it kind of made me go through every character's name backwards. I was like, are there other like reverse coded things here? Just assuming it could totally be an accident, but I know that the word El Haim is weird anyways. And I know they say Eliam, but once I saw it, L-H-Y-M, is that it?
L-E-L-H-A-Y-M.
That's Hebrew.
Yeah.
It means, what does it mean? Love? Chaim means love, something like that. Hold on, let me
look that up.
Because I actually did look this up, but now I am.
While you're doing that, though, as we know, many of the names here were not correctly transliterated.
Yes,
so
I know.
Miang, have you looked at what Miang's name is in Japanese?
So it means life. Miang's name.
So Haim means.
Haim means life. El Haim means the life. I said love, but whatever. El Haim, Haim is life. And that was Gene Simmons' real name is Chaim.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
actually a common name in Israel, Chaim. But yeah, it means life. Anyway, so I looked at that and I was like, that's funny because it's German, but her name is Hebrew. And that maybe gives some insight into her nature being a little different from all the other Solarians, you know?
Okay.
Who are like more German, I guess. Like Eric with a CH.
Hold on, there was one thing
But
I forgot
she's
to mention here.
Hebrew. Okay.
So before she showers and everything like that, maybe I'll go back and edit this in the right place. She mentions the rumor because he comments when he's talking about your mother, like, you don't look like her. Or I guess she is showering when this is happening. Anyways, he's mentioning, like, was that your mother? She's pretty. But then he's like, you don't really look like her, right?
Yes. And she's like, haven't you noticed?
And that's,
my skin, my hair, and my eyes are all different.
Right.
I did not notice that because her skin was just about the same color as everyone else's.
Seems white to me.
I don't notice much about her eyes. Are they green? Are her eyes green?
I think they're blue, aren't they?
Are they blue, or is the
Let's
other
look at Ellie real quick.
the other Solarians don't have blue eyes?
Hold on.
Because I've noticed a blonde hair kind of thing going on, but
yeah, I think she got blue eyes.
as far as I can tell,
They a lot of them do have blonde hair, though. Yeah, I mean, both of her parents have blonde hair, right?
so
Whatever. Anyways, her eyes are blue.
I got Myang's name too. Her eyes are blue, but what's her what are normal? She says, haven't you noticed the difference between me and other Solarians? Now the thing is, you don't get very many character portraits of the other Solarians.
Yeah,
they're just text boxes.
Well, I think,
but
so
her
he's
father,
got like
her father's got brown eyes and blonde hair. I get the blonde thing.
Here's Medina, mother. She's got like very almost gray.
But
like very
the
light.
gray is kind of bluish. I would just say that I wouldn't look at Eliam and think, oh, you're so different from all the others.
Like you're a different race or something.
I would not have thought that. And her skin is
either.
no different from all the others. So I don't get where she was going there.
Agreed. However, she's supposed to be pointing out the fact that she's different. She has different features from purebred Solarians. That's what you're supposed to take from that. The fact that she's raised as a purebred, but she has character traits, hair color, things like that, that are not part of the genetic line of purebred Solarians.
Yeah, and that it's like, haven't you noticed that? Well, no, haven't Solaris haven't they noticed that you don't belong?
Right.
Like it's kind of interesting.
But the rumor that Dominia referenced earlier about her not being purebred, that she was actually a lamb, she says something about some rumor, right? Dominia, when she was fighting us.
Yes.
Ellie seems to think that it's true. Ellie seems here to confirm that she believes that it's true. Her father took in some kind of maid or house worker or something, and that was Ellie's real mother. Now, admittedly, in this scene, they do not go into the kind of detail to where you would be able to make out precisely what happened.
Yes, that is true.
Not even just, is she really Medina's child or not, but even like, wait, if she's not, how could that have happened, and how would that work in the family household? And
it's kind of weird.
There's so many questions that open up that they don't even attempt to answer. So part of me is like, okay, just like anyone else, the neighbors or whatever, you know, we're just kind of left in the dark on this, and it's left ambiguous on purpose. But when Ellie goes into the computer, right, and her name backwards, stupid, absolutely would never happen for a top brass military guy to have a freaking password like that.
I know, my gosh.
But whatever, we'll throw that aside. She finds out where they're being kept, all the details they need to get their plan, but he comes back home in the middle of it. So as they're on the computer, Eric Von Houten, her father, comes back and he's like, what are you doing? I told you not to touch that. Who is this strange person? He calls in some security like right away to like come take care of this. She's like, no, stop, like don't do that. But in the middle of their argument, so Ellie's trying to convince him to call it off, and he's like, no, I don't trust this person. I don't know what you're doing. Like this, I told you to stay away from that. I can't let this go.
He's just going to kill us. He pulls out
a gun. And he's got to
She jumps in front.
She jumps in front, and so like there's this big struggle between father-daughter there. In the midst of that argument, she blurts out, I'm not really a Solarian myself. I'm half lamb, so why don't you kill me too, or something like that.
Right.
And it shows
he punches her in the
Medina,
face.
who is there.
Yes.
And a big exclamation mark comes up on her head, as if like it's hard at first for me to decide what happened with her there, right? Because she runs away and she's all in shock.
Right.
And Eric slaps her face. How dare you say that to your mother, right? So there's just different ways you could interpret this. But if you interpret it, it is impossible for Ellie's mother, Medina, not to know the answer to this. She would know whether she gave birth to Ellie or not.
This is how I
If it was the father could be kept in the dark.
Yes.
Right? Because the father could not.
She's an only child, right?
Without a DNA test, the father could be left in the dark. Was this really my child or not? The mother would have to know you gave birth or you didn't. There's no like way that Medina would not know the answer to this. So I would have to assume that the emotion she's feeling there is less, oh my gosh, that's not my daughter, and more like, oh, Ellie doesn't view me as her mother.
Sure, yes.
She doesn't consider me her mother. That hurts my feelings. And she runs away.
I took it to be a little even different from that, which was I didn't know that Ellie knew that.
Okay.
Like, we didn't talk about it. Ellie found out this thing that I didn't know she knew. Whatever. That's the way I took that.
So yes. Here's the thing that's confusing. Perfect Works, the guidebook that goes with this game, right? It basically says, this is not a spoiler, because it's not like pertinent to really anything. It's just kind of a background detail. Ellie is Medina's daughter.
Okay.
She is, according to Perfect
that
Works,
changes the story
Eric
for
and
me
Medina's daughter. She really is. So the fact that she looks different is
just
something else.
Coincidence?
Well, that is genetics. To what we're going to start learning about.
Because she's secretly the Sophia character, right? And
the antitype.
Right,
She's the antitype.
Right. And so that makes, okay, that makes sense. But she looks like the past antitype, whereas, well, no, because Faye looks like Lacan.
And he's the contact.
Despite Id being the one who, as we find out in this playthrough, Id is the one who was the person, not Faye so much. Faye took over Id's body rather than the other way around.
Well, hold on. We're going to get all into that too, because that could be very hard to understand.
But I feel like that might be relevant in some way here,
but anyways,
because Ellie has a similar thing going on. Okay.
Ellie looks different because she's the antitype, not because she's the daughter of the housemaid or whatever.
That makes sense, yeah.
But she came to assume she was, because she doesn't know anything about what the antitype is, but I look different than my parents, this makes no sense.
Sure, and then Dominia kind of gave her a seed of maybe that's true. So I think what your interpretation was is probably pretty close to the truth. Medina didn't know that Ellie knew, or she's hurt, also in part that Ellie does not consider her to be her real mother when she actually is. That pains her. And so she runs out. And that would suck.
Yeah.
That would maybe be the worst thing ever. That's crazy.
Yeah. And how long has my daughter not thought that I was her real mother? How long has this been going on that she's believed this or whatever? When it's not even the truth. Right? So that's what's happening there. Eric gets pissed and is eventually convinced to let Faye go.
No, I'm not a fan of how that happens, because he's saying, okay, because Ellie's like, no, I brought him here. This is fine. This is my idea.
Yeah.
But Eric is like, well, I don't care what you say. I'm going to kill him because what you're doing, you shouldn't be doing. And let's blame it on him and just get on with our lives. He's our perfect scapegoat. We don't need to complicate things. If we kill him, then we're good. And that shows some of Eric's maybe more conflicted, the way he rationalizes what he himself does or has done in the past. But Ellie shows up, insults the mother. Eric slaps Ellie, and then we get into a mother-father domestic abuse situation, saying he was going to kill us, yet we now step over and say, don't hit your daughter, like don't do that.
Yeah.
I'll turn myself in, everything's fine, and then he changes his heart. I don't get when or where Eric changed his heart.
Changes his mind.
Other than that Ellie stepped in front of the bullet for us, and then we stepped in for her.
It's like, oh, maybe
and
this
he's
guy
like, they
is
both like each other, and
not
so
a bad guy necessarily.
right, he'll take a bullet for her, and she'll take a bullet for him.
Still,
should I really
not necessarily
kill?
the most convincing thing for a top brass military guy of Solaris to do.
I know, it makes no sense.
However,
it makes no sense.
There is an element to his character where he is sympathetic to Lamb.
Yes, absolutely.
Where he knows what Solaris is doing is wrong, and so I could kind of see like, okay, he doesn't have a prejudice against lambs, so it's not that. He thought he was suspicious and he was like spying on him, but he knows that like what Solaris is doing is super shady. And his daughter is like willing to die for this person, and in return to that the guy is willing to die for her.
Yeah.
Maybe I've got this wrong.
Right, that's enough just there. It's not the words though.
Yeah.
It's the way the scene plays out. The words, not convincing in the slightest, I wouldn't say. It's to like, okay, you can go now. Like, I'm willing to risk everything for you.
Yeah.
But the scenario of the scene, it makes sense more or less, given that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
I will say too, it's so funny that just like Selphie in Final Fantasy VIII, Ellie is the most elite Navy SEAL in the world, and she comes home with this boy, and she's like, "Oh, he's a soldier," and then they go to her bedroom, and they're chilling in her bedroom, and the mom's
taking
like,
showers
"Whatever,"
and stuff.
and like, "Oh, my dad hates it when I get on his computer." "Oh, Dad, I got caught using my dad's computer." Oh man. Now I think there might be something to that though, because Eric is not proud of what he does or what he has done for work, and wanting to hide that from his daughter makes sense, right?
Yeah.
So he would be really hard on her, like, don't get on my computer.
Yeah.
But the fact that she's a Navy SEAL living at home, bringing boys back, and the parents, it's a funny situation to be in. But they're still teenagers. So
It is
you
what
gotta
it
remind
is.
yourself of that.
It's an anime.
Yeah.
It's shown in
And
anime.
then the dad hitting the daughter, who's literally the most powerful Navy SEAL, and he's just like, "How dare you slap?"
Okay. So, anyways, he lets Faye go.
Yes.
And he like shoots out the window and lets him escape. And so he's going to kind of cover for this, right? When the security gets here. But Faye is running around by himself, like trying to figure out where to go. He does not speak Solari, and if you try to talk to NPCs and stuff, he can't understand what they're saying.
Yeah, it's like ampersands and asterisks.
It's like all jumbled up, and he can't understand what anyone's saying. He's like, oh, where do I go? He's running through, and then he's going back down, like towards like where that security checkpoint is that disintegrates people, and a guard stops him. He's like, hey, you, like, come with me, kind of thing. And then Seitan, pops out of it.
Yes, of course.
It's like, it's me,
Hey, didn't you notice? Yeah.
So this is really interesting to me. And this is where this part of the story starts to lead up to probably my favorite part of the whole game. And from here, it just like ramps up.
This was this was an intense.
Just the coolest fetching twist / untwist / like what's really going on here / all this dialogue to just unpack.
Yeah.
It is so awesome. This is my favorite part of Xenogears. Like, it's not close.
It was really cool.
I freaking love this.
By the very end of Disc 1, when it said insert Disc 2, I was like, that was a ride, man.
That was awesome.
Was a roller coaster, and it was pretty cool. It was like very, very
This is
very
like
cool.
what everything we've done so far has built up to, and it's just paid off so magnificently. It's so awesome. So Seitan, I love this, is going to help him get through the security, right? Because Seitan was a Solarian of higher rank. He was in the military. They go across, and Faye, this is speaking to some of his more intelligent side, his observant side, right? The fact that he's not stupid. He's like, wait a minute, Doc. How on earth did you do that? You haven't been in the military of Solaris forever. And he really struggles to explain it.
For the first time, like
he
ever.
did not have an answer to this, and he was caught.
Yeah.
and he did not know what to say.
Yeah.
And it's the first time maybe the second time, but the first time in a really serious situation like this where he didn't have the ability to deceive the way that he had been doing before.
Which is so funny because it's like the machine reads your literal DNA and your genetics. Like you are a thing or you aren't a thing.
Yeah.
Like you can't just weasel around that. Like, oh, maybe it had a defect.
You have to either be first-class citizen or a member of the military to go through that thing. And he's like, you are neither of those things currently. What's going on here? And he says, well, that is probably they have not deleted my ID from the days that I was in the military, and it's still stored in the databank.
What, 20 years ago?
My House Solaris monitors are sloppy. And he tries to laugh it off, and it's like, okay.
Right.
I was really suspicious of you before. Now I know something's going on.
Clearly.
I know something's going on now. Oh, crap. What's going to happen, right? This is when I was first playing it, I was like, oh, Titan's going to betray us, dude. What's going to happen? No. What's he going to do?
Me too. It's like, it's not a question of if, it's a question of when and how bad is it going to be?
Yeah. I was like, oh, fetch, this is going to be it. This is going to be the drop the floor from underneath the audience moment. And I was just like really kind of terrified at this point. So, okay, as they're making their way down into like he's going to take them some other like roundabout way to get where they want to go. Saiten's going to lead at this point. But Ellie comes back. She comes running back, and she is going to join up with you.
Once we're like going underground kind of thing, yeah.
And I don't know if you had any notes in between that, but she runs in, and she basically explains how her parents let her go, her father in particular. When the police showed up, he covered for her because they came for her. They're like, we want Ellie. And he's like, you're not taking my daughter. So he basically sacrifices his position, his rank, all of that to try to save her and let her get away. Before that, though, there's a really good scene where Medina comes in and talks to Ellie while she's crying in a room and says, like, look, you are my daughter no matter what. Right. And, like, I believe that you should follow your heart. And, you know, and so both of the parents end up supporting her in going with Faye and doing, essentially fighting against Solaris. They're in full support of this. And the mother comes around first. And I really love that dialogue between Medina and Ellie. Just Medina as a character, especially with what comes later in the hostage situation.
Yes.
Like the way that she approaches that.
That was very good.
She's a really great mother character. I really like the way that she was written, the way that all of this stuff was executed with her.
Yep.
But really nice little touching scene between them. Lets her go. Father, you know, is going to hold the police there while she escapes, but she ends up coming back down. And this is another thing I really liked, is after Ellie describes all of this about what happened, and she's clearly worried about her parents, and her head's kind of hanging low, Faye puts his hand on her shoulder and says, let's go back and help them. It's like his first thing is like let's go back and help your parents. Like he's offering to abandon what they're doing now and go risk their lives to go save her parents. Yeah, the empathy coming from him I thought was really well done here. Yeah. Like the bond that Ellie and Faye have developed has been this like slow build-up from the time when they met, when she was holding a gun to him and he's shouting out, okay, just kill me, and you know, like it's really developed into something quite touching. I really like it.
And you can kind of graph it out how they feel, and it's kind of funny because the last time that Faye had seen her was when he was leaving, and he once again turned around. The last thing he said to her was, "And you should really leave the military." Yeah. Like, this time, like seriously, what are you doing? Get out of the military. Yeah. And then we leave, and it's so funny because that just harkens back to the 4 previous times that we told her those exact words, right? And it's like our relationship with Ellie keeps going, you know, it progresses, but it keeps going back to that point. That is the fundamental problem of the difference between the two of them. That like she will go with him like 99% of the way, but he's like, it's got to be 100%. You have to literally leave everything. And finally she's back with her family, and he thinks, okay, we should split because she still belongs here, right? And so it's like they went from, you know, 100 back to 0, you know, back to the starting point, you know? And I find it to be very realistic because they never actually dealt with that core problem, you know?
Yeah, and I love how they've each like just helped each other so much throughout it. Like she really needed him to like look at what you're doing. Like this is not you. You cannot possibly support this. You know, he had to like really like shake her out of this like idea that the only way for me to belong is to stay with Solaris, to you know, to be loyal to my country or whatever.
Right.
Even though this is pushing me away from my type 2 personality into the negative type 8. It's not who I am. I'm not happy. I'm not being myself. This is like damaging to my psychology to do this. This is wrong morally to do this, but I'm just turning away from that. She needed him, right? He had to come down and like take her out of that mindset. And at the same time, he's going through all of his psychological brokenness and feeling incomplete and all this stuff. And she's been integral to like keeping him, you know, moving forward and like giving him hope. And
as we find out with id, one of the reasons id doesn't just come out all the freaking time, every second, forever, is because of Ellie. It's because of Faye's connection to Ellie that keeps Faye grounded and wanting to stay conscious and not, you know, yield to this other guy.
Yeah. And so like, this is all just kind of builds up to this moment where he puts his hand on her shoulder and says like, it just felt so right. It felt so good. Like their relationship has been knocked out of the park, I feel like.
They did a good job. And there's another fun part where Satan says something along the lines of, "Oh man, what wouldn't you give, Faye, for a good bath in my old tub back in Wuhan?"
Yep.
And then
they both
don't even
laugh
respond.
about it.
They just look at each other and laugh.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. See, sometimes they'll take these intense moments and, like you just said, that it'll culminate in this moment of, you know, an intimate, you know, expression of like pure, you know, selfless love, and then they'll do something comedic that usually doesn't land to kind of throw it in so the kids don't feel so awkward when they're playing the game. But this one landed like perfect.
This one was great.
It was great because they didn't try to be that funny. It was funny enough to where it was funny, but their reaction to each other of having an inside shared moment and laughing and not even saying like, "Oh, Satan, oh, you silly guy." They just didn't say anything. They just had their laugh and they didn't clue Satan into their situation and they just kept going. And that was the perfect way to break the intensity of the moment, I think.
It's great.
That's when that type of comedy.
That's how you do it.
Because the game.
That's how you release
to be
tension.
Laugh out loud funny.
Yes.
It just needs to release tension. Yeah, because that's the point, and that did it perfectly.
It did a great job. Really liked that moment. But let's see. Let's go straight into the Soylent system. So they go down into a little facility, and there's some cans of food, kind of like on the ground, and Faye and Ellie comment on how long it's been since they've had something to eat. They're really hungry. They need, you know, to keep their strength.
Which the first time in the game, I guess there was that one point where we were lost at sea and Faye tries to catch a fish.
Yeah.
There was a more direct moment of we have to eat food, let's eat
That's
food.
true, yes.
Other than that, we have not seen any moments. So just the fact that they're eating food, I caught onto this right away because she said the Soylent system. She had said this
if you know what Soylent Green is.
Know what and I was like, my note when it said that was, what did I say? Soylent system. Oh, they're going there.
Yeah.
That was my note there. So anyways, I kind of knew, but even just in general, the fact that you're watching them eat when they never eat in the whole game ever it's just it's a clue to pay attention because that has some significance in the story, right?
Yeah.
That's probably true of all games.
Yeah, it's like if you're aware of the references, like with anything in the game, if you're aware of Freud and you're aware that you'll understand it better. Soylent Green would be a pretty obscure reference, not only in Japan, where it would be it's extremely obscure.
Yeah.
But even in English, it wasn't like a popular movie. Middling success, especially for a star as big as Charlton Heston. It's not like one of his hits, right? Where he plays like the main character in the movie. But that particular part, Soylent Green is people, it's people, as he's being carried away, right?
Listen to me, Hatcher. You gotta tell him Soylent Green is people!
Yes.
it was parodied by like Saturday Night
Right, I was gonna say, I
Live.
feel like people know that reference,
Yeah.
whether they saw the movie or not. Somehow that reference became.
It's one of those movies where it's like everybody knows the spoiler of the movie, kind of a thing.
Yeah.
Silent White is made out of people! It's people!
Like Star Wars, Darth Vader is Luke's father. It's one of those types of things. It's like the thing that you know about it is the big twist of the movie, right? So, anyways, but I don't know about how popular or well known that story would have been in Japan.
Yeah, I have no
It's probably pretty obscure, but anyways.
A lot of this would be very obscure.
I had not seen the movie, so I didn't even know what was coming up, personally. So it worked for me. But
I wouldn't even say it didn't work. It's just
you just know it's not as shocking.
You feel what's coming.
It's not as shocking if you know what Soylent Green
It
is.
wasn't shocking at all for me, I guess.
But they're going to eat this food, these cans of food, and they ask Seitan if he wants some. And he's like, I'm not hungry.
Yeah, he's like,
but
no thanks.
he allows them to eat it.
Yes.
Now, this is something that I want to make. I want to emphasize.
Well, he points it out later. He's like, you ate it.
Well,
you ate some of this.
There are a lot of people who really, really hate Satan because of this.
Oh, really?
Why would he allow them to knowingly or unknowingly eat this and then reveal to them 10 minutes later, you just ate humans, as if they had done something horrible, but he didn't inform them? I have a reason, but I'd like to hear yours first.
So the idea is, well, my thinking about this was that nobody is pure.
Yeah.
Right? Everyone has a fault, and everyone has partaken in a system that is murderous and evil. And it's almost like a teaching moment with Satan, where he's like, "You eat it, find out what it is later. It's more powerful later.
Yeah.
Like if you don't eat it, and then you're like, oh, these weird people, what are they doing? Why are they doing this? Right? But if you've had it, then that weird people becomes you. And you have to contend with your own inner shadow, I guess, more or less. It's a kind of that kind of experience. That would more or less be the way that I look at it.
So he actually does more or less say that later on, where he's like, I think it's right after he brings Bart and Billy up and frees Faye from the contraption thing.
Oh, right. In that room.
He says, I didn't only bring you here to remove limiters. I also wanted you to see firsthand exactly what it is that you're up against, what they're doing.
Right.
I want you to really understand how messed up Solaris is.
Right.
So there's a certain aspect of what you're saying is completely right. He didn't just want them to just tell them, hey, they eat human beings here.
Yeah, aren't they weird? Look down on them.
He wanted them to have the experience of having tasted and eaten it and then realize what it is, because that's way, way more gut-wrenching. And
I think so.
Now,
I'm surprised they didn't throw up. I probably would have just thrown up.
That being said, right, it takes a special kind of emotional detachment to be able to do that to someone you care about, to the degree to where I would agree, despite how badly you want to teach somebody something really important, that does not justify such a thing at all. It's like I would be more pissed at Satan than I would be at Solaris if I were Faye and they had done that to me.
Yes.
Right? So that would actually diminish the power of the lesson, because it's like, how could you let me do that, knowing what it was?
It gives you a scapegoat. It gives you someone to point at and say, this is your fault.
Yes. So it's not necessarily the most efficient way to teach the lesson.
Possibly
However,
okay, I have a thought here too.
Keep in mind that part of Satan's mission here is to speak to id.
Yes. I thought of that too.
He wants
Faye to hate
he is here to talk to id, and the way to get id to come out is to put Faye through traumatic or highly emotional,
that's good. I like
strenuous circumstances.
That sounds.
He has to bring id out. And this is part of a chain of things he does to bring id out of Faye. And when you look at it that way, it's a lot more forgivable than if it's, oh, I just want you to know how messed up this place is. If it was just that, I would agree. Satan is like irredeemable in this.
Yeah.
But because now for Ellie, but he can't just be like, oh, Ellie, you shouldn't eat that. Let fate. He can't. It's like he's just got to let him do it. They're both hungry. They're going to eat that. I can't reveal my hand yet.
Yeah.
But the whole point of this is that he has got to talk to Id. He has to find out what's going on in Fae psychology. Who is really in control? Who is the base personality here? Because that's going to help him determine his mission from Emperor Cain.
Is this an enemy?
Is this someone that we need to be afraid of?
Yeah.
What do we do about him? Do we kill him or do we let him live? Is he going to be able to help? And so that's Cain's mission to Satan. That's why he's been his guardian angel. It's why he's been traveling with him. It's why he's been watching him. It's because he's trying to determine whether the contact, who is Fae, is an enemy of specifically Cain and Satan or not. And whether he's a threat to the world.
I like that. I like that better. I went, I think, about halfway there, but you went all the way. And that connection with Id, that solidifies it. I think that's pretty good. Because I was just thinking about this generally, psychologically speaking.
Yeah.
You are what you eat. They became partakers of the forbidden fruit, eating people.
That's true too.
They became, and Satan in that sense is the serpent, which is not Satan necessarily, right? The serpent is, especially within the Gnostic writings, the serpent did not necessarily mean Satan. That kind of came a little bit later within Christianity. But the serpent is the one who enlightens or whatever.
Yeah.
Which is actually what the word Lucifer means. But anyways, and that in partaking of that fruit, they became they
entered the world of sin.
Yes. There's an idea, I think, among who was it? Who would it be? This would probably be Alexander Solzhenitsyn in Soviet Union before he defected. He said, like, how do you, where do you put the blame for what happened in Soviet Russia? Where do you put the blame at? At whose feet do you put the blame? And he had to deal with this while he was in the gulags for like 20 years, just slaving away and being in a concentration camp, you know. And his ultimate determination, and he was a really smart guy, was it's my fault.
Yeah.
Like, how did the Soviet Union become this bad this quickly? It's my fault. Like, what did I say when I saw this slippery slope we were going down? What did I do? Didn't say anything. I didn't speak up. And his whole thing was, if like the only rational conclusion to come to when things break is that it's your fault, because that's the only thing you can do anything about.
Yes.
Right? And so you become a partaker in this horrible system just by the fact that you are the only agent capable of changing it, and you have to accept responsibility for the situation that exists in order to step forward and change it, which nobody in the Soviet Union was willing to do except for him, and why he had to kind of leave. But anyways, that kind of idea that in offering them the food and allowing them to partake it, they became part of that system that they need to fix now, right?
Yes.
For themselves, not just for other people, but for themselves. They're part of it. Everyone's part of it. Everyone allowed this system to become how it is. It didn't just happen one day. The Solarians didn't just wake up as Nazis. The slow thing slowly happened. I know a lot of people have a lot less control than others, specifically the third class, and then the lambs have like no power here. But they do have power.
Yeah.
And as we had seen before, they had risen up and almost taken down Solaris before. They, like, everybody can help. And the way you help is to be honest and tell the truth. And it is everyone's fault. We're all in it together. Nobody gets to say, oh, but that's their problem, right?
Yeah.
Anyways, I took it more in that kind of general direction.
I think that's good. Yeah.
Your thing with Id, though, that's perfect.
Yeah.
That, like, brings it all right there, right together, right perfect.
Yeah, I agree with that. So essentially what you discover as you're kind of going through this dungeon, this factory facility here, is Solaris is the one making wells.
Yeah, and you see a bunch of test tubes with really creepy stuff in it.
And there's like these little cages you find with people in
Yes.
them that are like in the
They're
process
like
of transforming.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, can you let me out? Oh, and then they attack you when they
One
get
of them
out.
tells him, "Don't let me out."
Yeah.
But he's got like.
He's like, oh, he was from Kislev, and he was like, remember me in Kislev?
yeah,
I had
he had
that
a
dog.
dog. Yeah.
And he's like, oh man, like take care of my dog or whatever for
don't let
me.
me out.
Don't let me out, because I know what I'm turning into. Now, did you notice that the screen transition into battle changes here?
Well, tell me.
So the
Yes,
whole
you
game,
zoom in and it becomes a
the
bubble.
whole game, it's a shattering effect, right? A mirror,
Yes.
it shatters. Here, it's like this,
It's a bubble.
almost liquid,
Yeah.
wavy kind of thing. Now,
I have some thoughts.
I was trying to think about like why they would do that.
I have some thoughts just in general.
Go ahead.
First of all, the broken mirror happens when you go into a fight that Faye doesn't want to do, which is basically every single fight all the time forever.
Yeah, he was trying to
But
avoid fighting.
When we learn with Billy's character arc, when we learn from Bishop Barron and others.
Bishop Stone.
Bishop Stone.
Yeah.
Why did I say Bishop Barron?
I don't know, but it's Stone.
Oh, there's a guy. I watched a video from someone named Bishop Barron. a while
Oh,
ago.
okay.
Okay. Anyways, Bishop Stone, when he teaches us, no, it wasn't him. It was what's his name? It was Billy's dad. It was
Jesse.
Jesse saying, "Hey, you're actually helping these things by getting.
Oh yeah, by
there
killing
is
them.
no cure. They are stuck forever. They hate their lives. The only thing you can do, and this comes, there are several. Gosh, you guys should watch the anime Made in Abyss if you want to understand.
I still got to see that.
Severity of how this can it's tough to come to that point, but once you come to that point, or also there is in Full Metal Alchemist, there's a couple episodes where that crazy scientist guy kind of experiments and then makes a chimera out of a person,
right. Mhm.
And there's nothing to do.
You can't save them
You
at that
can't
point.
revert them to what they
That's
were.
like
The only thing to do.
It's one of the darkest parts of
Oh
that
my
show.
gosh, so dark.
It's
one
crazy.
of the things that the chimera, when it finally can say any words, the first words it says are "kill me."
Yeah.
That's all it can really say, and it's like, oh my gosh.
That's a good parallel,
It's
actually.
deep
I think
stuff.
that's good.
But dispatching the chimeras from life became that one dude with the X scar on his forehead from Full Metal Alchemist. It became his like mission. Like I'm gonna, he's got other things he wants to do, but at the same time, I'm gonna destroy all these abominable creations, right? But I feel like we have gained a sense of what we're doing here, and what we're doing now is a good thing. It's not an earth-shattering thing. It's and the difference between a shatter and a ripple. Let's say a ripple.
Yeah.
Is that the shatter comes from something strict and rigid that can't be moved, and the only thing to do is to break it. Right.
Yeah.
You break it. If you want to reform, if you want to make a new thing out of it, you can't just reform it into a new thing. You have to break it and then take the pieces and reassemble it into a new thing. With the liquid, though, liquid is multiple and it's formable. And that's typically the opposites. You got land and water. You've got solid and liquid. And the idea being that liquid is formable and moldable, and it doesn't break, right? So the liquid would represent chaos, whereas the solid would represent order. And so when your structure in your mind is too rigid and you do something you don't want to do, it breaks you. It breaks you into chaos, which is the pieces. But when you confront something that's more liquid, when your mindset is more liquid, then you can mold it into your mind without breaking it, right? That's kind of the idea, right?
That is, I really like that. And the fact that was
wrong?
no. The fact that was like on the fly, or at least seemed to be, is actually pretty impressive.
Yeah, well...
I didn't have anything nearly as deep to say about it, but it makes complete sense.
Yeah.
Phase type 9 enneagram personality fears fragmentation.
Yes. Yeah.
So the fact that the battle screen transition is a fragmentation, and the fact that he resisted fighting so hard and that it really hurts him to fight is, I mean, a perfect implementation of that symbol into battles.
Yeah,
it's
exactly.
something Faye wants to avoid. It's something he hates.
He said it over and over.
And it's breaking him to do it. He is coming across some sort of rigid barrier in his mind that he has to break, which is his biggest fear is breaking, in order to move forward with what Satan is the path Satan is leading him
what
on.
he trusts is the right thing to do.
Right? Here, yeah, it's like that. It's that yin yang thing going on.
Yeah, it's a yin yang.
A
It's the
moldable,
yin.
chaotic, unnerving place where fighting is not wrong.
Right.
He doesn't have a reservation about it.
Yeah.
These wells, these chimeras, it's actually freeing them to kill them.
Right.
So in this instance, the fear of fighting is not the same as
It doesn't break him.
Yeah.
It's a different thing. And the idea with the water is that there's a prima materia idea kind of going on, where it's like the original material. Well, the prima materia wouldn't be water. It would be what water was made out of. But water represents that kind of like just the pure chaos that things can be made out of, you know. And so he'll enter into the chaos and construct something good out of it and leave.
Yeah.
You know? Whereas for order, you just have to break through it. You can't do it that same way. Yeah, I think that's what's going on there.
I like that a lot.
I get that from Eric Neumann's book, The Origin and History of Consciousness. So.
Well, I'm sure
you don't need to read
I'm
the book.
sure that Tetsuya Takahashi and Sorya Saga were reading that.
They guaranteed did. And Eric Neumann is spelled E-R-I-C-H. So it's not clear as to whether or not Ellie's father is
a reference
after Eric Neumann or from. They're quite different.
Very different people.
I prefer Eric Neumann personally, but you know.
Okay. Good stuff. So yeah, you go through there. Satan during this whole section just continually is a dick to you for the most part, but we know that that's with a purpose. You end up finding an Omni gear as you're going through this dungeon. It's just kind of like there below them. They turn on some lights. It's like there's a freaking Omni gear there.
Yeah, under the water.
Now, there was something that struck me about this. Ellie comments on this gear looking similar to Bart's. They're basically putting together, this is an Omni gear, right?
Yeah.
But she also mentions the one that they found in Shavat that like reacted to her.
Mm-hmm, yeah.
Now, we had talked about whether we thought the transition they did in Shavat, where they just explained in text or in the conversation between the Queen and the wise men, that Ellie had reacted to something. They didn't show that scene. They just mentioned it in passing.
Yeah.
Whether or not that was a signifier that they had been rushed through that portion of the game or something like that. And we're like, well, maybe it's just the style of
that one scenario
of Masato Kato, or whether it was them being rushed. The fact that here she brings it up like, oh, this thing reacted to me, this gear in Shavat. It made me lean a little more toward they probably rushed that sequence.
I think so, because how would she have known?
Yeah.
We missed something.
There's a scene that feels like it's missing, where they should have shown her approaching this gear or something, and it reacts to her, and she's like, "What on earth is going on?" And she runs away from it because a little bit later in this play session, even she talks about how she doesn't want to get in a gear and fly, and so that's why Faye and her go inside the Weltall together, the Veltall. Because she doesn't want to ride in the gear ever again.
At that one point.
She has some sort of resistance to this, and I feel like it must have something to do with what happened to her emotionally when she approached this gear in Shavat.
It feels like something's missing. Yeah.
And I believe the Queen or Wiseman or somebody in that conversation said something about how she's aware of something. Ellie is aware of the entity inside of her.
Yes.
And that was and part of that was an awakening that happened when she approached this Omni gear and it reacted to her. That her mind is opening up. She's come to the age. They say there's a certain age where this awakening begins to happen. And this is happening to her, and she's really scared about what's going on with this entity in her that she's aware of, but she doesn't understand it. And that Omni gear did something to freak her out, and they didn't show it. And I feel like they needed to as a setup to this moment. But anyways, I'm starting to lean more towards they had to rush through that, and that's why they did that transition they did back in Shavat. So that's the Omni gear that they find.
I don't know why I wrote this note before that. Did we learn something about the lambs? Oh, yes, no. Okay, we come to that room, and this is before Satan's big reveal. A couple rooms before we get to that corridor where we finally are like, dude, why do you know all this stuff? We see the room with all of our holograms in it.
Yes, that's my note too.
Is that the next one? Okay. There's 9 holograms, and it's of all of us.
All the party members, yeah.
All the party members, including Chu, which I've never used in battle before.
Now, this is something that I put together a little bit later, but it would seem natural that it's only going to have the playable party members that'll be displayed there.
Sure.
But something that we tend to forget, and I think the game wanted you to forget, is that Hammer is a member of our team.
Yes.
And Hammer is not of interest at all to whoever had all of these people displayed in the holograms, which is important for Hammer's turn here in a little bit.
Interesting.
But I was like, oh man, they don't care about Hammer because Hammer's a nobody. Hammer's literally not special at all.
Yeah.
He's not even worth.
Even Chew.
Even Choo Choo
And it says in the
has
description,
a hologram.
Just born. What is it? Ancient life form.
Yeah, like useless, like can't be used as an animus.
Yes. Get rid of, dispose of.
Yeah, just dispose. Doesn't even Choo Choo got enough attention there to have a hologram, but Hammer did not.
Hammer does not.
Hammer literally doesn't matter. Is not a factor whatsoever in any of this. So unspecial that he's not even worth a hologram in this room. Even though he has been with our party since Kislev.
Yeah.
He's been with us the whole way. He was there when we arrive at Solaris in Maria's gear, right? And they're all jumping out, and they tell Hammer, like they talk to Hammer specifically. They're like, tell him about something. He's like, oh, okay. He's with us. He's there. He was captured along with the party. They showed him. They bothered to show him on the Seepson when it broke into Solaris. But we, the party, as well as everyone else of interest in Solaris, we just don't think about him like that.
Right.
Because he's just not special.
He's not special.
And this is so key to his type 3 personality type and what they fear to why he does what he does.
Yeah.
But anyways, the details that you get, like some of this data they have on the characters in the hologram.
It was crazy. And there are certain people that have, like, your lamb number.
Yes, lamb numbers.
5,286,000, right?
Yeah.
That prompted me to write this note.
Okay.
Were all of the lambs created as an experiment by Solaris? I guess this isn't more or less. This is just me postulating an idea. The fact that every lamb has a number.
Yeah.
They all are numbered, and some of them say bring in for a reattunement, or what was the wording there? Like
an adjustment.
Bring in for
an animus adjustment.
An animus adjustment, something like that. Which is like, it's like these are just little lab rats, right?
Yeah.
But they're numbered.
Yes.
They're numbered, and there's a bunch, and they're lab rats. All the lambs, and it makes me wonder if the lambs are even like, well, I wouldn't use people in the sense of like they're sentient.
Sure.
But are they even humans? Or are they just created experiments that are just kind of running around, and these people have like total control over what's going on? So yeah, that's kind of fascinating stuff.
Keep that thought.
There was one difference. I don't know exactly where this would go. It probably has something to do with Sophia, maybe. But Eliam's number has a 2 next to it.
Well, she has a minister number. So it's not a lamb's number.
Oh, that's why. Okay, I was like, this is different.
There's a couple of them that don't have lamb's numbers.
Well, like Choo didn't.
Choo Choo doesn't. Rico doesn't.
Yeah.
Billy doesn't.
Billy doesn't.
And Ellie doesn't. Because he was part of the ethos, right?
That's right.
So he got a minister number because of that.
Oh, yeah.
So a couple things with this. There's part of me that understands, I think, what the intention of the lamb's numbers here is meant to hint at. And I'm going to point it out, but not at what it hints at. I'm just going to point at the discrepancy in the numbers. There's another part of me.
Some of them are way high, like hundreds of millions, and some of them are like.
Some of me is curious about if what my suspicion of what the lamb's numbers are signifying. It brings up some logical questions, logical flaws in it that I would. This is just something I'm going to like push out to the audience, and maybe some people will have some interesting theories on this or something like that. As much as I hate fan theories, in this particular instance, I think this is really interesting to think about. But also, I think there's some translation errors. I think like there's a possibility that like Honeywood left off a digit on Maria's in particular.
Oh, okay.
Like all of them have well over 100 million, except Maria, who has like 54 million. And that leads me to think, based on what I think these numbers represent, that he just missed a digit in Maria's. But I don't. Maybe you have to look at the Japanese version. I don't know. but it throws a wrench in some of these ideas. Anyways,
Interesting.
here's what it is. So Billy does not have a lamb number. He has a minister number. Okay. Ellie, same way. Ellie has a minister number. So they're part of the Solarian society. They're being numbered differently. So Choo-Choo doesn't. She's a primal animal. And Rico, I really like what it says about him, right? So they have their name, their number, their ether response, so basically how magical they are or not, their ether potential.
Which was, in Faye and Ellie's case, is unlimited.
Infinite, yeah.
Infinite, yeah.
And then they have, what does it stand for? It's an anima something. I just put AA, and I thought I would remember it. Animus or anima something. Anyways, alignment. Anima alignment. Animus alignment or anima alignment.
That one's interesting.
So they all have a number for that too. And then there's a note or a comment from like the researcher or whatever. And the comment on Rico's is created by the ethos as an experimental mixture used by the Kislev Battling Association to measure battle potential. The data has been transferred, scheduled for animus adjustment. So he was created by the ethos. Now remember that the ethos was in opposition to the Kaiser, right? The Kaiser who is Rico's father, as we learned back in Kislev, he ousted the ethos's influence from the government of Kislev. He would not allow them to have any control or any power in the government. The ethos created Rico. They experimented on him on purpose to be used to get back at the Kaiser. So all those people who were like the battling arena, like leaders and stuff like that, people running the show there, they were all doing this to Rico as payback or revenge on the Kaiser. So he lost his wife and he lost his son, and he's been all depressed about that ever since, and he keeps the room for his wife and whatever, and he just has no idea what happened to them. The ethos actually took them away. And in Rico's case, did experiments on him. Maybe it could be some kind of limiter or something, but like the Kaiser looks more or less human except for his ears, right?
Right.
He is a demi-human, but it's like subtle. Rico's is like way crazy.
Worse than anyone.
And it's because of what the ethos did to him. And then they basically put him back in and were collecting battle data from him and using him, and they eventually plotted to assassinate Kaiser Sigmund, and they were going to use Rico to do that. So the ethos basically turned Rico into what he is. So that's crazy. Some other interesting things here. So let's take a look at the lambs numbers, right? So Bart's is 221.5 million. 221.5 million is his lambs number. Maria's number, it says 51 or 54 million, but I think that's supposed to be 541 million. I think that's what this is my speculation on this. Because Bart is older than Maria. Maria's younger. So it would make sense to me that Bart would have a lower lamb number than her, because she was born later.
First. Yeah, I kind of looked at the numbers similar, yeah.
Right? So I guess my assumption was, are they each given a number upon birth? It's like their birth certificate almost. Like every baby, every lamb that is born gets assigned a number that is chronologically increasing. That's the only assumption I had about what that could mean. Because it's really interesting that Satan's is the highest one. Satan's is 584 million. But remember, he would have had a minister number. He just recently became a lamb. Which is why his would be the highest one. I would think.
Sure.
All right, this is Mike here doing an addendum real quick. Kaysen and I spoke a little bit about some speculation regarding what the lamb's numbers mean or what they might signify. And I'm going to cut that out of the podcast because the more I think about it, the less it makes sense to me. This was something that was kind of suggested to me in the Discord chat of my private live streams for patrons, where the lamb's number might signify the age of the character or something like that, right? Almost as if a lamb's number is given like a birth certificate. So when you're born, you're given this chronological lamb's number that keeps counting up and up and up and up. But the more I look at that, the less it makes any sense to me. Maria's is like 54 million, but Bart's is over 200 million, and Seiton's is over 500 million. And there's some things that people have used to kind of explain those things. You know, maybe Honeywood left a number off in Maria's number, and it's meant to be more like 541 million or something like that. And maybe because Seiton would have had a minister number as a member of the Solarian Society, maybe he was assigned a lamb's number when he came down to the surface or something like that. But even regardless of that, I think there are some logical flaws with this theory that the lamb's number is in some way chronological, and that it counts up, and that like it would be a signifier of a character's age. The theory does not make sense to me upon reflection at all. So I'm cutting that part out. And if anybody wants to make comments on that in support of that theory, and in regards to what it might mean about some of the characters' ages, feel free to write that down in the comments. As of right now, I don't buy it. So I think that number must be signifying something else.
Anyways, it's interesting to look at that stuff. But yeah. Faye and Ellie have infinite ether response, right? And animus alignment or anima alignment. Both of them totally infinite on those. Yeah. And it also says straight out that Ellie is a possible antitype. That's the note from the researcher. Possible antitype, approval for the retrieval and necessary analysis granted. And then Faye is, it doesn't even say possible contact. It says he is the contact. Faye is the contact, immediate disposal desired. So they want to kill him, they want to bring her in. And this is, of course, what the person who's running this, all Krallian. That's what Krallian's after. Krallian wants Ellie. He does not want Faye. Yeah. Doesn't care about Faye. Okay. As you continue deeper into the Solaris underground, you start to see that Ellie is becoming highly suspicious of Satan. Yeah. Highly suspicious. Because he opens some door with like a passcode or something. It's like, oh, it's locked.
He couldn't get in, and
he opens up, and she's like, I think what she says, it's in parentheses, meaning she may have thought it to herself or whispered it. Like, why is the deactivation code for the door lock known?
Yeah, this is what it says, because this is a Japanese thing.
Yeah.
This is, by the way, when we talk about omitting subject, this is how most Japanese sentences read. So I wrote, what she says is the deactivation code for the door lock known? Question mark. Like, is it known? What she's really saying is, does
Seiton know? How does he know that?
The number here. So this was a transliteration. That's literally what the Japanese says. It says, is the code known? Is it known? And that's how Japanese talk. Every sentence in Japanese is basically that, unless they're including the subject. So that's a transliteration of the Japanese. It's 100% correct. It just doesn't work in English. So when Japanese always omits the subject, it's more like Satan knows the code. But that's a great example of what would happen if you translated the Japanese exactly, and why it's so difficult to infer the subject.
Who it is that you're talking about.
Yeah.
But she's suspicious, like he should not have known that code. Like, we're way deep in Solaris. My father wouldn't even know this.
And he's been explaining to them things like the Soylent system and how
he knows how everything works.
Project M was, which Josiah did not know, and she brings up a ton of stuff. It's like, oh yeah.
So Faye asks what the facility is for. He's like, what is this place all about? And Seiton goes on to talk about how longevity experiments are being done here on behalf of the Emperor and the Gazel Ministry, who are 10,000 years old, he basically reveals here. They've been around since the beginning. It's like the fact that, as we know, the Eldridge ship crashed 10,000 years ago. That's why humans are not part of the fossil record prior to 10,000 years ago, right? Which is what Balthazar was talking about way back in the beginning of the game in the cave. So humans emerged onto this planet, or fell to this planet 10,000 years ago with the Eldridge crash. And he basically explains that Cain and the Gazel Ministry have been around basically since then. and they're doing longevity experiments here to keep their lives
Cain
going.
lives forever, but the
They died.
The ministry died, but their ideas
But they were
put.
they only died because they were attacked in that battle with Diablos 500 years ago.
Yes.
So Graf led that Diablos army against Solaris 500 years ago and killed the Gazo ministry.
Yes.
And their consciousness was uploaded into that little sphere computer thing that we've been seeing this whole time. And then he explains that the memory cubes that we've been saving at and stuff like that, we actually saw a room where they were being like constructed. There's like a whole room full of memory cubes where they like are manufactured. And he basically says that those are used to obtain living data, and all of this is in pursuit of resurrecting the Gazo ministry into new bodies.
Yeah.
So like that's what this place is for. And then Ellie she's heard enough at that point. How do you know that?
Yeah.
How do you know the code? How do you know all this stuff that even like my dad doesn't know, that Jesse doesn't know? Because Jesse referenced the M project, which is what you're explaining the purpose of, but he didn't know what it was.
Right.
He was like of the same rank as you as an element. How do you know this? This is messed up. I am calling you out. And you know, Faye's trying to be like, hold on, like, Doc, like, you know, like, try to explain this.
Yeah, yeah.
And she's like, I'm not done talking. Like,
No, she has a ton of other stuff to bring up.
this is not right. You need to explain yourself. And it's, oh my gosh, it's so awesome. Citan just like adjusts his glasses, and this boom, all the lights go out. He doesn't say anything. He doesn't like monologue about like, I'm actually a puppet or an agent of the Gazo ministry. He doesn't explain it. He just and it just goes dark, and the Ellie's gone, and he's gone, and Faye's alone.
Everything's gone.
And it's just like, wait a second, like what's happening? Holy crap, what's going on? And you're trying to like go through these dark tunnels, and you emerge in a room that is just a bunch of screens. It's actually it's similar to like the Matrix Reloaded when he goes and sees the architect. Now that movie came out in 2003.
After
this game came out in 1998.
Yes.
But it made me wonder, since the Wachowskis are anime
really
fans,
Japanese stuff,
right? They're way into that.
Yeah.
It made me wonder if they had played this game.
Well, I'll tell you what, Matrix also has some Soylent Green stuff going on too. So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, anyways, he comes into this room and all these TV screens come on. And he gets like put into this, bound by this little contraption that lets he's sort of like hanging, and he can't move. It's like it interrupts like the nerves or something.
Yeah, it literally makes it so your whole brain.
He's just paralyzed. He can't do anything. And so.
Do you know what I thought this was? And I still might be right. Because we enter that room, it doesn't show us get captured, right? We just
he just walks in.
Yeah, but all of a sudden we're just tied up in this thing, right?
Sure.
Does it show the process of being picked up?
I'm trying to remember.
I remember walking into the room and
let
then
me
all
actually
of a sudden
pull this
being
just being inside
there. Yeah,
Hold on.
elevated, and all of a sudden we're there in this crazy
Let's see.
and we're in the middle of it. Okay,
and
we kind of
then
pass out, and then it
and then it does fade away. You're right. You are right. And then it comes back, and he's inside of it.
Do you know what I thought was going on?
Let's hear it.
I could still be right on this. It seemed like we awoken from a virtual reality that was not real the entire time, and we awoke to the room. We were suspended so that we could move our legs and go like this and go around and think that we're in a real world, surrounded by. No, they wouldn't be those TVs because those are like tube TVs. Like you'd see the seams and everything, but they project in front of him actual.
Like he was in a hologram the whole time,
yes,
or in a holodeck the whole time.
As if he was in a holodeck the entire time.
I didn't think you were going there. I thought you were going into he transformed into it and lost some time in between when he was on the ground and then he was in the thing.
Nope. I'm saying we wake up suspended in this thing that surrounded by screens. My immediate thought was like, oh my gosh, everything was fake. We just now woke up in the real world. And we were seeing a VR thing the whole time. Now, that doesn't seem to be the case, but it could still be the case. It could still be the case. I'm prepared for any crazy thing with this game.
It does get really wild here. But he's suspended up there, and the Gazel Ministry come on and they start talking to him. And this is, by the way, where we're going to cut our first of 2 episodes here. We'll get the rest of the end of disc 1 and the second part. But I want to at least get through this part where he talks to them. Because this is basically Belly of the Whale.
Yes, this is the absolute depths,
Yeah.
and he's trapped. He can't get out.
This is the point of the story in the hero's journey called Belly of the Whale.
The belly of
This is
the
basically
beast,
what this is.
The Death Star.
And then
imprisoned. Or,
from there it'll move towards like the ultimate climax of the story. So we're getting pretty close to the climax of the story after this. But I have, well, as always, the Gazel Ministry is badly translated.
Oh, great. I did notice some things, but I didn't look up a lot of their stuff.
So I'm going to try my best to
Because it's too much.
cut
When
to
they
the
talk,
point.
I'm always just like, I don't know.
You tune it out because they're so vague. They use a lot of weird terminology, and a lot of times what they're saying isn't even accurate to what they should be saying.
I looked up one line though.
Yeah.
I looked up one line because this threw me for a freaking loop.
I know
was
what you're.
like, no
I know
freaking
exactly what you're talking about.
Satan shows up and they said he is Cain.
I was
I was like, no way! And then as about the next 20 minutes keep unfolding, I'm like,
He's definitely not Cain.
Cain. Why did it say he's Cain? And I
Oh my
looked it up
gosh.
and it says, as for Cain, ... There he was giving Satan information.
Yes.
But what it says in English is he is
Cain.
He got info from the
So
Emperor. And I'm
confusing.
like, so the Emperor's not Cain. We're Cain, but why is the Emperor telling us what to do?
Yeah.
It was so freaking confusing.
So
And
confusing.
I didn't look it up until I was about 20, 30 minutes in. And I was realizing he can't possibly be Cain.
No.
We can't have heard that because we wouldn't be following him anymore
No.
if we had heard that properly. And I did look that line up, and my gosh, Satan is not Cain. I thought this was this huge revelation, and that kind of ruined the scene for me a little bit, actually.
Yeah.
I read the whole thing thinking Satan's Cain.
Yeah.
And everything from there on out made no sense.
It also-
until I found out he is not Cain.
It also comes across like a pretty powerful, striking revelation. It's like,
Yes.
whoa, wait a minute. And it starts to feel really cool.
Yes, Cain wears a mask, and maybe Satan's going into his subconscious, that Cain
Yeah.
is his alter ego. And that,
Yeah, like Cain is his id or something.
Yeah, and I'm like, oh,
yeah.
It was
It's
this
like
thing I could grasp, and then
there's-
it disappeared.
These are the types of things I was thinking at the
Yeah.
time that I played it first too.
Okay,
And
so,
it's
yeah.
so confusing. It's like he's not Cain. Is like, oh, okay. It's a little bit of
So now I have to go back and relive the whole thing, reading it properly, and I
Yep.
didn't really do that.
terrible translation there. It's not that he is Cain, as he was sent by Cain to watch Faye. That is what they're really
Yes.
saying. And Faye's all like, what? Like, he feels so betrayed. Of course he would. That this father-like figure this whole time was actually sent there to watch him and lead him to this moment.
Yes.
Where they're basically gonna like, it's the tearing the rug out from under the character moment. It's the everything that I was working for is actually, I walked into a trap this whole time, and the person I trusted the most was the one who led me into it. And now we're doomed. It's that belly of the whale moment, like we're saying.
Yeah.
And it's
I love how the Gazelle are talking to him and explaining their evil plan, and he's just like trying to talk to Satan the whole
he's
time.
like, I'm not talking to you guys.
Yeah, and they're like,
Talk
"No,
to me,
But
please."
listen, we did this plan for thousands of years. And we're just like, Satan,
Yeah,
what's going on? And we keep asking him that.
I like that.
That shows that we don't freaking care what these people are talking about. Like, we care about the relationship that we had that just shattered.
Mhm.
And that is all we really care about. And that's from an emotional standpoint. That is Faye's whole standpoint here. Is like, emotionally, I don't really care. I don't know what to do with all this stuff. But what is wrong with you? Like, what did you do? What happened? He won't accept it the whole time. He won't accept it until the very end.
Actually really like that. I mean, the betrayal stings so badly
It does.
that it's just like tuning these guys out.
And it's
Stop
in part
talking.
because-
Please talk to me,
Yes,
Satan.
and he
Please.
won't do it.
Please tell me this isn't real.
From the moment the lights turned out until finally when Satan does say words, it's a long time.
Yeah.
And like you said, Satan's not the one explaining everything.
Yep.
Things are being explained, and he's just standing there. He is
Yep.
just standing there in the hologram room, and we aren't we're trying to talk to him. He won't talk to us. It's fascinating. It's
Yeah. Really gut-wrenching moment.
That makes it even worse.
Really good reactions from Faye as this is going on. But what the Gazelle Ministry is talking about is important. They basically explain that they're planning to resurrect God, which we already knew,
Right.
but that they're going to use the bodies of Faye's companions, which they call the Animus.
That's the Animus, yeah.
That they're going to put their consciousnesses into. And so, like, basically, once they realized the Animus alignment of the, because remember, way back when they were going to purge Kislev, right? And Miang was talking about how, I don't think they realize how important Ramses is. I don't think they realize. There's stuff that they don't realize. And then there's a Gazelle Ministry conversation right after that where they go, the animus potential or something of the people with Fae. They start to realize that, we can use those bodies. We should
I
allow.
thought this was a plan the whole time to use those bodies.
The Gazelle Ministry realized after the attempted purge on Kislev that the people traveling with Fae have a high animus potential.
Okay, interesting.
And that's when they decided,
don't just kill him.
maybe we shouldn't just kill him, because they were trying to kill him. They were bent on killing him. They did not want the contact to ruin this.
Was it Cain
I
who
don't.
threw out the idea of
I can't remember, but Cain was in that
can use
scene.
them? Yeah, 'cause he
Cain
just
does
showed
come
up.
in and talk to them, and that's the particular conversation I'm referencing.
Okay,
But they realized in that conversation, the contact, they don't want the contact around. They want the contact killed.
Yeah.
But the contact is traveling with people with high animus alignment, and we could use their bodies. So we should allow Satan, the guardian angel, to bring them to us.
To Solaris, yeah.
Yes. So that's basically what they're revealing here. But they also talk about how they're planning to resurrect God, build an ark, and go back to the stars where humans originally came from. They basically say, we're not from this world. We're from some alien place. And Faye's like, that's ridiculous. And he's like, no. Up to 10,000 years ago, or past that, there's no fossil record of human beings.
Right.
This is not our home. We're not from here.
Right, we're aliens. We come from an alien world.
Yep. And so they believe that they've been ordained by God to rule the universe, not just some insignificant planet like this.
Yeah.
And so they say, if the time of God's arrival does not come, and this is kind of going back to what Cain and Satan were talking about earlier.
They finally tell us
the time of the gospel, right?
Yes.
If the time of God's arrival or revival does not come, we will have to follow the path of destruction, or follow the path to destruction. But having attained animus, our resurrection is near. Next is God's resurrection. So they feel like they need to be resurrected into bodies in order to resurrect God. And they're on the cusp of that now that they have Billy and Bart and Rico and all these people, right? And then they reference Mahanan, which you touched on earlier.
Yes.
That what they are referring to as Mahanan here is just the ship, the Eldridge, right?
Oh, that's what it was.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's just what they are calling that ship, that the wreckage of the Eldridge, the Mahanan, which they're going to use as their ark to go back to the stars, right? And so what Faye asks in the English, again, not well translated, not very good. He says, "Aerial paradise Mahanan, the place fell to earth."
I thought he was remembering from his past in that moment, because I was like, I don't know that Faye knows this stuff.
Yeah.
But he's talking as though he knows. The aerial paradise Mahanan that crashed to Earth so long ago.
Yes.
That must be a memory that just flashed into his mind, right? It doesn't seem like something Faye would
know about. The reason he knows about it is I think Balthazar mentioned it in his whole lore thing back in Ave.
Okay.
So what he's saying here, a more accurate translated line here would be, the paradise in the heavens, Mahanan, the ones said to have fallen to the earth, right? Because he had heard that story from Balthazar earlier. So it's like, you're talking about that legend of Mahanan that I've heard about from Balthazar way back? That's what you're talking about, right? So the aerial paradise, or the paradise from the heavens, Mahanan, this ship that crashed 10,000 years ago. Okay. That's what Mahanan is in this game. So the Gazelle respond to that. Paradise? Ha ha ha. That may be a proper description. our arc in the center block. Now, they say Lord Mahanan is sealed in. That is incorrect. They are not referring to Mahanan as a lord. Yes, because it's not correct in English.
Really?
I remember, okay, let me actually just pull it up here.
Who is
Yeah, Mahanan is just it's just like the center block of the Eldritch.
So it's a place.
Yeah. It's that huge freaking like
With
central
like a city.
computer. Yeah, it's enormous, right?
Yeah.
So
they showed a shot of it.
let's see what the people here on the translation guide say about this is Mahanan is the name of the center block of the Eldritch. The text here says Lord Mahanan, but they say the problem with this sentence seems to be that there's no punctuation mark between Mahanan and Kami, thus making the translator believe that Mahanan was applied to the word Kami, as is normal in English, but not so in Japanese, where the particle no, Mahanan no Kami, would be the adequate way of saying Mahanan God or Lord. So there is no no in the Japanese. It's just Mahanan Kami.
Possessive.
And
Japanese doesn't really use punctuation.
Yeah.
At least not the way we do in English.
Right.
And so easy
So
mistake to make.
he should not have said Lord Mahanan. It's
I will add though, they don't always put the particle no. Sometimes they'll just say like something, you can say something no koto means a thing, or something koto means a thing. Like sometimes they omit the no. Yeah. Like that's just Japanese omits a lot of stuff, and sometimes the no is what's omitted. And Honeywood, that's tough. Man.
So there is no Lord Mahanan, a person or a being.
Fair enough.
Mahanan is, as they say, the source of God's wisdom, a paradise of knowledge. That is the central core of the Eldritch, the computer system of the Eldritch ship is called Mahanan.
Okay.
It's that core of the ship. So the way that they retranslated it was paradise, ha ha ha. That may be a fitting view of it. Our ark, the central block, Mahanan, in which God is sealed, it is the source of God's wisdom, a paradise of knowledge.
In which God is still sealed.
That's what they're saying. The central block, Mahanan, in which God is sealed, it is the source of God's wisdom. So they need to get their bodies so they can go to Mahanan and revive God.
So I wonder if they have found it.
See, there are some things that's like, if it had just been translated correctly, it would be a lot easier. There's so many things you get misled on just because the translation is really erroneous.
Wait a second. No, that wouldn't make sense. This is a block. I have a thought of what that might be. I have a thought that might be a thing in Zeboim.
In Zeboim?
Yeah.
Okay.
I might.
No, I'm just not sure what you're referencing.
There was a place called the Mausoleum in Zeboim.
Oh, right. Right.
Gives kind of the idea of
Okay.
something like
I
that
know what
being
you're
buried
saying now.
beneath the
I know what
ocean.
you're saying now. Okay.
Continue.
Okay, so anyways, they go through that whole spiel. That's basically what they're talking about, and that is where we're going to leave off for this part of the episode. Next episode, we will go through the rest of Disc 1. There's a lot more to break down there. Holy fetch. So, see you guys next week. Thank you for watching. This game's crazy. Peace out.
Hey everyone. Quick announcement today. Kason and I are actually a few weeks ahead on the podcast now, so the time has come to pick the next title that we will be covering on the podcast after Xenogears. This is something that we put to vote on our Patreon page for the $5 patrons and above. So if you would like to be involved in choosing the next title, go and check our Patreon page. But I just wanted to let everyone know, because in the last vote, right, we had Xenogears up against Final Fantasy X, and Final Fantasy X was a game that a lot of people hoped that we had covered, even though Xenogears was picked. And so I know a lot of people are probably anxiously awaiting to do another Final Fantasy game after this. But after Xenogears, I am mentally exhausted. Let's just put it that way. It's been a lot of work to cover this game in the amount of depth and for the length of time that we have. And so I need a break from JRPGs. So we're going to cover something else in between Xenogears and the next Final Fantasy that we'll vote on. I just need a break from JRPGs for a second. I've got to talk about something else to stay sane. Please bear with me on that. I'm begging you. I know you guys love JRPGs. I also love them. I can't talk about them exclusively forever. I've got to talk about something else. And it will probably be short. It will probably be a short game. Like, the games that I'm putting into the vote are Hellblade: Senua's Sacrifice, which can be beaten in less than 10 hours. I think we'll also put Mass Effect back in there. And again, that one's maybe 16 to 20 hours to beat. So these games are not nearly as long as these massive JRPGs we typically play. So, at the most, we're looking at 4 to 6 episodes or something like that on a weekly release schedule. So a month and a half, maybe 2 months, at the most, depending on what it is. So it won't be nearly as lengthy a process as Xenogears has been, or Nier, or Final Fantasy VIII. And then after this next game, we will go back to a vote for Final Fantasy X, Final Fantasy Tactics, and Final Fantasy VI. We'll let you pick between those 3, and we'll cover an FF game. And then we'll move on from there. So, just wanted to make that announcement, make you aware, the patrons and also people who aren't, that the vote is happening now for the next game, even though there's still a few more episodes here left in Xenogears, and that's just because we're a few weeks ahead now on the show. So, just thought I'd let everybody know that. Please enjoy this episode. Thank you for watching. We really appreciate you. And we'll announce that winner soon.
Hello, welcome back to the State of the Arc podcast. My name is Mike.
My name's Kason.
We're carrying on from where Faye goes into the belly of the beast and is sealed up by the Gazel Ministry in Solaris, and it seems like Satan has betrayed us, and we're going to go to the end of Disc 1. A lot of stuff to talk about here. We just got done with the scene with the Gazel Ministry revealing their plot to revive God, to take the bodies of Bart and Billy and the others as their animus and get their consciousness out of the computer and back into a body again.
Even though they talk down on Cain, they're like, he has a body, so he's not. We're the real wise ones. And
yes.
It's like, dudes, you're trying to get into a body. Like, I don't know, it's funny.
So it cuts away from that scene, and we come to a scene with Krellian, who has Ellie separated from the others. She's like lying on this little bed that almost looks like an MRI machine or something like that. It's got kind of that rounded structure to it. He comes down and he starts talking to her and using a lot of terminology from molecular biology and genetics and things like that that might be hard to decipher what he's talking about if you're not at least a little bit familiar with that stuff. So luckily for you, I've done some studying this week to learn what he's talking about. And I'll try to break it down for you as best I can, because for the layman who does not know what these terms mean, it can be very confusing. So, the first thing that he says is that the incident that happened with Ellie 3 years ago, where she freaked out and shot all those dudes and killed everyone when she took, or they were trying to forcibly make her take drive. Right? Where she freaked out and killed all those guys. He says that was not the result of the common side effects of the drug. He was like, that didn't happen because you were given drive and it made you go crazy.
Yeah, that because something else.
It happened because you had an awakening of your other inner self.
Mm-hmm.
And she's like, what? Another inner self? Now, she's acting confused about this, but based on some of the other dialogue from before, she seems to be aware that this is happening and maybe is trying to not think about it.
It's possible she doesn't know the extent, right? She knows something's going on in her brain, but she doesn't know that it's a whole another complete self.
Not totally sure of what it all means.
Yeah.
And so he basically confirms right there's another inner self inside of you that awakened during that event where you killed all those people.
That's when she was under extreme duress.
Yes. And then he goes on talking about, and we mentioned this a little bit in the last episode, about his struggles to create nanomachines as complex as the ones that are found in Emeralda.
Yes.
That are small enough and complex enough to do the things that he needs to do to fulfill his plan. And that he couldn't figure this out until they went and captured Emeralda, and what he got from her, he basically figured out this problem he's been stuck on forever.
For 500 years.
So I copied down what he says here. He says, although the nanomachines up until now could recombine DNA, they couldn't uncover any information in the intron, which are located in the replacements of the double helix.
Right.
Now I'm going to finish this quote because this sounds like nonsense, but it's actually kind of cool.
Yeah, I thought so.
He says, however, the newer nanomachines easily discovered this data that originally should not have existed, and we are about to see the results of that. Okay, so our genes, right? You have the cells of your body, and then the
nucleus.
The nucleus. In the nucleus is where your DNA is at.
Yep.
Your DNA is inside of genes that are inside the nucleus of each cell in your body that makes up you. And most people know that DNA is like kind of the blueprint or the building block of who you are, right? It contains the instructions.
If you ever watched Jurassic Park.
Yes. If you watch Jurassic Park, you know at least that much.
Yes.
Now, essentially what it has is the data necessary for protein synthesis. However, so when you pull out like a strand of DNA, right? Like people know what the double helix looks like.
Yeah.
What happens is you have these molecules that come in and they attach to that strand of DNA, and they start to copy the data that's on it.
Yeah.
So that it can then be used for protein synthesis inside of the nucleus of the cell. However, along that strand, right, there are blocks of it, I'll call it that, or sections that are called exons, and sections of that DNA strand called introns. The exons are the portions that have necessary code or data for protein synthesis. The introns are these strands that don't have anything that we are aware of that is useful for anything.
Hello, this is me, post-production, making a quick addendum to this point that I made about introns being junk DNA. Some of the research I was looking at during, the preparation for this podcast was outdated. And so while for a long time introns were looked at as junk DNA that were simply spliced out, during this process of copying the data into RNA, messenger RNA, the mRNA that is then carried on, so that protein synthesis can occur in the cell. That was mostly just not, scientists not understanding like what role introns might play because it was difficult to determine. So in the time since then, right, since the research I was looking at was published, it seems that scientists have been able to identify cases where introns are playing some kind of role in maintaining successful transcription and processing of RNA. They also have been observed to have a role in controlling the speed of gene expression. So, I'm not a molecular biologist. I'm not going to bother going into more detail on that. I'm more just correcting myself here in the claim that I was making that we don't know what introns do. There's still a lot of research to be done in this area. We're not like super certain about it, in terms of how many functions or what that code in the introns might be doing. But it's no longer in like the current science considered junk DNA like it used to be, where we have no clue what it does at all. We're beginning to discover some pretty interesting functions that introns, the data inside of introns can actually serve. So just wanted to make that correction. Basically just ignore anything that I say about introns us not understanding the purpose of them, moving forward from this point.
We're probably wrong, but yeah.
We don't understand
Right.
what they're for, because what happens is that these molecules come and they copy all of it, the exon and the intron information. But then it has to itself splice out the introns so that it's connecting. Here's a strand of exon information, here's some intron, and then here's some exon. It's like, we don't need this part. We just need these parts. So it'll work to this little coil happens where the intron is severed and the exon parts are tied together. And then what happens is that
that's freaking amazing.
The intron.
This is a natural process.
Yes, a natural
That's
process.
incredible.
It's happening in you
That is
freaking all the time.
Incredible.
The intron then is recycled. The matter is dissolved and recycled in the cell.
So the nucleic acid.
We have absolutely no freaking idea what it is for, because it doesn't seem to have any use at all. And the exon is then carried by the messenger RNA to go make proteins. So
sick.
What he is talking about here, and this is actually, I think what Sorya Saga and Tetsuya Takahashi are trying to do here is to create a relatively accurate biological explanation for this science fiction concept that memories or important data can be contained in the introns.
Sure. Oh, okay. I missed that. I did not get that. Okay, interesting.
So we re-examine this line.
I like that.
He says, although the nanomachines that he was using before, up until now, could recombine DNA, they couldn't uncover any information in the intron, which are located in the replacements of the double helix. So he's like, my nanomachines couldn't recover any useful data from introns. These nanomachines from Emeralda were able to uncover data from introns, and I'm about to find out what the results are right now.
Wow. That's cooler.
It's way cooler.
It's cooler than it was when I played the game.
It's actually a pretty freaking sweet idea. The idea that Takahashi here is trying to use this concept we don't really understand, these introns in our body, what are they for?
It's like a hypothesis.
The collective unconscious is stored in the introns of our DNA.
Right.
That's what he's getting at.
And it's passed down and it's forever.
Right. Or memories from past lives or whatever. Right? Is inside of that intron information that, as far as we understand, it's useless. The body isn't using it.
Right.
But there's maybe some kind of other spiritual connection or something like that there, right? Something
That's
connected to the soul.
I took it initially, as being more like being overly technical. Like, my initial thinking is like, hey, let it suffice that we're in a magical world and you don't have to explain everything.
Yeah.
That explanation's fascinating, though.
It's
that is fascinating.
Freaking awesome.
Yeah.
So then he pulls up on the screen what they found. What he found is what he calls the Ouroboros ring. It's this big ring that comes up on the screen.
Well, I have a mistake there.
Go for it.
So it should not be Ouroboros with an L. It should be Ouroboros. It should be spelled Ouroboros. So Ouroboros. It is, according to Eric Neumann, who we mentioned last episode, the fundamental symbol of humanity, of all mankind. The Ouroboros is the snake eating its own tail.
Yes, right.
And that is found in ancient Maya, ancient Inca, ancient Egypt, ancient India,
sort
ancient
of a symbol
China.
of infinity, right?
Yes, it's where the infinity symbol comes from. It's the snake consistently chasing its own tail.
Yeah.
And the idea was, the old cartographers and people would, if you've ever seen an old map, you'll see snake monsters around the borders of the known world, right? And it's usually the water. So out in the ocean, over here there'd be monsters, kind of thing, right?
Yeah.
You're off the edge of the map. That's the idea. So it was the snake, and specifically they began to draw the Ouroboros, signifying that we're within the Ouroboros. Everything within here is the known. What is without is the unknown chaos, right? It's kind of an explanation of the conscious versus the unconscious, but in cartography, right?
Sure.
Like the idea being that this stuff is just everywhere. But the Ouroboros symbolizes infinity. It also symbolizes death and rebirth, because it's not just the snake consuming its own tail. It is also, have you ever seen a video of a snake shedding its skin before?
Yes.
So it does it through the mouth. And it's
Fetching
like
crazy.
the mouth opens, and if you don't know what you're looking at, you would think that it's a new snake emerging from the old snake's mouth, right? So snakes had that this regeneration kind of theme was applied to them by all the humans ever, saying snakes are a symbol of resurrection, of rebirth, of all this kind of stuff, right? You know, well, would it be Christ? In the New Testament, they would say it's Christ. In the Old Testament, they would just Jehovah, I guess, is the symbol of the brazen serpent, right? Which is being a serpent just in general is an interesting concept, given that the serpent might represent maybe Satan. But
in this case,
it doesn't always.
It's a symbol of rebirth.
It's a symbol of rebirth, and that would just be another connection towards. But the Ouroboros has that kind of symbol, and it is like considered the fundamental symbol of all humankind. It's also, this is something that I thought of as I was listening to Eric's book. It's not something he mentions, but it is fascinating that a human embryo is basically that shape. In fact, the embryo of anything, when it's the size of a button, when it's this big, it's in that fetal position, and its head and its tail are curled and touching, right? And so it's this like image of the forever whatever. Anyways, so the Ouroboros is considered the embryonic stage of humankind. Going all the way through. So that's important because of what he says it means later, anyways.
So isn't it interesting that Ellie carries in her DNA, within the introns of her DNA, the universal symbol of humanity?
Yes, it is very interesting.
What does that signify?
Some, what's the word? Godliness might be the word.
Yeah, or I'm trying to remember what terms they've used to describe Ellie at this point. I don't want to say this yet if they haven't said it directly to her yet, but okay, I'll just avoid it just in case.
Some high potential. High potential.
The Ouroboros is encoded into Ellie's DNA as the antitype. He then goes on to make a connection.
Oh, one more thing. The Ouroboros is also, it's the snake. It is the snake. The earliest Ouroboros that we've ever seen is from like 5,000 years ago in Egypt, and it is MHN. It is Mahan, which in this game they say Mahanan.
Right.
It is Mahan, the snake god of Egypt, that is making that first earliest Ouroboros that we've discovered. Right? Yeah. It's Mahan. Just a little.
I just remembered
something out there that might be connected.
So he makes a connection between Miang and Lacan and their actions 500 years ago. He kind of mentions it in passing, like, this is kind of what was going on with Miang and Lacan 500 years ago, right? He then determines that, so he does use it right here. Perfect. He refers to her as the mother.
Yes.
Ellie as the mother. And Ellie has the Ouroboros. The
fundamental symbol of humanity. Yes, according to Eric
She
Neumann.
is the mother.
Yeah.
Right? Just think back to references to the mother that have been made in the game.
Cool. Can do. I'm doing it right
now. She's the antitype. She carries this ultimate, fundamental symbol of humanity in her DNA and the introns. Carlian goes on to say, this is what your genetic exon looked like before replacement. Now, if you remember back to the intro scene of the game, where they're on the Eldridge and all those people are shouting technobabble at each other, one of the operators says something about the exon replacement.
Oh, really?
Let's see if I can recall exactly what the line was.
Let me give to you a thought that might be very symbolic here. The embryo of God that is shown at the very beginning of the game is not in an Ouroboros the way that humans are.
Yeah.
The tail is going outward, signifying that it is not infinite. That would be what I would take from that symbologically. I missed that in episode 2. Okay, but it is not an Ouroboros, so it could mean that this god has an end.
Omega-1 restarting. Alpha-1 genome restructuring. Confirming exon replacement. Base code 85 million. 100 million.
Now, by the way, the DNA writing and rewriting goes way faster than that.
Yeah.
That was boop, one little thing at a time. And it's no, dude, they write the whole strand of trillions of binary, well, not binary. There's 4, right? GA, GTCA. does it in like, a split second, and it's like does it way faster than that.
She says-
But yeah, look at the tail on the embryo here. It's not what you would expect for a normal embryo. A normal embryo, it is not Ouroboros.
Yeah. And she says, confirming exon replacement. So, anyways,
Good
same
stuff.
terminology here. He says, this is what your genetic exon looked like before replacement. This is the conceptualized form of the intron, which carries information that isn't supposed to exist. Observe, this is the Ouroboros ring, which contains intron information which only exists in certain people. Ouroboros, if we were to anatomize such a thing, wouldn't you be interested in the type of information it would offer to us? So,
yes, indeed.
I'd be very interested. He then goes on to say, you haven't changed since then, to Ellie. He says, you have not changed since then, just like the other one, Lacan.
Now say that again.
You haven't changed since then, Krellian
Just like the other one.
says to Ellie, just like the other one, Lacan.
Since when specifically? I remember reading this, but
The
he
time
says,
of
"You
Lacan
haven't
was
changed
500
since
years
then."
ago.
Sure, so you haven't changed for 500
We know that
years.
Krellian was there with Lacan 500 years ago.
Yeah, and that Ellie has not changed.
And that Ellie looks
in
like
500
Sophia.
years. Yes.
You haven't changed since then, just like the other one, Lacan.
They even wear the same clothes.
Well, that one is kind of weird. I'm going to talk about that later.
I don't mind it because the pixel art, it would have been hard to understand this is the same person without the same clothes.
Down in Zebulun, they showed Faye wearing a lab coat.
Oh,
it's
you're
not
right.
like they haven't showed him wearing
his
different
ponytail,
clothes before.
You're right.
But anyways, I'll talk about that later.
Fair enough.
That particular thing, that Lacan wears exactly the same clothing as Faye. Okay, so that's the end of that scene. Anyways, lots of really cool stuff there. And once you realize what exon and introns are and their actual function in the body, this is actually a pretty cool science fiction little way of trying to describe the purpose that introns might have, right? In like these special people who are carrying like a sort of like twisted concept of the collective unconscious. The fact that these memories from super ancient people or whatever are manifesting in people in the current day. Same ideas. Carl Jung basically created this little like ceremony where he like offered, he created like a totem and offered
his own little,
like little words and things to it. It was almost
Yes.
like a religious ceremony that was so similar to what like these people on the other side of the world were doing in ancient times that he had no knowledge of at the time.
Yeah.
There was somebody in the comments of our last episode who, or I guess it would be 2 episodes ago now. Well, no, for them it's not. For us, what we just uploaded, this is episode 13 I'm talking about. This is episode 16 or 17 right now. Anyways, it was Greg Troyan. He was talking about how he had some ideas, he had written some ideas before playing Xenogears or something like that, that ended up being similar to what was in Xenogears, and he had never played it before, right? He had some story ideas or whatever that were like similar. And my comment underneath that was, collective unconscious!
Collective unconscious! That would be, so
Because-
another word, well, there's also synchronicity, which is part of the collective unconscious.
Yeah.
Synchronicity is when people on the other side of the world do the same thing at the same time, and Jung says, well, how else do you explain that other than something's connecting everybody somewhere, right?
Yep.
The other one is actually a Hegelian word, which is probably where Jung got some of his ideas from, but it's zeitgeist, right?
Yeah.
Actually, I don't know if he ever actually said the word, but it's attributed to him, the idea of the zeitgeist, right?
Yeah.
People are interested in a thing at a time, and it's the zeitgeist of the world, right?
So
Yeah.
your exons contain the data you need for protein synthesis for your body to function. But the introns, that's where you're getting your ideas from past lives. That's why people can have this. Anyways, that's the idea I think that they're kind of exploring here in Xenogears.
Yeah,
Is that kind of
fascinating.
information is stored in the introns, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so then
Well,
we get.
did we get a line at this point? I can't remember where this was of Krellian saying something along the lines of Miang and Lacan's actions. So this explains Miang and Lacan's actions.
Yes.
So it's that from Krellian?
Mm-hmm. Krellian said that. I put that note up here. Yeah.
Now, this is fascinating because I took this note here before we discovered other things later on. But my note here read Miang and Lacan's actions. What? like, is Lacan still alive? Graph? ?
Oh, before you put that
Before
note,
later things happened.
Okay, yep.
That point was where I started questioning, because Miang and Lacan, the only person Miang we've seen planning with something that anybody would be like, oh, so that's what they were planning. It would have to be Graph.
Graph, right.
Yeah, but he says Lacan. And so I also started thinking, because I was like, no, this isn't in my notes. And I kind of, but whatever. Lacan, the last part of his name is Khan. And my guess, wait, did we put that in spoilers? I can't remember, because I don't even know. I might even be wrong. I didn't watch the videos. But Khan could be from Lacan, and Graph could still be Khan. Anyways, I'm just saying, I thought of that.
Okay,
as I was
so
playing
don't
the game.
worry about that.
Okay.
That's possibly the most confusing plot point of this whole game. I did not understand it it was like impossible. I could not figure out all of that you're thinking of. And it's going to be Jacques Lacan's stuff that will help explain it.
Of course.
Once we actually get to the bottom of that whole fetching mess rabbit hole thing, which will probably be like 5 episodes in and of itself, I'm exaggerating, but
yeah.
That thing, I'm just saying, is a very hard part of the plot to understand. It's very difficult. And that's why I was laughing so hard when we were talking about Queen Zephyr being like, and then like Wiseman's like, don't worry, I'm not him. And I was trying to like explain that, and I was like freaking like, this is so confusing because it's really hard to understand.
Well, so as soon as we learn who the they and him and all those, they start adding new exclamation points for new other things that we now don't understand.
Yep.
And there's a bunch of other
like quotations.
I can't think of what they are right now because they're new and I haven't seen them 100 times the way I saw the other ones. But they've just now reintroduced new big questions about stuff now that they keep putting things in quotes. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's hard to wrap your brain around, but you're on the right track. You know what you should know at this point.
Okay.
It's really cool that you picked it up before they actually revealed it.
About
where
Lacan.
They say it outright. Lacan is Graph. Like I think Faye says that down in the prison.
Yes, when he's in the jail thing. Yeah.
So Graph is Lacan, but how and why
And that's
Lacan
crazy.
looks like Faye and all his stuff and like who's Khan in relation to all this is so effing confusing that we're not touching that yet.
That's fun.
Okay, where were we?
So this is when we're out. We're back to the Gazelle, right?
Oh
And
yeah,
this
we
is
go
when
back into the
Satan
room
starts to tell us
where
some stuff,
Satan
right?
frees Faye.
Yeah.
Oh wait, no, he has a
not there
conversation
yet,
with him
not
first.
Yet. First, he tells him
That's right.
stuff like, "You're dumb."
Yes.
I
yes,
hate
yes, yes, yes,
you,
yes. He goes and talks
you're
to Faye.
stupid. Yeah.
He's being a dick to him.
He is.
Again.
And he'll say
with
stuff
a purpose,
like, what? Isn't it so much easier to just be told what to do? Why are you being so childish thinking that you can do other things you're not told to do?
I took this whole quote down because I just thought it was a really poignant quote.
Okay.
It's really good. Not because, I just like it. I just like reading it. I just think it's a good piece of writing. He says, it is much easier to be given a place to belong than to make one yourself. You do not even understand a simple concept like that? Childish ideals pale when placed before reality. And this kind of harkens back to what he said earlier after they were all disgusted after eating the Soylent System food. He was like, this is reality, let's go.
This is it, yes, exactly.
He's very, he's just being really harsh and cold right now.
Yeah.
This is reality, let's go. And then here is like, similar sentiment, right? Childish ideals pale when placed before reality. But actually, many are satisfied with that. Being given one's place frees one from any risks. Misfortunes may be blamed on others. Do you know why people cannot exist alone, but only under some bigger concept such as a group or country? People need a place to go to be themselves. The more stable it is, the more effective it is. The ministry gives them such a place. Under total surveillance, there is no need to bear the risk of maintaining one's own individuality. They simply live under the delusion of being an individual. What could be easier? Facts are facts, so let's just accept them. It will be easier for all of us. Resistance is futile. It only makes things painful. Now, this is a philosophical concept that is very relevant to human nature. We live in what we what we consider to be a democratic society where we think we have freedom and autonomy and control of our own lives, yet people tend to really, when they get scared, when something seems like...
When something threatens their security.
When there's some threatening thing, there seems to be, people really gravitate towards figures. You fix this for us. You, there's this almost worshiper of certain figureheads. They turned to someone else. It's too hard for me to figure out what to do. I'm too scared. It's this, you take control and fix it.
And then if things don't work, that person then becomes a scapegoat. And it's their fault. Right?
Yes.
That's a theory of Rene Girard. Talk about the scapegoat theory, which Christ was essentially a scapegoat.
Yeah.
Because he's someone we can offload all of our problems onto.
Yeah.
He deals with it. We don't have to worry about it anymore, right?
Yeah.
And that is how humans are. And in large part, there is some collective unconscious stuff kind of going on there too, because when people get in a big group, they start to not. You cater to the least common denominator kind of thing. People start to move as a group. They act as a group. A subconscious element begins to kind of take over what people will and won't do, right?
Yeah.
There is no morality. That's how riots start, because everyone's just like, well, I'm just part of this group. We're all acting together. Despite not being connected, we're all doing this thing together. And when things happen, we all just kind of do it, and then we absolve ourselves of any responsibility. But Jung would say that is the collective unconscious going, which is in part why religions even exist, because you have a place where people can go together and be together and sing a song or something, and just the fact that they're all together doing the same thing. Like, have you ever been to like a musical concert, a big symphony or something, and as soon as that song is over and the crowd erupts in applause, it's powerful. You aren't even the one performing. You're just part of the group, mindlessly listening and clapping. Maybe not mindless, but you're just part of the group doing what everyone else is doing. But you feel this power, and there is immense power in tons of people all focusing on the same thing and agreeing with each other that what they just witnessed was good.
A 3 wins the series. It's Lillard. He got the shot off.
And it almost brings a tear to your eye. It's just like, my gosh, this is so powerful. And that is essentially a subconscious element.
Yeah, it's almost primordial.
Yeah, and there's something connecting everybody, in some way. And that he would say that's the collective unconscious. But it's that idea, and it's the
we seem to,
people people gravitate towards that.
We seem to want to there's some part of us that wants to think of ourselves as an individual, as unique, as distinct,
only when things are easy,
in control. But as soon as there's pressure applied, there is this almost like primordial part of our unconscious that drives us towards congregating, towards and then towards appointing someone to you be the one to fix this. I'm too scared. I don't know what to do.
Yeah.
And
it's
almost like part of our
right now.
It happens all the time,
all over the world. You're right.
It always happens. It happens. It's every era, every time period. That's what it is to be human. This is part of who we are.
But it's a subconscious level.
And there's almost like a conflict happening inside of us where we want to think of ourselves like this, but we are like this.
Yes.
And what is the best way for a society to be structured is an argument that's been happening for longer than any of us even know. About how to deal with that particular conflict, right? And what is the best way to make humans happy and have a society run correctly.
Right.
Now, that being said,
it's for people to give up part of their autonomy. That's what has been determined. For a long time, but how much of their autonomy to give up? That's
where's that line drawn or whatever?
But it depends on how hard things are. If things are hard, you'll give it all up.
Just like
seems to be. If things are easy, then it's like, no, I need to keep it.
So this does not mean that Satan actually espouses this particular.
It doesn't. But what he's saying is still technically true. Like saying it is easier to give a place that to belong than to make your own place. just because it's easier doesn't mean it's what you do. So like he's giving you true statements technically, like, oh, it's easier to do this. You're so dumb, you didn't realize it's easier to do that. It's like, who says he didn't know what was easy? Like Faye isn't necessarily taking the easy route. Now he's got his scapegoats and he's got his things that he can offload his problems on, like when he decided, I'll just follow Bart and do whatever Bart wants.
Yes.
And that's him absolving responsibility and saying, okay, if something goes wrong, it's his fault.
Yep.
And so he doesn't have to worry about it. But like, and so to some extent, that's true of Satan as well. He gets to offload all of his problems onto Satan, and if something goes wrong, it's his fault. But technically, like he's not taking the easy road.
Yeah.
Like he is taking a hard road. But yeah, so what Satan's saying is technically true. It's just not. I don't know. It's like half truths. He's just using it to break Faye.
He's just trying to provoke Faye.
Exactly. And what he's saying is true. You can't find fault in it necessarily, but it doesn't mean that that's what Faye's doing. But Faye is very, very susceptible to that argument.
But yeah, he's just antagonizing him with
Breaks
this.
him.
Yeah. He then goes on after, moving past that.
And that's 1984 stuff, by the way.
Oh.
The whole give up your autonomy.
Totally.
You don't need to be an individual. That's straight up
Yes.
Orwell.
So he goes on to continue antagonizing him with this kind of thing, which is what really breaks him. He tells him he couldn't protect his friends, and he couldn't protect Ellie, who's like the closest person to him.
Yes.
He talks
this
about
is
how
what breaks him,
powerless he is. There's nothing he can do about
can't
any
do
of
anything.
it. He's just like, you are powerless. You can't do anything. Just accept it. This is reality. Like, it's easier to just let someone else make a place for you to belong. All this stuff, and then the lights go out again.
Yes.
And he says, now we can take our time to talk. Id.
I loved that because as soon as he said that, I was like,
This is why he was doing this.
Because even through all this, I was like, Satan is still a good guy. I will maintain that Satan is still a good guy. And at that point, though, either way it went, I would not have faulted the storytellers. If Satan turned out to be a bad guy, I'd say bravo, well done. They did a good job. They did it well. If he turns out to still be a good guy through something, because I kept thinking through all this, I kept thinking of his wife.
Yeah.
And I was like, what? Maybe their conversation was her saying, you know what you have to do. Be the bad guy. Satan, stop being so good.
Yeah.
Take this sword, kill people, be a bad guy now. I started thinking that. I was like, maybe that's what
that
the woman told him.
This is what people really need.
Yes,
they
people
really need
security.
a place to belong in security.
Cut Faye's head off.
Yes.
People need security. Like I
Right.
started thinking, because they didn't, we don't know their conversation. We just know that she said, do what you
What you have to
do the right thing.
Yeah.
But what's right is all completely relative. And so if he turned out to be bad, I'd have said, well done. They just developed his character so well, it could have worked. And if he turns out not to be bad, like, well done. Like it's well done
works
either
either
way.
way.
But
Yep.
but it really had me at that point where it could have gone either way.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, and it was just so good because at this point, it's right around there when he says he's talking to Id.
it's like that's why
On the
he was
second
being so
playthrough,
mean.
for me, it's like, aha, that was it. On the
That's
first
the moment.
playthrough, it was like, I wasn't really sure. I wasn't putting all this together like I am now. But like,
You
it
were
was
being
just
so
like, it was
critical.
like, that was it. Like,
Yes.
that was the reason for all of this out of character sort of behavior he's been doing. His attitude towards us, his allowing us to eat the freaking the food, right? The Soylent, all that stuff. It's because he needed for Faye's sake, for Emperor
For
Kane's
Faye.
sake,
Yep.
for the world's sake, he had to know if Id is in control of Faye or if Faye is in control of Id. Like, where is the hierarchy? Where is the base personality?
Yeah.
Who is the real Faye here? And he had to do all of this to get at Id so we could have a conversation with him about that, so we could figure it out. And we don't actually get to see that conversation until much later, after they leave leave
it's much
Solaris
later.
and they're back in Shavat. So we'll get to that in a minute. But it's a really good conversation.
My next note here says lots of spelling mistakes.
Tons of spelling
That's my whole note.
There's so freaking
I didn't
many.
notice hardly any the whole game up until basically Solaris. And
There's
all of
a
a sudden, they're cropping up everywhere.
There's a lot. Then we get a scene with Ramses, where he comes in after Krellian leaves the lab where Ellie's being kept. Ramses comes in.
Like right after each other. Like Curly
Yeah.
leaves, Ramses comes in like 1 second later.
Yeah, he comes in and he's trying to force Ellie to tell him where Faye is. He's really losing it at this point. He's losing touch with his sanity now.
Yeah, he can't even say whole sentences. It's like ... in between. He's like, tell me where he is.
So
Like he can't.
Yeah,
he's losing his grip.
He's like hurting her, and she's like, I don't know. And then she notices that he's taking some kind of drug, which she says is a mental stabilizer. So Ramses is like taking a mental stabilizer to keep him like some grasp on his sanity, because he is losing it.
I missed that.
Right now. And so like he's, God, gotta kill Faye, where is Faye? So then he leaves, and she kind of passes out again. And then we come back to Faye, but Faye is out of the contraption, and Bart and Billy are there. And Citan is there.
Everyone's there.
And he's like so pissed he's gonna like attack Citan.
Yeah, he runs at Citan.
And Billy and Bart, and especially Bart's like, no, it's your mistake. Like, he's the one who helped us. And he's not listening to Bart, but then Billy explains it.
Yes,
and
that
he's
was
like,
great.
oh, really? Is that right? And then Bart gets mad. He's like, oh, so if Billy says it, you believe him?
I love that.
Good character writing there.
Yeah,
Good character work between the characters. But Citan finally comes out, and yes, I'm playing double agent, but I had to deceive you. One, because I brought you all here to remove your limiters. Now, this can be a little confusing, because Gaspar claimed to have removed limiters back in Shavat.
But they said specifically in Shavat, they said I removed some limiters.
So there seems to be two different ones. There's like a physical limiter,
and then
there's a psychological limiter.
And the psychological one's fascinating, because what the heck's up with that?
Yeah.
Well,
he explains.
He does. And it will enable him to be fearless and courageous.
Against the Ghazal in particular.
Yes.
So the psychological limiters, if you try to directly oppose the Ghazal ministry, it will make you hesitant and fearful and like, oh, I don't know if I should be doing this. And so they place that in everyone's mind.
Like right at birth.
Yeah, so that nobody will want to resist them. Because there's this limiter in their brain keeping them from doing so that makes them feel like, oh, I shouldn't be doing that. They lose their like resolve like in the moment where they actually have to face them, right?
You know what's good though? This is important because this points towards Carl Jung's general like idea. Well, probably more well elaborated by Joseph Campbell in The Hero's Journey, where it's like you got in Legend of Zelda, you got the Triforce of power, wisdom, courage.
Yeah.
Power, some people are born with power, some people are born without it, some people are strong, some people aren't. Wisdom, some people are smart, some people aren't smart, right? But courage, everyone can be courageous. And that's why courage is the one that's attached to the hero.
Yeah.
Because the hero is the one that goes out courageously into the darkness to slay the dragon. And it doesn't take as much power or wisdom, but it takes mostly courage in order to do that. And so I find it very fitting that the psychological limiter that has been taken off, that they now have, is the hero instinct. They now have what it takes to be the hero.
Yes.
Whereas they didn't before, and I like
That's actually a really good point.
It is good, because at first I was like, oh no, they're going to access their collective unconscious now. The psychological limiter's off, but it's not. It's courage specifically, which is the hero quality.
Now, one thing that Citan also points out is that Ellie never had that limiter in her, ever.
Oh, really?
He says specifically that
he's
Ellie
like, she didn't have any.
Never had a limiter implanted
That's
in her
right.
from the start.
Yeah.
Which he was very fascinated by. He was like, I think he says something like, something that was interesting. Sorry, what I should say is unusual. Is that Ellie didn't, because his way of talking is very scientific.
Fascinating.
And, yes,
yeah,
but he's like, oh wait, that will make it sound like I think this is a great thing.
Yeah, he's trying to be more personal with his speech.
So I liked that.
But also, they asked us about Faye. Said, did you remove Faye's limiters?
And he
goes,
like,
oh, well, you see. Now, there's two reasons I could think of for that. One of them being that, Ellie did not have limiters. For an inexplicable reason, she didn't even have them. Yeah. So when they say, Satan, did you remove phase limiters? And he's like, oh, well, technically, it could be, well, I didn't remove them. He didn't have them either.
Right.
It could be that. Or it could be he removed them himself, or someone else removed them, or no, I didn't remove them, and I'm lying to you.
I'm afraid to remove them because of what I learned from id.
Oh, interesting.
See, I don't know what the answer is either, though, because I don't remember. Because it could be any one of those things.
That's right, because id's back there, but it's just the courage to face the Ghazal ministry.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering if.
But yeah, I think that interpretation, the first one.
Yeah.
That
but he said yes.
Like Ellie, he didn't have one either.
Yeah.
but he didn't really want to say that, or didn't know how to say it, or was starting to.
Well, because the question was, did you remove them from him? And so he would technically have had to say no, but he doesn't have them. It could still work that way, you know. But they didn't let him respond. He said, "Argle bargle," and then
like, okay,
they
cool.
moved on to something else.
Move on,
which
yeah.
is kind of interesting, given that he was so timid in his response.
Yeah, so I mean, legitimately, I just don't remember like the answer.
And by
to
the
this
way,
one, so.
I'm still not 100% sold that Satana is a good guy. I'm like 90% sure. So it went from like 60-40, he was a good guy. Beginning of the game, it was like 99.
Yeah.
You know, 60-40 by the reveal, you know? And then 90.
Momentarily 100%.
90, yeah, for like a scene. And then things keep happening. I'm like, wait, we still don't know everything.
Yeah.
He's still got some weird deal with the Emperor. We don't know what's going on. I'm like 90-ish%. Still sure that he's good.
Okay.
And if he ends up being bad, it won't be that bad.
Now-
It'll just be that him and Kane have a separate plan, you know?
Possibly.
This was the real bad part.
Possibly my favorite moment, character moment, I guess, in the game, but maybe even of any RPG I've played, is that Seitan then pulls out his sword, and he's like,
Oh,
I'm going to
yeah.
start using this now. I can no longer pretend, I can no longer...
To be the good guy.
I can't run away from the responsibility I bear in this, the violence of it.
Yes.
Right? I didn't want to kill...
Yeah.
Which is why I fought hand-to-hand kind
But
of thing.
then he let other people do the killing
Yes.
for him.
And he's like, I
So
can
he
no
did-
longer
But
avoid the responsibility of that.
to me, this hammered home the Soylent Green thing.
Yeah.
Where he was like, no, I refuse to eat it. I'm not going to eat it. But after this whole thing happens, after he knows that Faye doesn't pose as big of a threat to his plans as they thought, after everything's said and done, he's like, he's been trying to keep himself pure. I won't eat the Soylent Green. I won't kill people. But he after all this is done, he's like, I can no longer avoid pretending like I'm the good guy and letting everyone else be bad for me.
Yeah.
And I feel like that has a reference to the Soylent Green thing, at least thematically in my mind.
Yeah.
It's connected there, where he's like, I can't pretend that just because I didn't eat the Soylent Green that I'm not complicit in what's going on. Like, I need to, you know,
Yeah.
I need to fight.
It's
I thought that
time.
was
It's
pretty
time to like bear the full weight of the responsibility
Yeah.
along with everyone else.
And that's the sword his wife gave him.
And yes, it's the sword his wife gave him, and it's freaking awesome because he uses it in battle now. His sprite changes.
Yes.
All of the
it's sweet.
death blows
The moves he does are
change
cool.
to his sword moves.
Yes.
It's just so awesome,
It's
dude.
really cool.
It's so fetching awesome. Seitan's the best character ever. I loved that moment and just
Yeah,
like
that was
fighting
cool.
battles, because this game, we haven't talked too much about the gameplay, so it's not really the purpose of the podcast.
Not so much.
But like, I love so many like ideas behind this game's combat. It feels so cool that like they
Yeah.
combined like button combinations, which are kind of like a fighting
Yeah.
game thing,
Yeah.
and worked that into a turn-based battle system. But the unfortunate part of it is that each time you unlock a new death blow, it more or less
Takes the place of
makes
the
previous
right?
ones
Yeah.
irrelevant.
I hate
now.
it. I look at the list. I've got like 12 death blows, like 15.
Yeah.
And I'm like, yeah, but I got to level up these
This
ones.
one is
I
just
never
the
use those anymore.
This is the new one. That's the strongest one you
Yeah.
have.
Yeah.
And I wish that they had time, or maybe like the ability to develop it a little further, to where death blows from the beginning of the game could be useful in certain situations.
Sure.
And you're still using them.
Yeah.
You know, maybe this paired with this does something. Because there's the whole, I don't know if you've even seen this, there's the whole side of it where you can like just do an attack or something, but like just one, and then like withhold your turn, and it builds up a bunch of AP.
Right.
And if you build the AP all the way up, you can do like several death blows in a row.
I have done that before.
Yeah, so you can like death blow combine, and then you can do, so if there was a way to like combine death blows into some sort of super death blow
Oh, yeah.
or something like that. Or anyways, just a
That would
way
just
of
be
making it so that each battle is not just you spamming the latest death blow you've gotten.
Yeah.
Right? Because it makes the battle system at the beginning of the game really freaking fun,
Mhm.
and at the end of the game really freaking boring and monotonous and tedious. Because there's no point in not just doing your strongest death blow,
Yep.
unless you know this enemy's too weak and this death blow will just get the animation done faster, so I'll just use an early one.
I suppose. Just save a second or two.
There's just not a lot of complexity to the battle system after a while, where it's just like, this is my most powerful move, I'll just use that.
Every time, yeah.
So, anyways, the point I was going to make with that was, this made combat really fun all of a sudden again, because I was like, I gotta see all of Satan's new death
And now
blows.
you want to go back and look at all of them.
I gotta see, because they're so freaking sweet.
I haven't gone back. Oh, that'll be fun to do though.
They're so cool because all of his moves are different now. All the animations are different, and he's got all these like cool sword moves and stuff. And it's just like, dude, Satan is the man. He's my favorite character in the game, and like he already was. But then like this was just like shoot to the moon. It's just way cooler than everyone else. He's more powerful than everyone else on foot. In the Gears, it's a different story, but on foot, he's the most powerful character by far. Sick. And he's the coolest character, and he's freaking wielding a sword now, and it's just awesome. So I freaking love that moment. Great moment. They kind of all come together. You have something?
At the gate thing, right? At the we all meet back together at the place.
Yeah, so they all kind of come together. There's a room with a blue and a yellow memory cube. And the blue memory cube is what they use now to let you change party members. Because it used to be Margie. You have to go back to Margie and talk to Margie and you can change your people.
Yeah, and she'll do it for you.
But now they have these blue memory cubes that allow you to do that. I thought it was strange. It's like, why don't you just like in Final Fantasy VII, just put the extra menu option inside of the normal save?
Yeah, it's weird because the yellow blocks are a didactic story element, diegetic story element. The blue ones, they kind of work in some idea that that's also diegetic, I guess.
Yeah.
But it's not as much. It's
not the same.
And now they're everywhere, which is kind of fun. But.
Yeah. Anyways, they all meet up together, and I think, actually, they might have happened before this. Oh, it does happen before this. Before you meet up together, Satan splits off from you guys, Bart and Billy and Faye.
Yeah, he's like, pick three
I have to go destroy another gate generator so we can leave.
Oh, right.
And so he actually goes up and meets with Jesse, and they're kind of in a gunfight by the gate generator. And Satan does what he needs to do to blow up the gate generator, but Ramses comes running in the middle of this. And he's like, Hugo and Jesse, you guys betrayed me too?
Again? Yeah.
This is
double
where he's
betrayal.
Just fetching, losing it, because it's just like, you're on Faye's side?
Because remember, when Ramses received an order from Satan to stand down, Ramses complied.
Oh, right.
From Satan, right?
That's
From Hugo.
Way back in Ave. Yeah.
Way back then, because he was clued into some greater plan with the Gazel Ministry. But now, so he already felt betrayed by Sigurd, I think. Now he feels more betrayed by Satan. And I don't know if he cared about Jesse much anyways, but
they were all Elements members together.
They were. Jesse's just the one that people don't seem to have an easier time just saying, I don't care about you, not being as friendly with. But yeah, Ramses, man, he's had it rough. But it's kind of his own grave that he's dug
That's
for
a
himself.
great point to bring up, is that Ramses might have
Ramses
been clued
gave in stuff for Satan.
Yeah, he might have been clued in to some degree that Hugo, as he would know him, is higher up and is like really close with the Gazel Ministry and with Cain in particular.
Yeah.
So if he is telling me to do something, he's on the side of Solaris. Like he's on my side. As much as I might have some resentment toward him about how when we were Elements at one time and maybe he left in circumstances that weren't great or whatever, it's not like Sigurd, where Sigurd like defected. He still thinks Hugo is on Solaris' side.
Yeah.
So this might have been a really shocking thing for him.
I think it was.
Whereas like, wait a second, Hugo, what are you doing?
Yeah, because he talks about betrayal. He says, you're a traitor, and that's the exact same thing he said to Sigurd. And it's so funny. I think he did. I think he felt like Satan was on his side the whole time. And he even gave concessions. He didn't kill. Well, I don't know that he knew about Faye at the time, though.
It was when he had first seen him, so he started to have suspicions.
He was thinking.
And he was chasing after him.
And he didn't do that because Satan.
Because Satan called him off. And
now
he trusted
wishes
in him that he had some sort of plan from the higher-ups, his higher-ups.
Yeah.
And he realizing now, like, wait a minute, you've been on Faye's side this whole time. You traitor, everyone is freaking traitors.
Yes,
everyone is betraying me.
Everyone's betraying
I'm gonna freaking kill all of you. He is losing it. Totally unraveling.
Yeah.
This is reality. It's what we should have said.
This is his reality.
This is like, car, this is reality. Let's go.
Turn and leave. Let's go.
Exactly. Yeah. So, anyways, he stands there in the middle of an explosion that he survived somehow. They don't bother explaining it.
Oh, great, of course.
Because it's all blowing up, like the gauge.
The whole thing
and
just
Rams
crashes
is
to the
just
ground.
standing there like, "Purst," and he explodes, and not a scratch on him. He gets out somehow. But
wow,
whatever. He's a cool guy. He doesn't have to look at explosions. So you make your escape. Ellie's parents come along.
Oh yeah, that's right. And they show up at the dock, like when we all meet up at the dock.
It's like, all right, they're coming with us. They're basically traitors to Solaris now too. Yeah. And then her father leaves to go grab his gear, I think.
Yes.
And so he separates for a bit. You're walking towards the bridge. I think this is the same bridge, or at least one that's similar, to where they had a flashback with Sigurd and Ramses when Sigurd defected and left. I think it's that same bridge. So they're coming, this is like the exit of Solaris. They're about to get out. And then Hammer pulls out a gun.
Yeah.
And he takes Ellie.
Ellie, yeah.
And he's like, I'm serious. Like, I'll shoot her. Like, don't come any closer, right? Or I don't think he's pointing it at them. Maybe not at her. He's pointing it at them. Or anyways, either way, it's a hostage situation. And Faye's kind of also being like, why are you being silly? Like, they're not taking Hammer seriously.
Yeah.
And this, like I've been saying, is like his whole enneagram fear is worthlessness, not feeling like he can perform.
Yeah.
And like every time he came around, he was trying to demonstrate his worth. Look what I did, bro. Check out, I got the information you wanted. He was trying to be useful. Oh my, I shot that gear out of the sky. Did you see that? Yeah. And then Rico came in immediately, like just freaking beat him up and just like didn't acknowledge his usefulness. And it's been eating at him the whole time. And it's getting worse and worse and worse. He's feeling less and less and less useful. And like I said last time, he doesn't even get a hologram. He's there. He infiltrated Solaris with the whole party. He is with us. He doesn't have a spot on the hologram. He's basically just feels like a third wheel, or even worse. I guess, I don't know how many party members there are, but not third wheel, but he's not useful. He's not special. There's nothing about him that makes him stand out. He can't help. He just feels like he's being drug along. And so Crowley took advantage of that.
Yeah, when did that happen, by the way? I can't think
They
of
would have
when.
been captured. So Bart and the whole party would have been captured.
While they're in prison.
And I'm sure they would have been interrogated during that, space of time.
Yeah.
And so Crowley probably would have come to Hammer and figured out how he could use him.
And probably said, hey, Hammer, you're useful. You're useful to me.
I can make you powerful.
Sure.
I can offer you something that would make you special. And that's what Hammer kind of alludes to in this. And he doesn't want to hurt anybody. He doesn't want to hurt Faye or hurt Ellie or anybody. He just, if I take Ellie back to them, you guys go on. If I take Ellie back to them, then Krellian will, do this for me. Right? The one thing that he wants is to be worth something and to be useful.
And he thinks that this might actually work.
Yes.
It's almost like really pitiful.
It's really pitiful.
That he's like, oh, you guys will be fine. Just go. Because there's a part of him, there's part of everybody, but there's a part of Hammer that just really cares about himself.
Yeah.
And would assume that other people, no, you're fine. I just need her.
Yeah.
Like, you guys go escape. I'm not going to hurt you. And it's like as if like that would work.
Yeah.
Like to any normal
it's very
person.
naive, right?
But he thinks that it'll work. Yeah.
So he really covets that power that Krellian's going to give to him. And he says, I'm different from you all. I'm not special like you. A normal guy like me has no choice but to do this.
And he expects that we understand him. He expects that we will, as opposed to him being a hero and saving her and saving everyone and being part of this group, it's, no, I need to be special. I want to be special too. Don't you guys get it? This is the only way I can be special. Like, don't you feel bad for me?
Yeah.
It's like really pathetic.
And I really like the way that Ellie's mother handles the situation.
Oh my gosh, me too.
It's so beautiful.
No,
to me.
and I feel for that.
Yeah.
Like it made sense to me. Like the way she reacts here is like, yeah, that's probably how I would react too. And the words that she has of like I'm not thinking about what's going to happen if I do this.
Yeah.
I'm just doing it because I know I have to do it. It's like you turn off your brain and you just do what you know you have to do because what else? What are you going to do? Not do it? Like,
Yeah.
you have to do it. And yeah, it's scary and it's weird, but you have to do it. And I feel like I've been in situations like that in the past.
Yeah.
Where it's like, well, like, here goes nothing. I don't know what's going to happen, but I have to do it. So here I go.
Yeah.
And I'll hope for the best.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
And
very motherly. It's very beautiful.
It's like he keeps telling her, stop, like, don't come any closer. He's like, I'm not going to stop.
Yeah,
this
that's
is my
daughter.
daughter, and she's in trouble, and I don't care what it takes. I'll do whatever it takes. But there's this very calm
Yes, very
way
calm.
of doing it. Even though she says, I'm shaking. Of course I'm afraid.
I'm horribly afraid, but
there's no way I'm going to stop.
Yeah, what else am I going to do? Stop? Yeah.
And it's really good. And so she essentially calls Hammer's bluff in the moment, and she almost gets away with it. Because she's like, all right, Ellie, everything's okay now. Just walk back over there. And Hammer is obviously really struggling with, I had hoped that just the threat of violence would have been enough to get what I wanted, but now that I have to actually do it, am I actually willing to do it?
Yeah.
And it isn't until Ellie actually goes to the other side that Hammer makes that choice.
And then he runs away immediately. It's like...
Yeah. Because he wasn't prepared.
It's weak.
He wasn't emotionally prepared to do it.
Yeah.
He had really hoped he wouldn't have to do that.
Right.
And when he actually did it and he saw the consequence, he couldn't handle it. And he just runs away.
Yeah, that sounds right for his character.
Because he's a coward.
Yeah.
So, really sad moment.
It was. It's really sad because in some way you do feel for him, but at the same time,
it's not excusable.
I like to think that that's never an option that I would ever put on the table, you know?
Yeah.
You know, we don't know ourselves perfectly.
And so Ellie's mother is shot, she's screaming, and then Graf and the executioner, the last time we saw this character was when...
In Kislev, right?
In Kislev,
yeah.
when she met with
She
Sigurd.
wasn't called the executioner
No,
at the
they
time,
didn't.
though, right?
They didn't call her that, and so we didn't have a name for this character, really. I think you don't see it until you're in battle. It's like you can select, and it says executioner.
Yeah.
Anyways, this is Miang.
Yeah, as we found out later.
Yeah, you'll see it right after the scene's over, but...
I don't know exactly why she had to be masked, but...
I don't either.
Even in Kislev, I don't know why.
Maybe she's trying to...
Because we knew it was Gebler anyways. It's like, okay, well, who cares if it's Miang or not? Like, I
wonder if she's hiding that fact from Graf?
Oh.
Because she unmasks
that's
herself.
Why she wears them
she only unmasks herself in
Krelian.
front of Krelian.
Does Graf not know who she is and they're fighting together?
I don't know.
That's interesting.
I'm actually really kind of confused on this point.
That's
right
possibly the only answer that I would accept. Because otherwise...
Because Graf doesn't trust Miang.
You're right.
But they are kind of working together because they have a common goal.
And it was even referenced earlier. Oh, is that what Lacan and Miang are up to?
Yeah.
Right. So people know that they're doing stuff together. Some people know. Ramses, I think.
Oh, I think I just thought of it, but I'm not going to say it yet.
Fair enough.
Anyways.
It's a question I have.
Whatever. You fight against Graf and the Executioner, who is Miang. It's actually a really cool boss fight.
Yeah.
It's tough.
Very tough.
You really should go after Miang or Executioner first because some of those moves are devastating. But Graf has some cool like Kai Blast moves. It's a fun fight. And that's the last boss fight of Disc 1.
Yeah. Where's the line about how Faye used to work for Graf before Lahan?
After this.
That was after, okay.
Mm-hmm. So it's kind of when he's putting together
in the prison
all
kind
of
of ways,
Faye's personality, dissociative identity
Okay,
disorder.
fair enough.
He's explaining that all in Shavat.
In Shavat, that makes sense.
So Ellie's father, Eric, tries to arrive to help them in the gear.
Yeah.
And Executioner kills him.
Yeah, and it's one of those scenes again where he's like, run, I'll buy you time. And they don't run.
Nope.
And then he dies, and then they're still there.
And then Ellie starts to kind of glow with a light.
Yes, blue light.
Yep.
A blue light.
A blue light, correct. And what does the Executioner say in response to that?
He says, oh, this much ether. What was it? What's the word?
Oh, to have that much ether control in a non-awakened state.
Yeah, because she's
Impressive.
not reverted to the one that killed all those people back 3 years ago.
Oh, I also forgot to mention this. When Ellie's mother dies, her last words are, Ellie, you're... oh, no, this is her father. Her father says this. Ellie, you're Medina's daughter, my daughter, no matter what. That's his last words before he's killed. And that could be read two ways. If you don't have perfect works, it's still kind of left ambiguous. Is she
Yeah,
really
because
your
it's like
daughter or not?
consider she was your mom, even though she wasn't.
Yeah, just
she was basically your mom. Just deal with it.
She's your
This
mom.
is-
She's
this
your
is
real mom.
reality.
This is, I guess, maybe the
Yeah.
conundrum a lot of like adopted kids might have. Like,
Sure, yeah.
Are you really my mom? You adopted me? Yes, I'm always your mother.
In the
kind of
end,
thing.
it's always like,
But
yes, you are my real mom, even though you're not biological.
But in
That's
this
usually
case,
the conclusion. Yeah.
with perfect works as a guide for this part, no, you literally are.
Okay.
Like no matter what you believe, no matter what you've been told, no matter what it might seem like based on how you look, you are our daughter, I promise. So, yeah,
Cool.
the reason she looks different is because she's the antitype, not because she's not their biological daughter.
Now, how did you feel about the father showing up, and then immediately dying right after the mother had basically done the same thing?
I guess I didn't think about it too much. Did it seem...
The mother was so powerful. It was so
Yeah.
good. It worked, and it was very sad. The father
It
was
wasn't
too,
as impactful.
but it was like, oh, we're barely introduced to these characters, and they're throwaway characters. Now they're exposable, and okay, we have no use for them now, so now they're both. But I would prefer that one lived and then died for her a little bit later. It was weird that they both died for her at different times, right there on that dock at the same place. It diminished the impact a little bit
Well,
that
this
it could have
be
otherwise had.
related to the repetition I've talked about in the past, right? You repeat something.
Exactly.
It has
It's
less
like, no, my
effect
mother just died. No.
than-
Okay, 2 minutes later, no, my father. No.
Yeah.
And it's like
There's
not as powerful as the first one.
It's the law of diminishing returns, right? So
Exactly.
The more you repeat a thing, the less impact it has. It could be that. It's like you just had this great
That's probably
mother
it.
death scene.
That's
and
what it
then,
felt like for me.
Right on the back of that, it's just
Yeah.
the second time is not the sin, it's the third time. But
Yes.
the second time certainly
The third would
is-
have been comical. The second time was enough to diminish it, though.
Yeah, somewhat.
Somewhat.
I think you're right about that. Okay. So even despite the fact that Ellie has this blue light that comes on and the executioner is all impressed by the level of ether control in a non-awakened state, still has more power over them and sort of like starts electric shocking everybody.
Yeah,
And
yeah, that was kind of crazy.
Faye is looking around and this is where he breaks and Id emerges. And Id basically destroys Solaris.
The entire place. It's because they mention the destruction. What's the word? The calamity. Not the demon. It was Elru, but the thing that they mentioned.
The demon of Elru?
Yeah, but they mentioned the. Well, maybe it was actually Graph. I think we learned that it was actually Graph, but the great destruction
of Elru. Yeah, there's a word they use.
But
Yes,
I thought there was a different place of a different time. But yeah, essentially we get to see what it was like when it
Elru
destroyed an entire nation.
Yeah, because and this is revealed a little later too. Elru was rebelling against
Yes.
Solaris.
Yes.
And that was the reason it was destroyed.
And
they
Dominia
employed.
came from there.
Yeah,
So
Dominia is from Elru.
is from the people. Yeah, from there.
And so so they just used Id to like as an atom bomb, as you've
as a nuclear
pointed out a
bomb.
few times, to just like wipe Elru off the freaking face
Do
of the
away with the
planet.
whole thing.
But it was Id who did it inside of the red gear, right?
Yeah.
So that's essentially what happens to Solaris right here.
Right there. It's taken right out of the sky and crashes down to Earth. But the Gazel Minister is still alive, so I guess they weren't in Etranunk. I thought they were, but I guess not, because that whole place got blown up.
This is another plot point that I don't necessarily remember the answer to.
Well, because Lacan's there with the Gazelle in that cube room, right? When we see him and we're talking to him and he'd betrayed us, he's in the room with the Gazelle in that weird floaty ball, right?
But it's almost like remember back
Was he
when
green screened?
Remember back when Kane was talking with Seitan in his little like Fey painting dreamscape
in the weird,
world.
We see that again.
And then he goes, "Wait a second." And it's like we're not seeing something, but he's like, "Oh, the elders are doing something." It's
Yes,
like
and
it's
then
like
he
Kane
teleconferenced in.
isn't really there with Seitan. They're having some kind of like telepathic communication, but he also wasn't there with the Gazel Ministry. He teleconferenced in on the screen.
Yeah.
So how did he? I wonder if there's like a messenger who was talking wherever he actually is. I don't know, dude. I don't know where the Gazel Ministry is stored. I don't know where Kane is.
Well, they're not in Echelon the way I thought they were.
I'm guessing they're not in Solaris. All right, so Miang takes off the mask. She is the executioner.
Yes, and then Krellion's standing next to her, and
Yeah.
I second-guess my Graf idea at the moment, thinking that Krellion was Graf, because she's standing next to Krellion, and she unmasks, giving me the assumption that Krellion was Graf, who had just previously unmasked.
Yeah, we hadn't seen
He just
that.
disappeared. He's just gone.
Because
And Krellion's there, where Graf was.
They skipped ahead, because it's like Faye went like, oh, but they didn't show his transformation at id. They didn't show, they show it after this scene.
Yeah, they show it afterwards.
And yeah,
It's pretty
Krellion is
cool.
there with her, and it's like, wait, what happened to Graf?
Yeah, it's like his Graf, because then Miang shows up as Miang, and it's like, okay, maybe Krellion's Graf, but that's not how it ends up being.
But some of the dialogue here is important stuff.
Ooh.
So Miang says to Krellion, I don't think he'll get off the stage easily this time. Satan ends up using ends up using this terminology about the stage in
Like
the later scene
the
after
consciousness,
this.
the front.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's like which consciousness is on the stage currently, or which personality. So she's talking about id here. I don't think he'll get off the stage easily this time. So id just blew up Solaris, and it's like, okay, he's in pretty firm control now. His power is astronomical.
You know what's weird though? They aren't that concerned. And that's part of the dialogue here is like, yeah, even though the whole plan is going to crap and didn't work at all, like they're okay with it somehow. It's very interesting.
Still kind of be part of the plan. It's definitely
Okay.
not part of
Well, but
the
they
Gazel
say
Ministry's
specifically,
plan.
I
but
swear that they say specifically like, yeah, even though our whole plan is shot, why are you still happy? Something like that. I can find that real quick if you want to read.
So she goes on to say, Faye's mental energy seems to have been weakened, and it's similar to the old days now. His feelings haven't changed over the years. Maybe you have mixed feelings? So, God, so confusing. She's talking about Faye as if Faye knew, Faye's feelings haven't changed over the years. Maybe your Krellion. So Krellion and Lacan were seen together, and Lacan looks exactly like Faye.
Yes, exactly.
But we also know that Lacan is Graf. So.
Yes, and so that's
Anyways, that will be cleared up later.
very interesting.
But
that's my note here, where I say, what Graf is Lacan? I wonder about that. I wonder how we exist at the same time as Lacan, but still have his memories.
it's super confusing.
That's
but,
the question. Can you be a legend and still alive at the same time?
Yeah. So anyway, she's just talking to him as if, like, how are you dealing with this emotionally? The fact that you knew these people before or have an attachment to them or something like that. And Krellion says, how can you continue to fight without a chance of winning? Now, when I first read that, I was like, is he talking about them? Or is he talking to her? Or is he talking about Faye? How can you, meaning how does Faye or their party, continue to fight without a chance of winning?
Oh, that's it. I took that wrong then. I took that wrong.
Yeah, I did too. The way it's written, it's almost like he's talking to her. How can you continue to fight without a chance of winning?
Yeah.
It's like, he doesn't really believe that. He doesn't believe that.
That's what I was just now referencing to.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think what he means is he's speaking to her about
It says,
them.
how can you continue?
How can you continue to fight without
so
a
it's
chance
a
of
theoretical you.
Yeah.
This is why. So
Yes.
Japanese does this a lot. So have you
Yes.
ever wondered why the Confucian, like the Confucian ideas of like one must not do what one thinks one should do
Yes.
for one's own sake?
Yes.
Why they use the word one?
Yes.
It's because of the omitted subject.
Yes.
So all they're saying is that should things be done in this order, but then you take the proverb and you say, should you do things in the order you're doing
Yes.
them, right? You put the you in, but it's not you, it's just general you.
Yeah.
So then
Yes.
the best, and it's actually a decent substitute for how weird the Asian languages are in English. It's a decent substitute to just say one. One cannot do what one thinks. What the real sentence is what is thought should not be done, period.
Yes.
But then to translate English, that's weird. So you say one should not do what one thinks. So you say one instead of you or they or
Yes.
anyone or anything.
This
like
would make way more sense if he
Yeah.
said, how
So
can one
how
continue
can
to
one
fight
continue to fight
without a chance of winning?
Exactly.
Okay.
Now you know why the Confucius stuff says one over and over and over and why it's weird.
So Miang says, "Isn't that what you want? Thought I induced. I wrote that wrong. Isn't that what you want? Though I induced you to feel that way, but we're almost there. Our only actual example of success. Let's take good care of him."
I am so confused by that, but I'm supposed to be, is my guess.
They're still using.
But it's interesting. It's interesting. So they're
still in control.
So they've had a success. They see what's happening as maybe not a total success, but what they really care about, the important thing of what they care about, is a success, and they're like, good.
Yeah, and
this was worth the sacrifice. The whole freaking city.
Also keep in mind this. Earlier, Saitan referenced that Krellian was working. They were doing genetic experimentation to try to return humanity to a specific state, right? Like the heightened, or there's a certain evolutionary state they're trying to push humanity into.
Okay.
And he's like, I wonder how the nanomachine technology will help him do that. He was concerned about that.
Yes, I remember that. That was a little bit ago.
Right?
I remember that.
So that's what Krellian's doing. And so when she's talking about, our only actual example of success, and I induced you to feel that way, things like this, right? Krellian and Miang are working together on that type of thing. I'll just leave it at that. And then Krellian leaves off by saying,
to feel that way.
Krellian leaves off by saying, what her true intentions are, I don't even know. Regarding Ellie, I think. Anti-type. Okay, anyways, we're going to have to rush a little bit through this next part.
The Japanese doesn't say anything about being induced, but,
Oh, okay.
That's possible. She said, though I did that, something like that. So isn't that what you wanted? Though I'm the one that did that, ... That's the Japanese. But it still could read induced. Just kind of a funny word.
Interesting. Okay.
All right, let's move on.
Okay, so you escape, and Id is still active, and he confronts, or Ellie goes out to confront Id. And she sort of pulls Faye back out.
And Satan tells her not to go, but he's
'Cause
like, it's
remember-
dangerous. And she's like, yeah, I know it's dangerous. It's kind of like what the mother thing that had happened. She's like, but what am I going to do? I have to go do it.
Ellie, or Miang says here, I don't think he'll get off the stage easily this time. Id has more or less full power now. Because remember in the scene that follows this, when we actually get to see Saitan's conversation, Id says, I could break out of this and kill you right now.
But he's like, well, then why don't you?
Why don't you? And he says, it's because if you exert too much energy, right, and you weaken yourself, then Faye takes back over again. And that's why you won't do it. She's saying, Id will not leave the stage easily this time. Id is getting more and more control. And that is what has suppressed his power up till now. Now he's almost at full power. He's destroying all of Solaris. It's like, woo, his power level is almost at full. And he's able to exert that much power without losing the stage. It's only Ellie who's able to bring Faye back in that moment.
And she almost dies doing it.
Yes.
Yeah.
So really nice little scene where it was almost a reverse of earlier when she had drive and Faye was like, no, and he was holding holding Ellie
You're
down
right.
like,
It's
no,
a reverse.
You're not this person.
Yeah.
Come back. And now she's doing the same.
That's a cool
for
thing
him.
they did there. Look at that. That's cool.
She kind of grabs. So Id comes up and like
they both grab each other's
and
like
she
heart.
holds
Almost. It feels
onto
like
him.
they're holding each other's heart. That's the imagery. And they each of them could squeeze, but the other one would die, kind of thing.
Yep.
Yeah, that was. You're right. And then she pulls him in. She pulls him first, I think.
Yeah.
Or no, maybe
he grabs her, but then she
pulls him
locks
in.
him
right.
in, and she starts talking to him like, Faye, come back. Great scene.
Yeah, very
great
well
scene.
done.
That's a reverse from the one earlier. And Faye comes back, right? But now it's like, okay, what do we do with Faye? Everyone knows Faye's Id now, and it's like, shoot. So they're going to go back to Shavat, and they're going to make a decision about that.
Yeah, and Zephyr is like, basically everyone agrees with Zephyr when they're in the rational place of like, oh yeah, everyone agrees like, yeah, we can't let him, But secretly inside they're like, no, he's our friend. Like we're sticking with him.
Yeah.
But outwardly in front of Zephyr and everybody, they're like, Oh, of course not. Of course. He should be put in jail forever.
Yep.
Yeah, I thought that was pretty good, actually.
But before then, Satan explains all this stuff about id.
Yeah, so when their conversation, we get to read that whole conversation with id. And that is fascinating, although I don't get how Satan took from that conversation that id is not a threat to the Emperor.
I'm going to tell you why.
Okay, good.
I'm going to tell you why. So basically he reiterates a conversation he had with the Emperor, where the Emperor calls Faye the contact again.
Yes.
Confesses that, Satan confesses that he was sent to monitor Faye and whether he's a threat to the world or not. There's some dialogue from the Emperor where he says, Ananelbi, which is, again, mistranslated or mistransliterated. What it should be is Ananerbi, which is German, I think, and it means ancient heritage.
Okay.
So it should be Ananerbi, Ananerbe. I don't know how to pronounce it.
I don't know.
But that's a German word, I believe.
Ananerbi.
And it means ancient heritage. So when Cain says that, he's basically saying, I'll just say ancient heritage. You think you can do it? He's saying to Satan. Satan says, yes, humans have the potential. Managers are no longer needed. Cain says, the contact is not our enemy. Then I leave it up to you. I atone for my crime by doing so.
Yeah, that's fascinating. But he's Cain, so I can guess a little what his
crime might have been.
But, it's all good.
Yeah, so we'll learn more about that later. Okay, so then we come back. Satan is talking to Jesse and Sigurd on the bridge of the Yggdrasil, I think. And he's used that word again, Enelbi, the long-awaited man of God who will take the people born in this world with him to a new horizon. Such is the destiny of the contact. That is what the Emperor called Faye. So Faye is this destined Ananelbi, or Ananerbi, the German word, right? He inherited...
So a man of God who will take the people born to the world,
born in this world, with him to a new horizon. Such is the destiny of the contact.
Which is Faye.
Yeah. He confirms here that Faye is not only the one who destroyed Elru and sank the Yggdrasil, but was also the one who killed Rico's guys in the sewers.
Yes, so Rico's not happy about that.
If you hadn't picked up on that earlier with the red and the green tint, right, it's confirmed here.
It's confirmed here.
That Rico's guys were killed by Faye in the sewers. That's what happened back in Kislev. He turned into id and killed those dudes. He says that Faye has dissociative identity disorder and that he worked with Graf as an assassin before he arrived at Lahan. And Graf was intentionally provoking the manifestation of id to destroy God. So Faye is the contact, the man of God, who will take the people born in this world with him to a new horizon. But Graf was intentionally provoking id out of him to destroy God, to go against the destiny of the contact.
Well, that is the difference between the superego and the id, right there. It's like, are you called to fulfill God's wishes, or are you going to kill God and kill everything with it?
Then we see the scene where Satan talks directly to id, and it's freaking awesome. Id reveals that the Faye that we've known throughout the game is not the base personality of Faye. It was created 3 years ago by Khan.
And that's the craziest thing, is that the whole game we've been thinking id is a suppressed part of Faye, but Faye's the real person.
Yeah.
It seems that id is the real person.
Yeah.
And Faye is the repressed, separate part of id.
That's how it seems at first. That's what id's trying to make it out to be like. That's what id's trying to say.
He's like, I'm the real one.
I'm the real one. Right. That person was inexplicably created by Khan when he suppressed me down in the deep subconscious. And this person
created this
came about
fake.
3 years ago.
Yeah.
He's not in control. I'm in control. Right? That's what he says.
Yes.
So he sealed up my personality
what I'd say too if I was him.
In the deepest recesses of my consciousness. Through some inexplicable reason, that is when the present Faye was born. Okay? But he keeps referring to this coward.
Mm-hmm.
In addition to
as like a third person.
Yes, remember that scene where Faye kind of walked in and there was a boy sitting in front of like a projector, and he was like in a spotlight, and Faye kind of walked up to him and was like, "What's this?" And then the little kid with the hair in his eyes, was like, "You shouldn't be here,"
yes,
and shut him out. Okay, so he keeps referring to this coward, and Seitan notices that, and he's like, "Who is that? Who do you mean by coward?" Right? And what he finds out, what Seitan explains, is the present Fae is one single personality. It is just that structure-wise, his personality was constructed on top of id's, hence placing Fae at a lower hierarchy.
Yes.
So you go down deeper, right? Hierarchy going down this way. Fae that we know is on the top. Id is underneath him, or in the hierarchy would be above him, right?
Hierarchy, yeah.
But down beneath that, well, first of all, hence placing Fae at a lower hierarchy, that is why when id is active, Fae has no recollection of it. Id only manifests when Fae's mental energy is in a weakened state. It is a mystery in and of itself that the lower level personality of Fae has any control over the upper level personality of id. There's a deeper personality below id.
And that person is afraid to come out.
Doesn't want to live.
That person doesn't want Fae to know that he's there and doesn't want to do,
And I think id says something to the effect of, like, he's too afraid to live or too cowardly to live or something like that.
That's a Nietzschean argument.
Yeah.
So id believes he's the Übermensch.
Yes.
He's the great super person, and that everyone else is just a coward. They aren't willing to go take life and do what they will with it. And that's Nietzsche's idea of the Übermensch. And interesting.
So he says, it is obvious that there exists a third personality. Id calls this existence the coward. In my observation, this coward may be the fundamental personality of Fae.
Interesting.
But this fundamental personality, the real Fae down underneath, something happened where he wants to hide away. He doesn't want to live. He doesn't want to be in control. There's a cowardly aspect to that character where this is why the personalities split. But this is the only thing keeping id in the hierarchy, keeping id from having full control over Fae, is that this base, the hierarchy is that the base coward is actually at the top
I
or
get
at the
that.
farthest.
And we have seen that in some of the anime scenes in the past. We've seen that. But I would still say that when Fae sees the video, the projection, he sees there's id, and then he sees the younger Fae.
The boy.
They're making it sound like there's a person here, then there's id, and then there's Fae up top.
No. So this base Fae is at the bottom of the hierarchy.
And at the top?
Id is in the middle.
And then there's fake Fae, who we've been playing as.
Fake Fae is, sorry. It's hard
are we doing conscious or are we doing hierarchy?
Consciousness down, hierarchy up. I'm doing hierarchy up.
I understand it, but I'm confused.
Fake Fae at the bottom of the hierarchy. The one from 3 years ago that was created.
Yeah.
Id is at the hierarchy above him.
Yeah, but
and
then
that's why he can't remember.
Then there's
the
real
coward.
Fae, who's a coward.
The boy in the spotlight.
Yes.
Is at the top.
And I guess I don't get the difference between the coward and Fae. I don't see a difference in my mind. I'm like, no, that's just Fae. He's just now here now.
At this point, we don't know anything about the coward other than that he's there.
Sure.
But this
and there's
this
stuff
Fae,
with Lacan.
This Fae at the bottom of the hierarchy or at the top of the the subconscious or whatever. This is not the real Fae. As he says,
it was created by Khan, right? Yeah.
Yes. Or it emerged because Khan buried id. It was inexplicable how it happened, id says. This personality emerged 3 years ago.
Okay.
This is not the fundamental personality of Fae. As he says here, it is obvious that there exists a third personality. Id calls this existence the coward. In my observation, this coward may be the fundamental personality of Fae.
Okay. Because Fae's kind of a coward.
He can be too, yeah. But
and he takes it personally when Eliam called him a coward back in the day.
Yeah.
Anyways, let's move on. I get what that's saying more.
Yeah, because we got to wrap up.
Yeah.
Like immediately. So he goes on to say the coward is assisting Fae in keeping control over id, right? So the coward and Fae work together, kind of subconsciously, not consciously, to keep id from taking over. Okay, then they all meet with the elders and they decide they want to freeze Fae and Carbonite. because it's just too much. There's too much of a risk.
Everyone agrees outwardly, because they
Yes.
can't defend any other position.
Yes.
Like out loud.
Yes.
But they don't agree
Yes.
inside. So I thought this was pretty cool.
And Ellie is totally against it. She goes down there to help him escape.
Yep.
And he says,
this is important.
He says, they say I'm the second advent of Graph. And I did not remember them saying that on the nose this early. I was like, oh my gosh, they say it now?
Yeah.
Now you put it together earlier.
With Lacan.
With, with the fact that Lacan is Fae, but, sorry, that Lacan is Graph.
Is Graph.
But the one who destroyed all this world, he says, it seems Graph used to be a land dweller named Lacan. I did not remember that they paired Graph and Lacan so
overtly.
early
Yeah.
and so overtly. I did not remember that, but you already put that together
I had.
before.
Yeah.
So I put a note here to ask what you make of that, but you already explained it, so we're good.
Yeah, I'm there. It's still confusing because we have memories of Lacan. And
Yes.
so I don't get how that can work
Yes.
if Lacan is still alive and he's like there and he's not us. But he looked like
I've already
us.
said this.
But I guess that's why he wears a mask, because he looks like us.
This is the
maybe.
most confusing plot point of the whole game, and it will take a long time to explain.
Fair enough, fair enough. Yeah, I'm confused, but I get it.
So Ellie says, you could have killed me if you really wanted to, right? The other you, id's power is nothing like that. But you still didn't go through with it. You knew when it was enough.
Yeah.
Isn't that because your will was in effect? If you're to be controlled by id and all those around you became your enemies, I'd still be by your side because I know it's lonely to be by yourself. Again, just a nice little sentiment there. The romance is really
she's dealt
working
with that
for me.
herself.
But then we see a flash to that anime scene from earlier. Remember when the woman approached Boy Faye in the desert?
Yeah, and she's got the necklace, and yeah.
It flashes to that there.
Yeah.
So just something to think about.
Did we see the whole scene? I can't remember. Or
No, it was
a
just her,
It
and
was
it
just
shows
brief.
the necklace, but it's just her there.
Yeah, and her face.
Now, I actually made a note here. I refuse to talk anymore about Gazel Ministry conversations. It hurts my brain. But the important thing to take from this one is that Ramses was given an animal relic, and his gear is an Omni gear now.
Yeah, and it's like beastly.
And it's like, okay, Krellion's going to give Ramses a chance, but they keep calling him trash.
I don't get why they give him a chance at all. Krellion must have a reason. I don't get it.
Krellion
at all.
has a reason.
Yeah.
The Gazel Ministry are ready to do
But
away
at the
with
same time, Krellion's like, hey, don't kill Ellie. And,
Yes.
And Ramses doesn't care.
Ramses does not care because he's
And
losing his
Krellion
mind.
should know that.
Krellion is, anyways.
He might know that.
There's a
but-
purpose for
Okay.
Ramses. Miang mentioned that earlier in the story. Krellion wants Ellie to come back. They want to capture Ellie again, and they gave Ramses an anima relic. His gear's an Omni gear now. That's the only thing I care about in that Gazel Ministry conversation.
Now, I don't get why Ramses did not confirm the kill. Like, he shows up, he kicks our butt, he kicks us out of the sky.
Because he got an Omni gear now.
And then he's like, sick. And then he leaves. And it's like, you really think that you just killed the demon of Elru just by just because he fell to earth and now he's dead? You're not going to go back down and
Confirm the kill.
check?
Yeah, you're right.
No.
That doesn't make sense.
It was a little weird. But he was also nervous that he killed Ellie, so I think maybe he was like, oh,
Yeah, maybe
shoot.
like, oh crap, I gotta go. Anyways,
Yeah.
But he forgets his orders again.
Yeah,
for
the
like
power goes
fifth
to his head.
time.
I can't believe, anyways. Yeah, you're right. They have a different reason, but it's weird.
But he shoots down the Veltal and it crashes and it's on fire, and Ellie is badly wounded in the crash.
Yeah, they
She's
did a good
losing
sprite
blood.
animation
Yeah,
as she's
kinda
walking. You can see
carrying
blood
her
kind of
away.
dripping.
It's really nice.
Yeah, very good.
And as Faye drags her away from the wreckage, Graph is seen watching from the shadows. End of disc 1. Holy crap, we barely made it. We got to get Case into to the train station. Thanks for watching, everybody. Next time, play up to Raziel's tree. That's a vague enough thing, but you'll know it when you get there. Play up through the section with Raziel's tree. That's where we're going to get up to next time. All right, everyone. Peace out. See you next time. Hi, everyone. Welcome back to the State of the Arc podcast. My name is Mike.
My name's Kason.
This is our Disc 2 Xenogears story analysis. How do you like Disc 2?
Better than I thought I would,
Yeah.
actually. Yeah, it's not so bad.
If you're prepared for it, it doesn't feel like this. You know,
Yes.
you're playing the game for the first time. You've never heard of this before. It's 1998. It's like, what the heck happened?
Oh, I'd be so confused.
But
Very confused.
when you know it's coming, it's not that bad.
It's not so bad. The biggest issue I have is that things are just happening really quickly.
Really fast.
And so you don't really have time for things to sink in before they've already undid what you thought was a big deal, and it's not a big deal, and they fixed the problem, and they're moving on, and it never really got to sink in for you, you know?
That's true.
So that's difficult, but the presentations, it's all right, you know. I don't hate it.
It is at least artistic and abstract and kind of cool.
Yeah,
It's got a style to it that's interesting.
They're all sitting on their rocking chairs like they're old people with the spotlight, just like recapping an old story.
The pendants swinging ching, in the background.
Just keeps going.
Ching, and it's like a starry field.
Yeah.
They'll just bring up big like JPEG images of what they're talking about.
Yes.
Behind them. All right, so Disc 2 opens up with a scene that's actually played twice, and it switches
Once with
perspectives.
Ellie. Yeah.
So you start with Faye, and then you play almost exactly the same scene
Yes.
with a reverse shot, and it's Ellie's perspective.
Yeah.
And they repeat a lot of the same sort of poetic language with a few differences between what they say.
But they're awakening to their former selves and realizing that through the many, many years they have known each other in a way.
Loved each other
And loved each other.
bonded over the generations or whatever.
With very few differences.
So it's a scene of Lacan and Sophia, actually, but it's Faye and Ellie sort of commenting on these memories that feel more like dreams to them. It's like it's hazy, it's like it's there, and there's this familiarity, and they definitely know that this, but it's not. It doesn't feel so clear. It's almost dreamlike the way that they remember this stuff, and it's not, you know, it's kind of jumbled up a little bit, but it's beginning to get clearer at this point. They're starting to understand why they have these feelings. There was a part of Ellie's dialogue in the second playthrough of that scene that I took down that I thought kind of links back to a lot of the stuff we've talked about, the symbolism that's been prevalent throughout the game with the angels with one wing. Right?
Oh, yes.
The
She
nice hand
mentions
symbol.
it in particular.
She says, they are both as vital as each other. They can never be divided, like the wings of angels, like a man and a woman, an unchangeable destiny, feelings one wishes one could change, meeting without the person who would change me, and watching myself change. I dreamt such a dream, a long, never-ending dream. And this more or less fully connects Ellie to Sophia and Faye to Lacan.
Yes.
It goes back to that painting scene, right, where Lacan's painting her, and he gets to a point where he doesn't want to finish the painting because that means like
Yes, I like that.
Yeah.
I really like that touch there.
Well, that's
'cause they
similar
brought
to how
attention
you
to
feel
it.
about
yes.
artistic experiences when they
yes.
draw to a close, right?
Yeah, I famously don't like to finish games. I hate it because if it's a really good, the more I like a game, the less I want it to end.
Yeah.
And it's very difficult. Now, what ends up happening is I end up still stopping playing the game. I just never beat it, you know. So it's its own problem. But yeah, I really felt for that because it was so funny because when we first saw that painting of Sophia, Satan calls attention to the fact that it's unfinished, and it's like, okay, it's an unfinished. Maybe there's something about the wholeness aspect of things where it's not complete, but there's a reason why it's not complete. And I thought the reason would be a bigger reason than it ended up being, but I really liked what it ended up being.
Yeah.
Because it's more meaningful this way.
Yeah.
As opposed to like, oh no, he had to go fight a war or somebody killed him right before he couldn't finish it or something, you know. But instead it was like he chose not to finish it for a personal reason. That's beautiful. I love it.
Yeah, and he didn't want his time, his alone time, you know, intimate, private time with her to end.
Yeah. Now, I was curious about their relationship. I guess she just hired him to paint something and then he'll leave, but it seemed like they were kind of close. Because she was like, call me Ellie. I don't know why she says call me Ellie, but for her name's Sophia.
Well, yeah,
but
it's like it's like
right?
she knows that's her real name, Sophia, not Ellie remembering Sophia, but Sophia had a feeling her name was
Sophia-
Ellie.
Her name is Ellie.
Yeah, this is my real identity.
Yes.
Not Sophia.
By the way, they started. What's the? Okay, never mind. I feel like they started spelling a name differently in disc 2.
I didn't catch that.
But it might just be because Ellie's name is Eliam, something along those lines, right? But it's Elhaim, right? It's Elhaim, and that's how it's spelled. But for some reason, I was pronouncing it Eliam until disc 2. All of a sudden, but now they're actually writing the full name out. Before, you only saw it written out once or twice, right?
I would not be surprised if he had messed up a character's name for an entire disc
I could be
and then corrected it on.
I'm probably wrong. I'm just saying it seems like we're dealing with a different person now, and even in the dialogue, sometimes when Ellie's talking, she's on the left side of the dialogue screen, and she's got more of a Sophia look to her now than her old Ellie look. In certain instances.
Well, on top of that, you know, Seitan mentions this, Faye mentions this, and I'll get more into this in a minute. How she feels different. Like Ellie just feels different. She's more mature. She's changed dramatically in the last 3 weeks or something like that. Since she found that Omni gear in Shabbat, it like turned something on in her. And
makes sense.
I think it was either Queen Zephyr or one of the other wise men mentioned like at a certain age is when like these awakenings happen.
It's like 18.
So it's like she has had that experience and she's changed a lot. So she feels like a different character in a big way.
But I really wondered if Lacan really wasn't going to see Sophia anymore when he was done painting, or maybe they just didn't get to be that close for that long.
I think,
but it seemed like
he
knew
wants
each other
to delay the end of this particular painting. He wants to delay the end, so he's going to go back to his home village to get the paints.
To get the paints.
But she's like, "Why can't you just? That takes super long time. Like, no, it's like I can't get the right pigments unless I go back home.
It's and I have to
it's
do
like,
it.
I'm going to delay
I have to make
this
the
time.
paint.
I think it's almost like there's no plan to it. It's just like I just don't want it to end right now, and I'm just doing whatever I can to delay that end. And so that I can spend more time with her. Because Lacan,
she's probably a busy person.
Yeah, Lacan does not appear to be on the same like social rank as Sophia.
No.
And so like this is as close as he's going to get to her.
But that's what I'm wondering, because I know that's what the story's hinting at, but at the same time, it seems like they already
and I think that's due to a lot of the things Ellie and Faye have already mentioned about feeling like I know you from before.
Because of Kim. See, once we bring up Kim, then things get even more confusing. But even still, so Faye's connected to Lacan, but I still don't understand that whole thing because of Graf.
Well, I just put that note.
He throws the whole
it's
thing
like I put down in the note, it fully connects Ellie to Sophia and Faye to Lacan. However, apparently Graf is Lacan, so what's going on with that?
And I just have to ignore it, but that is a huge question mark. It's like, well, is Faye Lacan? I still don't know. The game is explicit, he is Lacan, but I still don't know if he's Lacan.
Because Graf
someone else is
they've stated outright that Graf is Lacan.
Yes.
Many times.
Well, since it's been revealed that Lacan is Graf, I've been wondering about all these other characters who we've seen with masks on, and I'm like, oh, they probably look like... Because initially I was like, oh, they probably are people that we know. Oh no, like Satan's the emperor, or something like that.
When
right?
they said that Satan was Cain,
yes,
I was like, wait a minute,
that's
what?
why he wears a mask. But then now I'm like, well, hold on, maybe behind the mask is just someone who looks like us again, instead of, and that's where they're going with it, or something like that, instead of it being actually Bart is Graf or something like that. It's like, no, but there's still a reason for the mask, that kind of thing.
Let's see, we still have a bunch of masked characters. We have we have Cain. We have Graf, we have Wiseman.
Wiseman's still masked. There was the woman, but I think it's clear that that's
Executioner
Miang.
has been revealed.
Yeah,
now.
that's been shown to be Miang. But is that it? I swear
think
there was
that's
another.
it. I think those are the four
Fair enough,
main masked people in the game. But anyway, Sophia, throughout this dialogue with Lacan, she mentions something about Kahal. escorting Lacan back to
like
his home.
Her followers, right?
Yeah, and I looked that up, and again, it should be spelled with a Q instead of a K.
Kahal. Oh, so it's like Arabic? Or?
It's Hebrew.
Oh, Hebrew.
Kahal was a theocratic organizational structure in ancient Israelite society, according to the Hebrew Bible. In later centuries, Kahal was the name of an autonomous government of Ashkenazi Jews until
Europe.
being abolished in the 1840s.
What the heck? I've never heard of that in my life.
Me neither, but that's what it's a reference to.
Wow.
One of those references that don't necessarily mean anything.
Right,
because,
it's just a word.
It's just a word.
But it's a hyphenated word.
It is.
It's a word with emphasis placed on it.
It seems important.
That doesn't mean anything. This happens a lot.
Maybe
in the
it
game.
does. Maybe I need to do more. But I don't think they mention Kahal anywhere else in the game, as to my memory. So I
It's
don't
just
know
her followers.
if it has much relevance to anything else.
Okay,
Maybe it will later in Disc 2, but I just don't remember if it does.
That's funny. All right.
Anyways, I like the scene a lot. It's continuing to build this sort of mysterious, multi-generational romance between Faye and Ellie that I think is paid off really well, even in this play session. So,
these types of stories are more commonly told in Asia and Japan and Korea
because of the
specifically,
reincarnation,
because of the idea of
belief
reincarnation
as part of the culture.
And that often happens in these stories, is that it's like their fates are so difficult, they're destined to never be together, but in their next life they will be together, and that is even more romantic. It's like the most romantic possible story you can tell. Is like they fell in love,
this life
you sacrifice,
so that in the next life you can get
but it's the same people,
payoff.
right?
Yes.
And so that way you can actually have some story elements that, like the idea of you sacrifice for yourself for someone you love. That's the most romantic thing possible. But then you're dead. well, there's this great idea in Eastern Asia that you come back and then now you get to do both. You get to have it both ways. So this type of story of the love through the ages that continues over and over and over is a common Asian story, and it makes a little more sense when you understand the Asian philosophies and theologies instead of Western, where it's kind of difficult to wrap your head around.
And I agree, it is more romantic that way.
It is. It truly is. It's like as romantic as can possibly be, but you'll never see an American story do it.
Yeah.
Because it's like, well, we don't really think that way.
Yeah, we don't have the cultural heritage of reincarnation as part of our belief system. All right, so you come out of that little sequence and you find out that Tara Melchior, the mentor of Krelian and one of the three sages of Shavat, is the one who kind of rescues Faye and Ellie, and using nanomachines heals them of their wounds. Ellie was a little more injured than Faye was, so she took a little longer. But he uses his nanomachines to heal
She took
them.
like a little longer.
Like 10 minutes.
Melchior's like, she was way more hurt than you, so it's going to take longer to heal. And we'd been there for 3 weeks, right? And then she's done, 3 weeks and 10 minutes. That's what he meant.
Exactly.
Yeah, she was way worse shape than us.
Too.
That's all right, because the passage of time, you got to kind of forgive it in these RPGs.
Yeah. But anyways, you talk to him a little bit, and you kind of realize who he is, because he just calls himself Tara. But then Satan comes in.
But just seeing his frame, the shape of his body,
he looks.
It was like that's a little more like Melchior.
Yeah. Also, I was a little confused about why he looks the way he looks. Confused about his race. Like if he's like a native to the planet, or if he was
a hybrid
human who has been turned in demi-human to look like that, or what? Because he actually looks a little bit like the Gazelle guys.
Oh yeah, like a fat,
but
like a larger blue-faced gazelle guy.
Like cranial-looking face and blue shade to it. But the Gazelle for sure were humans before, so I don't know why they look like that in their
they
supercomputer
all picked that
thing.
avatar for themselves.
But they were humans when they were alive.
Right.
So I don't really know what's going on with Melchior in terms of what race he is. And I tried to look it up on the wiki, and it doesn't really specify either. I think it's an unknown thing about the character.
Interesting.
But in any case, he's a nanomachine expert. He was a mentor to Krelian. He helps them heal, and Satan comes in and sort of joins you there. And he gives you a wristband that has nanomachines in it
yes.
that will contain id. It manipulates serotonin in Faye's brain so that he doesn't get pissed enough to turn into id again.
Yes.
But it also allows him to access like the id mode
of the
Veltal.
of the gear. Yeah.
So you can have all the benefits.
It still doesn't turn red though.
Doesn't turn red.
But you get the weird spiky things on your back.
Like little wingy looking yellow spike things.
Yeah.
But apparently it's like the id system mode of the Veltal. And so a new element of gear battles opens up for Faye's gear, which is kind of cool. And then Taro goes on to explain that these nanomachines he's created can release what's called the limiter seal on humans, right? So like
yes.
So what they want to do is release these nanomachines into like the upper atmosphere and let them spread over the world, so that all the humans can have their limiters removed.
Yes.
And they can take control of themselves away from Solaris and from the Gazo Ministry.
So there's the psychological limiter.
Yeah.
But then there's also the physical limiter, which up to this point you would think was just, it just makes them less strong, right?
Yes.
But it seems like there's another reason. Another reason for that limiter.
There's another kind of caveat to that. And this is one of the more misunderstood plot points of Xenogears is, so we'll get to that. But they decide they're going to go to this place where, did I write down what the name of the place was? I think I forgot to do that. So many things to remember.
Well,
in this
typically
game. There's like some kind of base, or it's like a really, really old.
Well, it's part of Zeboim, isn't it? Or it's a Zeboim era.
I don't remember.
But it's like a loop.
Because there's one place they go to that's Zeboim era, and I think there's one place they go to that was way more ancient than that.
Okay.
Like 10,000 years ago ancient. First civilization on this world ancient. But that, I think, is the second Anima dungeon where Rico gets his Omni gear.
Oh, right.
Anyways, they're going to these really ancient places. But wherever it is that she ends up going to, I forget the name of it. I'll put it on the screen or something.
It's like a rocket launcher, right?
Yeah, it's like that circular looking thing.
Yeah.
That
Which is like the Large Hadron
would
Collider.
allow them to launch like basically the nanomachines into the atmosphere. That's where they're gonna go.
Now, as soon as they introduce this, I'm thinking of Final Fantasy VIII and going to the moon.
Oh, yeah.
Because I'm like, this might have been used to launch things in outer space.
Oh, right. It does have that, like...
But the ramp and everything, I thought it was fun.
Yeah. Another connection, this is totally a tangent, but to 2001: A Space Odyssey, is that in the novel, that's what they describe as how they launch their ships in 2001: A Space Odyssey, is like that ramp that just like shoots them up into the sky. So it's another way FF8, I think, was referencing 2001. But anyways, what was the point? They're going to go do that.
Yeah.
But as they're getting ready to leave, there's another scene before that though.
Ramses.
He allows he allows Ellie and Faye to rest for a minute, and they kind of go on the roof and they talk for a bit. And this is where Faye starts to say, like, you feel really different now.
Right.
Something seems to have changed in you. She's like, really? I don't feel different. Like, and they're kind of talking about that. She's not only like different in terms of her maturity. She's starting to question a little bit her feelings about Faye. And I really love where this goes. It seems like a minor thing, but I think it pays off so amazingly later. So I'm just going to kind of bring it up. Okay. Especially in what she says to Saitan in a minute. But okay, they talked up there, and he mentioned that she feels different. But as they're leaving, some guy from Shavat comes in and says, oh my gosh, Solaris is launching this attack with this giant mobile weapon, and we need your help, Faye. And this is kind of right off the back of Shavat like wanting to put him into carbon freeze.
Yes,
and
of
so
course.
Ellie's pissed. Like, how can you ask him to do this? No, Faye, don't agree. They were gonna like kill you or whatever.
And Melchior agrees. He's like, you don't need to. You don't owe anyone anything.
Yeah, because he obviously. He has some kind of strained relationship with Shavat based on whatever happened 500 years ago. He's gone into kind of hiding himself. He doesn't really associate with them anymore. So he's like, no, you don't have to help them, right? But Faye, out of the goodness of his heart, being unselfish, I guess, is like, well, regardless of what the elders of Shavat wanted to do to me, like the people of Ignis don't deserve this, right? I've got to do what I can to help them. So he kind of agrees to go with them. And so they kind of split up. But before they're leaving, Ramses shows up, and there's a fight there with him. Actually, no, it's not there in the woods. This is where it starts to get confusing.
The fight happens in...
Well, it looks like it.
But it's like way far
It's
away.
described that on their
so
way
close.
to Nisan or to Nortun or something like that, Ramses like cut them off. And this is where you start to see that the
trees
game
looked about the same.
it's mostly in transitions between scenes. They narrate what happens, and this is like the big stylistic change of disc 2 where they rush through lots of stuff because they didn't have time to make all of it. So you'll just cut to Faye or Ellie or someone, Citan sometimes, sitting in a chair like narrating what happens.
With a spotlight on them, almost like they're being interrogated.
Yeah.
And they're just telling you what happened. Just telling
And
the
so
stories.
like he ends up encountering Ramses on the path that he goes. But before Ellie splits off, like I said, she was having that conversation with Citan.
Yes.
And he says specifically that she feels more mature, like a mother. And Ellie mentions wanting to spend some time away from Faye to sort out her feelings about him. This feels natural to me given this awakening of the anti-type that's happened and the fact that she's having a lot of confusion about her identity. So whatever she felt about Faye before, right, as Ellie, the non-awakened anti-type, versus the awakened anti-type and, oh my gosh, am I Sophia? Who am I?
Exactly. You feel like it's another person
Yes.
there. It's like this other person likes Faye, but like...
I don't know
that's not me.
Who I am and what I feel. So I'm going to go with Emeralda to go do this other stuff. And
Emeralda shows up. She's like, I'm coming too, and I'll do it by myself.
Yeah, I don't need your help, right? I like that.
Love it.
But she's starting to have at least a little bit of doubt about what she feels about Faye. Not necessarily like, oh, I don't like him anymore, but I don't know which part of me does and who I am. And so she's just really confused.
Yep.
But then, and then right at the end of that too, almost missed this, Graf comes to visit Tara at the end of that sequence. So when Faye and Ellie are gone, right, like Graf shows up. And Tara says to him, like, he basically calls him Lacan.
Yes,
right?
directly.
He's like, oh, Lacan, blah, 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 right? And then it kind of fades out. And it's just creating more confusion about, like, how can Faye and Graf be Lacan? I don't get it. But anyways, then you get another Gazel Ministry scene. They
they're
mention
hating on Ramses some more, right?
Yeah, well, because Krellian is talking about sending Ramses after Faye. And they're like, he's trash, he's worthless. Why would you even freaking bother with that with him, right? And they mention something about there being another mother, right? So
yes, but
like,
one of them is not quite. No, they say specifically who the another mother is.
Yes, it's Miang.
Yeah, they say, the other. I can't remember how it comes out, but they say specifically Miang's a mother, but she's not as completely a mother.
Yes, it's
she's not the mother that they're looking for.
Again, they're kind of questioning Krellian's like whole. I don't know, like what his plans are, like why he's doing what he's doing. So it's like it's like, why do you care about Ellie so much? Why do you want her back? We have this other mother who's fine for our purposes. We don't need that one.
Right.
And like, why do you want to use Ramses? He's worthless. He's trash. He's like terrible. Like he's useless, right? And so he's kind of trying to explain to them like why he wants to do what he wants to do.
Yeah, Ramses seems. I figured we're basically done with Ramses by the time we learn more about who he is.
And then he actually comes in quite heavily more.
Very much so, and it just makes me question things even more. But
they also mention in this scene that the time of the resurrection is near.
Yes.
So they're getting close to that time of the gospel.
And in fact, because they seem to know what we're doing, because they're like, even though Etranunk crashed to the earth, we still retain the data from the memory cubes.
Yes.
And so they can still, and they're like, where is he now? Oh, he's in this forest and he's heading towards a place.
By the way.
And the idea is, they're gonna do the thing, but this was all planned. Like they wanted them to release the limiters for the people.
By the way,
so
we were confused about where is the Gazel Ministries computer. Was it on Solaris when it crashed? I think it's inside of the Ezekiel, which is the fishbowl ship that Krellian rides around.
Oh, okay.
I'm pretty sure
and
that
then
that's
Satan,
where they are.
when Satan showed up with the Gazelle Ministry, he was green screen. Like that.
Yeah, or they
that's
were
the only
they were remotely, because they were on computer screens themselves, right?
I know, but Satan's
they were
in the room with them. He's on the screen
That's
in
true.
the same screen with the Gazelle behind
maybe
him.
he does go into the Ezekiel, because Krellion's in Solaris at the time. The Ezekiel was
I
probably
guess we
docked.
had passed out for who knows how
The
long.
Ezekiel was probably docked at Solaris at the time.
Okay.
And then when
That would make
Yang
sense.
and Krellion escape when it's being destroyed, they probably go aboard the Ezekiel and they leave.
So the Gazelle's on the Ezekiel.
That's where I think they're at. So
fascinating.
Krellion
I wouldn't have
and the
expected
Gazelle
that.
Ministry are on that Ezekiel fishbowl ship.
So that's considered to be the more safe place to be, not
now
the
that
place.
Solaris is destroyed.
Well, but even before that, because
Yeah.
they were put there ahead of time.
Yeah.
Like, hey, don't be on the mainland, be here.
Yeah. So, anyways, I think that's where they're at. But okay, now we get back to where Ramses and Faye encounter each other, right?
Yeah.
And he beats him. Faye beats him this time.
'Cause we have
it's
id
because
mode.
he is the id system
Yeah.
mode, and this like sends Ramses kind of spiraling again, because he had just attained the power where he thought he was no longer
Yeah.
useless. I'm actually stronger than you. I'm actually, the one, not you. And then Faye beats him again, and he starts really losing it. He starts becoming more and more possessed with the idea of proving that he's not worthless again. But Faye kind of rushes past him to go to Kislev. And again, this is where you kind of feel some of the sting of the game not having enough time to be finished, because I'm sure that upon arriving in Kislev and in Nortune, that they were going to have more with Rico and Kaiser Sigmund. They probably had more
of course.
planned to
Yeah,
resolve
well, they
that
should've.
story, and they just don't do anything with it at all.
Yeah.
It just like is not really like a thing, and they're just narrating, rushing through this. It leads to this big battle where the central block of Nortune is
It's a ship.
an Yggdrasil
Yeah.
model. It's the Yggdrasil 4. And it morphs into this giant gear with 100,000 HP.
Yeah, it's
and you have
freaking
this
crazy.
giant battle against this mobile weapon that can barely damage you at all.
Yeah.
It's like it does like 150 HP damage to you,
Yeah.
and you can do like this giant,
Well, it
massive
was
max
999,
damage to
yeah,
it.
The max.
A really, really stupidly easy boss fight.
Yeah.
That they draw again. This happens a couple times where they basically describe the whole sequence of story that leads up to a boss fight. So in this case,
which is my least favorite part. That's what
Yeah.
maybe the part that because I like exploration. I'm not happy
Yeah.
that we can't just go
it just tells
wherever we
you
want now.
what happened.
It tells you, and then it drops you into a fight. And I'm like, I don't want the fight. What I want is to experience the story that you just told me, and then not have to fight a boss.
Yeah.
and then explore the world. And this game kind of does the opposite. They just rush through the story, let you fight the boss. For people who love fighting, that's cool, I guess. But it's not my thing.
It's a shame. It's a shame because there was definitely a lot of potential in that little arc of like the mobile weapon going on terrorizing Ignis.
You know
like-
how it's like if you tell a really intricate story and then you let your young child finish the story for you, and all of a sudden it turns out like Nortune was a ship, and then it turned into a gear, and then it killed everything. But then there was this other thing that made it so that it couldn't just own the world. But then it just seems like a kid kind of took over, and not because they couldn't. Not because the idea couldn't have been done well, but just because it was rushed.
It's rushed so
Because
much.
a kid won't think to tell you the stories
Fill
that make
in
it
the
plausible.
details and context.
Yes,
And
a kid will just say, and then it turns out the city's a mech. Like, what? Yeah, the whole city. And it goes, boop, boop, and it's a mech. Like, okay, kid.
Yeah.
So that's kind of what it felt like
It
here.
definitely has that feel.
But I do feel like they would have, based on what I experienced in Disc 1, it feels like they would have given this proper treatment. It wouldn't have felt that way
Yeah.
if they were able to actually do it the way they wanted to.
It's almost like the game needed 4 discs of material.
Yes, it feels that way, which is crazy because when we first talked, it's like, well, in like episode 1, it's like, okay, they got halfway through the game, and then they needed help to finish it up, and they were behind schedule, but not like a decade behind schedule. They were just like a little bit behind, like a few months, a year maybe behind schedule. No, that's not correct, because based on what we just did in this playthrough is like a whole disc in and of itself, or possibly more, because there's so much story happening here. And it's like this game should have been 4 discs, in which case they were only a quarter done after 2 years.
Yeah.
that would mean this would have taken 8 years to make this game.
It's too ambitious. I mean, the
Way too
story is
much.
just too large and
Way
too
too
ambitious.
much. So,
for,
but that puts into perspective just how much they dropped the ball.
Yeah.
It was vastly underprepared for, and that is definitely the fault of the directors. But
if they were going to plan to make Xenogears one game, as large as the story is, they would have had to have cut massive amounts of it out. And like, for instance, one thing that I think could have been cut that would have like not totally damaged the story is just all of Rico.
his whole thing.
Just cut him out of the story.
Sure, yeah, don't need it.
Not that I don't want him there. I like the story of Rico. I like the Kaiser Sigmund connection to the ethos, the experimentation that turns him into this Blanca-looking guy. I like the story, but it's like that doesn't contribute to the game's themes as heavily as a lot more of the stuff with Faye and Ellie and some of the other more important characters. So it's like, if you're going to make it one game instead of 2 games or 3 games or something, turn it into a trilogy of games to cover the whole story. That's the kind of thing, because that Kislev section was really long back on disc 1. And I mean, it was awesome. I loved it. I don't have a lot of complaints about it as it is. But
if you are...
I would have probably rather had some of the stuff happening here on disc 2 elaborated and fully explorable,
absolutely,
rather than having that in the game.
Yeah, absolutely.
So it's like, in an ideal world, the whole thing gets made like disc 1, and it's 4 giant discs that took a decade to make, or it's cut into 2 games, or it's cut into 3 games or something, and the whole thing gets finished. That would be ideal. Obviously, that's what we actually want. But if we're going to have to condense the thing into this one game, 2 discs long, that's going to be made in 2 years and released in 1998, I would have probably removed Rico out of the game. I would have probably even maybe removed
Hammer.
Well, I guess Hammer would be removed because Hammer. Anyways, they'd have to pick somebody else to betray them at Solaris. That's easy to do though. But I'm trying to think of like character arcs that like don't really go anywhere, like possibly even Maria, because Maria's kind of is all wrapped up after the Shavat sequence anyways. It's like, but I don't know. Anyways, that's not necessary to dig into what should have been cut, as much as it is to say
Just
a lot should have been cut.
could have been absolutely
in
cut.
order to like
in favor of this stuff, yeah.
But I will also say this, playing it this time, I'm not that bothered by the presentation of disc 2. I'm really not. And so it's like, a part of me is almost like, it's just fine the way it is. We get the whole story, even though it's really rushed in disc 2. It's almost fine to me that you get the whole thing, because there's no guarantee that they would have been allowed to make a sequel to this anyway.
That's true, yeah. Yeah, I think that's why they were saying just end it at disc 1, and he's like, but the player, well, the idea is, well, yeah, but then you can make a sequel later, and he was like, I'm not doing that.
Risking that.
I'm not, and he was right. Well, in many ways he was right, because they didn't really want him to do that again.
I would definitely rather have disc 2 the way it is and have the whole story than have them cut it at some place like at the end of disc 1.
And then not allow
promise
a sequel,
or set up a sequel and then never actually do it. That would have really sucked.
Yeah, that would have been bad.
So,
no, I agree with you there, because I thought that this disc 2 stuff was going to be more along the lines of Chu retelling the story of what happened at Shavat after we fought you know, Maria's father. And that, I wouldn't have loved that as much, the way that was done right there. But they do an interesting job presentation-wise, and they're showing screenshots behind them of what is happening while it's happening. And it works better than I thought it was going to work.
Yeah, I think it's fine.
Yeah.
Then you get Ellie basically narrating an entire dungeon. They just narrate the whole thing, play it all as they go through that base and release the nanomachines into the upper atmosphere. Now, as you were alluding to, there was kind of an unintended consequence with doing this, where the people's limiters get removed, but all of a sudden people start transforming into wells.
Right.
And a lot of people get the idea that the nanomachines are what turned people into wells.
No, yeah.
But it's actually clarified that Krellian released a virus at the same time. So it's almost like they anticipated the nanomachines were going to get released, and he released this virus that was carried by the nanomachines into people, and that virus is what it had, like, again, he and Miang have been doing genetic engineering for a long time.
Right.
Trying to evolve humanity into a certain state that they're looking for, right? And previous failures had resulted in demi-humans and things like that.
Right.
But humanity in its current state, all it needed was like this trigger of this virus to start mutating them into wells, which was their whole plan the whole time. They're trying to turn people, all of humanity, into wells, because they then like meld them into weapons and things like that. Part of this was alluded to with the Oxen and Seepson, where their like neural networks were made with well bodies, which is why they have like a certain level of autonomy, the gears themselves, right? Because they're actually comprised, their brains are like comprised of wells. So they have like wells inside of them, souls, human souls. They're like, their neural networks are made of humans, but the wells, transformed into wells. And so, yeah, Krellian released a virus simultaneous with the nanomachines, and the nanomachines combined with them and carried them into people. That's what triggered this mutation, which was part of the genetic engineering that they had set up.
Okay.
Hopefully that makes sense.
They couldn't have just done it. Why did they do it then?
Why did they do it at the time the nanomachines were released?
They could have just done it whenever.
No, I think the virus has to be carried by the nanomachines somehow. It's like they need the nanomachines to carry the virus, and because remember, these nanomachines are like at the atomic level, right? And they don't have nanomachines. Well, they had, okay, so Krellian's work on nanomachines, remember, was not complete until he...
But Krellian learned his work from Melchior.
Yes.
And Melchior has these
and
nanomachine
they had a rift at some point.
Yes,
right.
But why, if Melchior for 500 years has had the machines that Krellian has been looking for?
I think Melchior has been...
But I thought he had to go to Zebulon to get that machine.
I think Melchior has been well hidden. Like, he disappeared and no one knows where he went.
So Melchior had the Zeboim technology.
I don't know.
Okay.
It might be that Melchior actually just figured it out over the course of 500 years. And Krellian couldn't find him. So his backup plan to that is, well, the Zeboim era had these nanomachines. Let's go get those so I can study how they did it and fill in the gaps of my own knowledge.
Okay. So either way, what Melchior has is the Zeboim technology.
I think so.
Not just the
like
lower
the really
level.
Beastly nanomachines.
Right, yeah, that can do, they're smaller probably.
That is my headcanon.
Okay.
I don't know if they ever actually specify that.
No, they don't. So some of this was very confusing. I do remember them talking about the virus, but I had kind of forgotten it because it didn't really like jive
it's
with
so rushed.
It's just
through.
random. It's just like, oh my gosh, they're doing this thing. Let's launch the virus. Is that the geisha key, or does the geisha key come later?
No, the geisha key comes later. That's even
so
different
they
thing.
launched they launched the virus, but it's just so sudden. And I guess it's because we know where they're going because our save cubes still work, the memory cubes.
Yeah, the memory cubes.
And so we know what they're going to do based on where they're going. So now we can.
Yeah,
but
it's like they basically
everything we're doing is helping them accomplish what they're doing.
Yeah, they have been adapting their plans by watching us through the memory cubes for a long time.
Right.
So originally, like the Gazel Ministry, for instance, they were going to actually resurrect into gear bodies, kind of like Nikolai or Hammer or something like that. That was their original plan, to collect the animal relics and combine them with gears, and they were going to become, their bodies were going to be those like half man, half gear things. But then they realized the anima potential of the party traveling with Faye. And they were like, oh, these people would be sufficient bodies for us to actually go into. Let's actually let Faye come here, bring them along, and then we'll take those bodies instead. So they've been kind of adapting their plans as wrenches get thrown into it by watching and surveilling them through the memory cubes.
That explains a lot. That's a lot of this makes more sense.
Yeah.
So, look at it like that. Okay.
Okay. So anyways, yeah.
So everyone turns into wells.
Not everyone.
I know.
It's like
a lot of people do.
Some people do, some people don't. Some people are way worse than others.
Yeah, some people have just a little
They're
bit.
like lightly mutated, some are heavily mutated, but it is an enormously painful thing.
Yeah, and it makes them just kind of go crazy.
Yeah, and it sort of creates this new hierarchy, social hierarchy of what they call haves and have-nots.
Yes, yeah.
So like the haves are the people who were either like had no transformation whatsoever. Like so the nanomachines carried the virus, but they genetically are not designed as Krellian and Miang had sort of been watching over to have the trigger that does the mutation.
I took this a little bit differently. I read it to be more like the mutations are random, but whoever is genetically superior, whoever is a more
I think that's the way they put it.
Yes, that's the Nishan Ubermensch idea. You move towards that, right? So all the people who have a lower genetic quality, whatever, they became the Wells. But people who were more like genetically superior, they didn't get affected.
I actually think it's the reverse.
Oh.
So it's because the people that Miang and Krellian would deem genetically superior are the ones that did mutate.
Oh, really?
Because what they need are the mutated humans for their plans.
Okay, I was thinking the other way around. I thought that they wanted the bodies to be the gazelle bodies and the people and God and all that stuff.
The reason why
I thought they wanted a perfect human for that.
The reason why the party doesn't mutate is because they have the animus factor that the gazelle want. They want their normal human bodies.
Right.
Normal people are sort of like, there's a spectrum of genetic superiority, as Krellian would deem it, or Miang would deem it, where the less or so would not be triggered. The trigger would not happen.
Reverse of what I thought. That's interesting.
But those who did mutate, those are the humans we want for the plan. They're the ones who genetically evolved the way we wanted them to.
I keep thinking with Wells that things are going wrong, but I guess things are going right.
Wrong for them, as in the people who have to go through it, right for Krellian's
So they
purposes.
are trying to, because I keep thinking something else. I guess it never really entered my mind that's what they're trying to create.
That's what they want. That's
really.
what Krellian and Miang want. They want Wells. So
that's crazy.
And so now they have the Soylent system, which is like a network of factories and facilities that process wells and create these super weapons with them, right?
So,
and they show that. They show like just the little mass clumps of fleshy balls combining into these like monsters and things.
Crazy,
right?
Yeah. Because it sounds, okay, am I wrong in this? It sounds like they're looking for a new host for God, right?
How do I explain this?
And if this doesn't come up till later, that's fine.
I'm trying to decide if they have said it yet or not.
Well, I think they said something about it, where they're like, it's time to resurrect God, and we need these humans to be different for some reason. My thinking was these humans will become the avatars for the new God. That's what I was thinking, but then they're I guess they want a monstrosity to be God, right? To be this monstrosity as opposed to like a person.
I'm going to hold off just because I'm not sure if they've actually said it yet, but we're so close to that answer.
Okay.
And
that's part of why I'm so confused. They're purposefully making wells for their own corrupt whatever reasons, but they're also doing something to humans that has the result of creating wells in the pursuit of resurrecting God in some way. So that's where I'm a little confused. But okay.
I think that will be answered like very soon on the next play session. But the people essentially go willingly to these Soylent factories because the promise is made to them that it will they'll be able to free them of the pain of the molecular changes happening in them, right? It's like you'll be free of pain, but what they're really doing is taking them and processing them and just like combining their masses of flesh into these like monster weapon creations, right? And so the party tries to stop this. They try to go to these Soylent factories and destroy them and convince people, no, you don't want to do this. But, and this definitely probably, well, not definitely, that's a contradiction. It definitely has some relevant like social commentary for even like up to today now with these haves and have-nots, right? So the party are haves because they didn't get mutated, and they're trying to tell the have-nots what they should do. You should not go to the Soylent system. You should not trust Solaris. You should, come for treatment in Nisan with Melchior. And they're like, you can't tell me what to do. You don't know my pain. You have you're a have. You're a person of privilege. Let's
Yes,
put it that
yes,
way.
yes, yes.
You can't talk to me about what I should
Right.
do. There's this disconnect, and it's hard for Ellie to break through to these people because of that. Until they actually get into the factory and these monsters start breaking around and eating people.
Yes.
And so there's a boss fight there against, I forget the name of the boss. It was kind of a cool name. It's like Sufra something or other. Suful Mass or Suful something. Anyways, it's a big giant
But yeah, I do
monster
remember it.
guy with some other wells, and you fight that thing. And then Ellie gives this really great speech.
Yeah, and in the speech, she's like, they keep shifting to like a Sophia.
Yep, it's like goes
version
back
of
and
her.
forth.
Yeah,
Yeah.
as to who's talking. but
Almost
yeah.
like she did it 500 years ago, almost the same thing, right?
Right.
She's living a role again.
Is it who's Bart's cousin? What's her name?
Margie.
Margie. She keeps commenting like, you really resemble Sophia now.
Yeah.
Like you used to before, but now you really do.
Yeah.
And Ellie doesn't quite know how to take that, I guess.
Yeah.
But yeah, this stuff keeps happening. She keeps more and more and more doing and saying and acting the way that Sophia did.
Yeah, and her speech really kind of is a breakthrough for these have-nots, right?
Right.
They finally restore some faith.
Well, she talks about like offering herself in
Yeah.
some way.
And then there's that little anime scene where the boss you just fought, she cuts herself, and the blood goes into the mouth
Yes.
of the enemy, and it sort of eases its passing.
Tell me what happened in that cutscene. I know the whole thing, but I want you to tell me
Well,
what happened there, because there's a few moments there that are very confusing.
I believe this is related to what Kraulian revealed back in Solaris with her blood, her genes having the Ouroboros.
Oh
ring.
yes, the life.
Like the foundation of humanity, or however you put it, right?
Yeah.
So it's like her blood, which carries that Ouroboros ring, is almost like a healing property or something for people who are turned into wells. She can ease their suffering.
like
she
that.
can, because she actually has like the true genetic foundation of all humanity in her. And so that's what I kind of see as what she's doing when she cuts herself and she lets her blood flow into his mouth.
What happens to the well, though?
I think it dies,
Yes.
but it's like she
Can the wells
eases
not
it.
just like kill itself? Wells, can they not just?
Well, I don't know how in control they are. Their minds are kind of gone, right? Well, this happened in Solaris. Remember, all those people that are getting transformed into
These
wells.
people seem to be reasonable, though, in more or less.
Some of
in
them are not
way.
like fully transformed. So remember in Solaris, that guy who was like, "Hey, I had a dog in Kislev. Don't open this thing. Something's happening to me."
Yes.
In that moment, he was reasonable, but as he continued to transform, he lost his mind and attacked you.
Because I'm wondering why they aren't all attacking Ellie.
I think it's various stages of transformation.
But they're all reasonable. If any of them weren't, they'd be attacking her.
Well,
or each other, or somebody.
Well, I don't know if they're fully mutated into the form where they would lose their mind completely yet.
That's what I'm.
But regardless of that, she breaks through even the ones that are highly mutated, that are close to losing their minds, and kind of gets them to remember who they are. And then they go back to Nisan and they get treated with nanomachines,
Right,
which
when that
reverts some
happens.
of their mutation. And there's, again, the people who are heavily mutated couldn't be fully healed, but those who are lightly could be totally restored back to normal. But there's something about Ellie's power as the antitype, something about her genes, where she can actually like restore people's humanity, or at least ease their pain if they're too far gone.
Right. So, in that anime scene, she drops blood in the thing. The thing, I don't know what happens, but then you see Faye.
I think he just says Ellie or something, right?
Okay. This may have been the way that it was done artistically. I'm thinking about this now. It may have been a cut. Was it just a cut to Faye and then back to the thing?
I think
because their faces occupied the exact same part of the frame.
I think it's just a cut.
It seemed as though
like they were
the well disappeared and it was
attaching to
Faye's
him
face
somehow.
And then you saw the well and it was like Faye was the well.
I don't think that was intentional.
Okay.
I think they just cut to him because he was just like, "Oh wow, Ellie, you're like
way less
fulfilling your role."
way less confusing then. Okay,
yeah.
For some reason, and it could be it's possibly completely my fault that I saw it that way, but that is how I saw it in some weird way.
Yeah, I can see why you did now that you bring it up. Yeah. But anyways, they get rid of all these Soylent system facilities. They bring the mutated people back to Nisan where they get treatment, right? So there's like that's like the kind of the end of that whole mutation arc that they really rushed through. And Melchior is continuing to improve the nanomachine treatment. So it's like over time he's getting better at helping people revert back to their normal human form, to where even the highly mutated people can start to be fully restored again. But then there's a whole nother, the geisha key that triggers it again. And we start to learn about the geisha key in the next scene.
Okay.
But Ellie is basically fully fulfilling her role as Mother Sophia here. She is fully integrated as a Type 2, Enya Type 2 now. She's totally left behind any of that like -8 that she sort of goes towards. She's lost any like desire to fight or kill. And like Faye starts to notice this, and he starts to try to get her more and more to like not go with them when they fight.
Yes,
right?
yes, because she has a
how
whole
difficult it is
purpose.
for her to do that. She's like really pained by violence now.
Yeah.
Right.
And she has such a higher calling. Like she's helping the world.
Yeah.
And they are too in their own way, but like the people need her.
Yeah.
Like if she's gone, the people don't have hope.
Exactly. So we get another Gazo Ministry scene here where they're prepared to use the geisha key now that that plan didn't work out with the virus.
Right.
It's like we can use this geisha key to initiate the transformation we want on the well, to turn people into wells. But Cain won't allow them to do it. It's not even just that he commands them not to. He has some kind of power that will
What
not
the heck's
allow
up
them
with that?
to do it.
He
So
shows up on TV and he just starts beaming this.
he
like,
has
but-
some kind of power. It's not explained at all.
But then they just turn off his TV and they're fine. Like it didn't do anything.
Well,
it
he
didn't hurt the
he
gazelle. It
didn't
didn't
kill them. He just stopped them from using the geisha key.
Oh, so
his power is specifically, this power he's using is specific. I know that they were kind of like, wow.
Yeah,
they looked like they were in pain.
seemed like he was
but
like
I
beating
think that
an
this
attack.
is more to do with he has some level of control of that geisha key, and they can't use it if he doesn't let them. So this is where we start to see like a split between like the three current like villain factions and their like vision of the future of humanity. So like we pretty clearly know, because the Gazo Ministry has explained to us what they want.
Yeah, very explicitly, yes.
Krellian has been a little less clear, and now we know that Cain is not. He does not want the Gazo Ministry to use the geisha key to do that.
In fact, some through in some weird way, probably through Satan's connection to the Emperor, it has seemed as though
he has changed.
Cain might actually be on the better side.
Yeah, he's
of the
more a
antagonists.
protagonist now.
Yeah.
And he has changed his mind about this, and because Sidon convinced him humans don't need managers anymore. Remember in that scene he was like the Annabelli or whatever that word was we used, which was the role of Fae, right? Like the man of God who would come like lead humanity to the glorious future. He convinced Cain that the contact Fae is not a threat to the world and to their plan, and so Cain gives in to this idea. Humans don't need managers anymore. They don't need us. They don't need me or the Gazo Ministry or the other people. But he seemed to believe Krellian was on his side. And so he was kind of helping Krellian somewhat. And he was going against the Gazo Ministry. We learned that that is not necessarily the case, that they're not necessarily aligned, because he stops them. Cain stops the Gazo Ministry from using the geisha key. Krellian talks to the ministry a little later, and they decide to use Ramses to get rid of Cain.
Yeah.
And we'll get into that in a minute, because that comes a little later. But this is how they know that they have to get rid of Cain now if they want to do what they want to do.
Right.
Because he's stopping them from using the geisha key. But you have to go to a couple of different anima relic dungeons to recover the last anima relics that are not already obtained by the Gazo Ministry. And this would transform, because we already have like the Veltal in its ascended id form. We know where Ellie's Omni gear is. It's in Shavat. I think Seitan's gear has already transformed into Omni gear at this point, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong about that. But Bart's is. There was a whole mission for that.
Yeah, Bart's is there.
The Andvari. So it's like Billy
needs one, Rico.
And Rico need an Omni gear. Maria's is already kind of an Omni gear because it was developed in Solaris, but she doesn't network with it. It has its own autonomy. She just tells it what to do. So she doesn't get one. and Choo Choo doesn't get one. She just grows into a giant Choo Choo.
Yeah.
So it's like there's 2 more anima relics that will get Billy's Omni Gear and Rico's Omni Gear.
Yeah.
The first one you go to is for Billy. And I like both of these dungeons. These are the first actual legitimate full-length dungeons you get in Disc 2. Not narrated, not just like, here's what we did, and then you got to the end, you fight a boss. They're actually legitimate dungeons you
With
explore.
like puzzles and...
Yeah, and they're pretty good.
Yeah,
I like
it was good. I like these dungeons.
I especially like when you're like getting into the depths of them and you're about to go into the room where the anima relic is. They have those like giant linchpin locks on the doors that just go
Yes.
and it like opens and you go to the next level. It's like the sound design and just it's really impactful. Like there's something really big kept in here.
And there's just multiple doors, like 3 separate doors or something.
Yeah, really cool. Then you get in, it's like, oh, there it is, the anima relic, right? And so you go get that one for Billy. And then you go to the other one. And this is the second Anima Relic dungeon is the one that is in a place that was from the first civilization.
A long time ago, yeah.
The original civilization after the Eldritch crashed, right?
Yes.
We don't know much about that one yet. We have not seen much about that civilization, but this is where like Cain and the Ministry like first came from.
Yeah.
Their original civilization.
Yeah.
And we're going to learn a lot more about that in the next episode. But let me see here. I think it's at the end. Is it the end of this one or the other one that you run into the element girls?
We ran into them
the second element dungeon or the first element dungeon? Or the first anima dungeon?
I can't remember which dungeon, but
I think it's the first one where Billy gets his.
That makes more sense to me.
I think it is.
Yeah.
Anyways.
They're so useless.
Yeah.
But they combine into a single mech kind of thing. Because we have fought them twice. We fought them once separately.
There's some interesting kind of philosophical debating that goes on here between the Element Girls and like Ellie and Faye about
like Dominia.
They're like social Darwinism.
Yes, of course. The survival.
The strong should devour the weak.
Yes.
And that's like what's better for humanity, right? Is that the strong survive and the weak
more
fail.
Ubermensch ideas, yeah.
Yeah, and so they're kind of arguing about that. And I love Ellie's sort of rebuttal to that. And it kind of is one of the larger, it plays into one of the larger rebuttals to the idea of social Darwinism, which is like social Darwinism is about species survival, not about individuals within the species. Like the only reason the human species thrived the way it did is because they came together.
Yeah.
They helped each other, right? It's a social species. And it's not because strong individuals like dominated. It's because we became more collectivist.
Sure.
Right? So like there's that whole
it's like a big process.
Counterpoint to the idea of social Darwinism as accepted by the elements and as accepted by Ramses and like their whole ideology that drives them. Is that and she makes the point at the end like you were all super weak too. Mm-hmm. Everybody is. And it's not until you came together and found strength in each other and built each other up that you started to find your strength. That is what it means to be human.
Oh, one of the girls says something so funny after that. When we leave, after we beat them that time, I can't remember which one, but one of the girls says, she sure told us. But it seems not sarcastic.
Yeah.
It seems
they
like,
accepted
at least that's the way I read it, was like she just let us have it, and she's right.
The mother, the antitype, is their mother in some ways. Basically true. Just like told them what's what.
Yeah,
and they were kind of put in their place.
Gave them a
and realized that they were kind of just naive little girls, which is what they are.
Right.
And they're brainwashed, right?
Yeah.
And Ellie like really set them straight. Mm-hmm. And so I really, really liked that part of the scene.
That was good.
I'm not even going to spend a lot of time on this, but what I didn't like about it was the actual like 5-minute like gear combining transformation.
Oh my gosh. And as they were jumping through miles of now that's an anime thing, right? Where it looks like they're just
Did you take note of the music there?
Oh yeah, not like no, I didn't take note.
It's Flight.
Oh, is it? Oh my gosh. Of course it is.
It's Flight.
So that song can just be used willy-nilly whenever.
Well, apparently Masato Kato thought so.
Yeah.
I don't think Yasunori Mitsuda did. This is something that people have fought me on a little harder than, say, like the use of it in Choo Choo's scene earlier.
Yeah.
Where people think it's appropriate. And a lot of that has to do with like the name of the song, which is Flight. And so some people associate that theme more with ascension, going beyond your limits,
as opposed to
soaring,
like a
flying.
particular character.
Yeah,
or moment.
and I have a couple of rebuttals to that. First of all, if you're just going to write a generic soaring, overcoming your limits theme, why would you then use the same melody that was so strongly attached to Maria and her relationship with her father? If this was meant to be used outside of that context, why would you use the leitmotif? It doesn't make sense to me.
Right.
It does not align to me that that theme, Flight, was intended to be used as some generic soaring type, joyous, triumphant song.
Even when the antagonists are ascending.
Because we know as a composer, you don't use leitmotif without a reason.
Right.
Like, you're not just going to say, I'm going to use this melody that I created, and he has said, specifically as a theme for Maria in this song that is to be used in this context that has nothing to do with this character at all.
Yeah,
That's
that would
just not
be
what he would have done.
Proper use of the art. In that sense, because if you talk about it has something to do with Ascension, the idea could be then that this song would fit basically anywhere, because Ascension is one of the themes of the game.
It would have been like a generic...
Put it in any battle, and but they ascended because they won the battle. Like, okay, but that's too broad of a theme.
Why use that melody?
Yeah. Melodies are written for more specific themes, not so much that much of like a broad theme, you know.
On top of that, the context in which it's used, which is before the battle is fought, is not one that I think fits the emotion of the scene. These are characters, the elements, who are a danger to us and everything we're fighting for.
Yeah, they're antagonists for sure.
They are the philosophical opposition to what we are fighting for. This moment is not a joyous and triumphant one.
Yeah.
Because they are a threat to us at that moment. So even if the song wasn't using Maria's theme and it just had that feel to it, that joyful, triumphant, like positive major scale
We're
feel,
joining together to fight.
Yeah, here we go.
But they're the bad
still,
guys.
they are our philosophical opposites. They are threatening us.
Right.
I don't understand why that feeling is appropriate. I just don't get it. I don't get people's argument, because it just doesn't feel like that should be what we're feeling, watching the elements turn into the most powerful form that we're about to face in battle. Yeah. They are not protagonists. They are the antagonists. They are about to fight us. They are threatening us. They are, like I say, philosophical opposites. Why are we getting this joyous theme as they transform? It makes no sense to me. It feels totally wrong. I feel it's totally inappropriate.
I agree, except I don't really remember that moment all that well. So, I mean, I remember the visuals a lot because I was like, oh, this is like so anime. And you can tell, I'll bet you, what's the... Tetsuya Takahashi? Is that it?
Yeah,
Tetsuya Takahashi? Bet you he had a blast at like arranging or seeing how, or at least directing how the arrangement of these things, because he was like way into mechs, right?
Oh, sure, yes.
And the way that everything fit in and it evolves.
Yeah.
Like,
I've always...
It's like all these crazy different things happening.
He
probably loved that.
Ever since I saw Transformers, I thought what a nightmare it must be to be able to
make it all make sense.
Make a car or truck or whatever machine transform so intricately into this machine, and all the parts are still there.
Yeah,
it's just like
you see the transition happen on screen. You see it happen.
How on earth do you plan that out?
I don't know. They did a pretty good job.
That's crazy. Yeah. That is some intense engineering going on.
Yeah,
and design that is beyond my artistic scope. I have so much respect for people who can figure that out.
I know, it's crazy because you have to visualize like not just the thing or the end product. You have to visualize, the potential of everything.
Yeah.
But these weren't to that level.
No,
but still pretty
not
intricate.
As many polygons.
Still pretty intricate.
I think probably several million less polygons.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Anyways, I love the scene overall, though. Ellie says here, some things only the weak can feel, but weakness does not make them servile. It's because they are weak that they can develop kindness and never look down on people. That is where real human interaction comes from. Everyone has weaknesses. Even you did at first. Your weakness drew you to each other and made you grow strong. Never forget those feelings when you all live together side by side. And this kind of brings together something that really hit home to me in this playthrough. Something I've just been thinking about generally, and it really struck me with this, is people kind of are motivated by fear or by love in the things that they do.
Yeah, sounds about right.
Right?
Yeah.
And it's kind of setting up these opposites in the characters here, where they're either motivated and they act based on their fears, or they're acting based on their love. And to me, it's those who can acknowledge their weakness and can develop the humility in that to see where they need to grow, where they need to change, the fact that they do need others, right? They develop this ability to love one another and act on that love and are motivated by that love. Whereas those who fear their weakness, who are full of pride, who will not allow themselves to admit those weaknesses, who adhere to this social Darwinism and I'm gonna be the strongest so I can survive, they're acting on a fear there. It's a fear of weakness. It's a fear of worthlessness. It's a fear that Hammer and Ramses and the Element Girls and all the villains are acting on. They're all afraid. They're all afraid of something, and so that fear motivates them, and it usually leads them down this path.
Well, that's
and
fascinating.
As Ellie is showing here, it's when you accept your weaknesses, when you come together, it's like weakness and humility builds your ability to love, and when you act on love, you're doing things for the benefit of everyone, right? It's just something that really hit me, and I think it's really pretty profound.
I agree. I like that theme, and also that is kind of Faye's story, where at the beginning of the game he's acting more out of fear, and as things have slowly progressed, built more relationships, and specifically gotten to know Ellie, he has slowly begun to do things not just out of fear, but more out of love. The him deciding to go help save Shavat, which was very lightly glossed over in this disc, was basically that. He used to be afraid to even help a child who was in imminent danger from somebody about to smash them. He didn't want to help the kid because he was afraid of something in his life or whatever he might become or what do I do now. He was afraid.
Totally afraid.
But now that he's acting more out of love of not just the people around him, but broader, broadly speaking, everybody, more or less, he's willing to go and do stuff that kind of totally out of his business, completely way out of the way.
It's a great point with Faye.
Faye
was totally motivated by fear through the whole beginning of the game.
And it slowly, and you can't even tell at what point it stopped happening and he was motivated by something else, but it's a process. And it's cool. They did a great job in the game of showing that.
Tremendous character development. Ellie was motivated by fear early on too. And it's like, as these two characters have accepted their weaknesses, which was in large part due to their conversations with each other, they bonded over the fact that they could be vulnerable with each other. They could admit their weaknesses. They could look inward. They could see where they needed help, and they helped each other, and that developed